The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator if the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk, along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool, create a campaign to keep all help articles and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the Soft Universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In a few minutes, they're all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam center. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic pictures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator if the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be ready. And I invite everyone as the program will begin in 1 minute. Right, good morning everyone. Hi. Hello. Welcome to the fourth day of the Moodle Philippines 2021 Virtual Congress. This is Ayoni the Best, your host for this morning's session. Yesterday, you have been acquainted with the lineup of speakers for the remainder of the Congress. In fact, for today, we have a total of 17 speakers, 3 in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. These people are industry leaders who made time to be with us. So please grab this opportunity to listen to their talk and ask questions. Just a few reminders before we proceed with the program. First, of course, is to switch off your microphone at all times. This is in order to maintain the focus of the speaker and of your fellow participants. Second, should you have questions about the topic, please feel free to post them on the forum or on our social media platforms. We are currently streaming live on Facebook and YouTube. So hello everyone on Facebook and YouTube. So we enjoin our viewers to actively take part in the program by posting your comments or your questions and by sharing the link of this Congress. Third, please stay until the end of the program because we will be giving away prizes during the raffle. But only those registered and present during the draw will be eligible to win. Okay, so please stay until the end. Okay, at this point, allow me to recognize and extend our gratitude to our sponsors who helped make this event possible. Thank you to our gold sponsors, EasySoft, IntelliBoard, and Examus. Thanks as well to our pro sponsors, Motrain, Wiris, and Linode. Lastly, thank you to our starter sponsor, Poodle. Now, let's take a look at yesterday's leaderboard. The following are our top 10 Moodle Peso earners. Let's wait for the screen. Since day one, we have been enjoining our participants to look at the Moodle store and to answer the fun activities and courses because as you post, as you answer them, you will be earning Moodle pesos. So for the past day, for yesterday, this is our leaderboard. Okay, I believe that we are experiencing some technical difficulties. Okay, thank you, Ms. Cheryl. So, this year we have shifted to a purely virtual conference. So there are times when, we experience stuff like this, but we have to be able to adapt, because this is what's happening during the pandemic. So to our participants, if you have questions or if you would like to answer some of the courses or the activities, you may refer to your toolkit so that you can see and you can also access it through the Moodle app. Okay, so now we have on our screen our top 10 earners, okay? For our leaderboard. So with 7,900 Moodle pesos, we have Mr. Darrell Lariosa. Okay, now with 7,970, Mr. Aman Preet Singh, who is tied also with 7,970, Mr. Oswardo Pabatang Jr. Okay, next is with 9,182 Moodle pesos. With 9,000 Moodle pesos, it's Jennifer Estrada Padilla. Next, with 9,270 pesos, Mr. Ryan Christopher Caldoza. Now, with 10,100 pesos, it's Mark Joseph Remetio. At number 4, with 10,100 Moodle pesos, Mr. Romeo Regino. Third on the list is with 10,570 Moodle pesos, we have Joshiko Velasco. Okay, at number 2, with 12,150 pesos, we have on the leaderboard Mr. Christian Edward Baranda. And for the day in a row with 13,320, our top one on the leaderboard, Mr. Mark Anthony F. Papa. Congratulations, everyone. So for those who would like to earn Moodle Pesos, please feel free to post your questions, to answer courses, because there are a lot of good prizes there. Okay, so now at this juncture, to give us more reminders and key points about the Congress, allow me to call on the conference chair and president of Web Technology Incorporated. Let us welcome Ms. Cheryl Villaroman.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Let me just fix something on my end, just for a while. All right. Okay, so I hope everyone can hear me very well. Can I see your replies on the chat room? Yeah, okay. All right, so good day to you all. We have now reached day 4 of our virtual event. As early as now, let me congratulate every one of us. Thank you for choosing to stay to learn, collaborate, and be empowered at Moot PH 21. I know that this time of the pandemic, we've got busier than ever, managing all stuffs and juggling things around us while working from home. Our dynamic individual self is being tested in this time of the pandemic. So kudos to you all for coping up on today's challenges. During the past few days of our event, we have learned a lot from our distinguished speakers who really gave their best on their presentations and shared their expertise with us. So far, we have received a lot of good feedbacks from our audience and other stakeholders of this event. I'll just be very quick. This is just a checkpoint of where we are now and what we have accomplished so far from our event's goals. Moodle's mission is empowering educators to improve our world. As aligned with that mission, Moot PH 21 event aims to, first, bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users such as educators, trainers, administrators, content owners, developers, and technology researchers to share their experiences, exchange research achievements, and innovative developments on using Moodle or the Moodle Learning Management System. So I guess the first goal, we have accomplished it so far. So may I know from the chat room what positions you are or what is your position in your companies and in your school, if it's okay for you to chat it, no? So we are sharing our expertise with our co-participants and other stakeholders in this event. So thank you for that. And I guess that's a check for us on our goal, one of our goals. And second is to showcase the latest educational research and development related to Moodle Learning Management System. So as early as day 1, during the day 1 workshops, we have learned a lot from the topics of Moodle for educators, wherein our speaker, Ms. Lori Gallo, has demonstrated the use of Moodle. And if you want to get certified as educator or Moodle certified educator, you may take the MEC. So this has been discussed by Ms. Mary and Ms. Anna. During our day 2, the gradebook was discussed and demonstrated by our speakers, Ms. Rika and Ira. And also the BMA, which is the afternoon session, the BMA or the Moodle mobile app was discussed by Juan Leba, the Moodle app manager of the Moodle headquarters. And in day 3, the Moodle founder, Dr. Martin Duguiamas, have presented us about Moodle, what's going on with Moodle, and what are their future plans about the Moodle learning management system. And he also confirms that the Moodle will remain to be open source, as he answered on his reply in one of the forum questions in our Moot PH21 forums. So I guess that's a check for our goal. Number 2, to showcase the latest educational research and development related to Moodle LMS. And third goal, to facilitate forum, debate, networking, and professional development opportunities. So I guess we have already facilitated the forum, and and it is ongoing. You are free to give questions or share your experiences. You can also reply to the questions being posted by other co-participants. If you can see in the forum, there are lots of questions there, no? So first, the forum is a check for us, and then the debate and networking. So I guess we need to improve more on that, because many of the participants, of course, are posting their questions, but few of them have shared or have replied on those questions. So please be reminded that our theme is let's thrive with learners, or let's learn with learners who thrive with Moodle. So this means that we can freely collaborate with our participants and other stakeholders by replying or responding on the forum questions. So it's not only the organizers who can reply on the forum, but you are also free to share your experiences. So thank you very much, and hope um, to collaborate with you all and continue to stay tuned at our Mood PH21 event. So please don't forget to post or tweet your quotes or anything that you've learned from Mood PH21. So you can use the hashtag Mood PH21 on social media, and you can also share your our event, no, online event on YouTube and Facebook. Thank you very much, and congratulations to you all. Back to you, Ione.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Cheryl. Before I proceed with the program, allow me to read one of the comments of our participants. Good morning. This is from Mr. Tony Oakes. Good morning. Objectives very much achieved. The whole experience has been enlightening. As a new company joining Moodle, this has been a very good introduction. Our organizers in the PhiloWeb, Ms. Cheryl, congratulations to everyone. You know, feedback like this keep people going. Okay, so moving on, as we have a long day ahead of us, allow me to welcome our first speaker. She's a member of the Social Studies faculty and EdTech coordinator of De La Salle Santiago Zobel. Ladies and gentlemen, to give her talk on creating deeper and independent learning before, during, and after teaching in a virtual setup, let us all welcome Ms. Emelita Bailon.
Hi, everyone. Just like to confirm if you're seeing me. There you go. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I just want to be able to confirm if you're able to see my face and my screen. I'd like to I'll be sharing my screen.
We can see you and we can hear you loud and clear.
Nice. But I'd like first to, I hope that you're seeing my screen right now. Oops. Wait. What's happening? Wait. There you go. I'd like to begin with this. There you go. Just a confirmation if you're seeing my screen right now, the presentation itself. Hi there. I'd like to confirm if you're able to see my screen.
We
Yes,
can see
ma'am, we
it,
can see your
ma'am.
screen.
All right. Let me go through. For a bit. Okay. Oh, let me take that. Okay. Do that a bit. Okay. Don't worry. All right. Good morning once again, everyone. My name is Emmy. Um, I'd like to be called Emmy so that it would create a lot of it would create more nicer interaction with everyone. As you know, sometimes in the Philippines, whenever you're called by your real name, it sounds like your parents screaming at you. So it's nice to have a deeper sense of to have a nicer way of interacting with people. Nevertheless, my name is Emmy. I'm a social studies faculty from Del Sol Santiago Zobel, and it's a pleasure to be with you, sharing my insights on how are we going to be able to create a deeper and a creative learning environment in a remote setup. We all know for a fact that for a year, for almost a year now, for the public school teachers who are with us right now, and for a year, because it's almost vacation for the private school teachers these days, that we are already experienced and we already gathered a lot of experiences about managing your classrooms in an online setup, in a remote setup. Let's try to gather ourselves this year so that we could better prepare ourselves for the next academic year. So to begin with, I'd like to be able to share some of my insights so that we could be able to gather thoughts on what are the challenges that we experience and what are the opportunities that remote learning gave us so that we could be able to better ourselves, not only ourselves, but better the way we manage our students in an online setup. I just want to be able to um, wait. There you go. Let's just continue this discussion. Okay. Anyway, so I'd like to begin first by providing you some of my insights that I gathered from my students from the DLSZ Vermosa students in the Vermosa campus of our school. I gathered some insights and feedback from my grade 9 students regarding their experience on online learning, particularly zeroing in on the different learning environments that we were able to foster in their everyday online learning experience. And at the same time, I gathered also some questions on how were they motivated doing work in their everyday experience of online learning. But I'd like to also give a caveat that the data that I'm going to present to you is not a general representation of the entire school, but I'd like to be able to showcase a scenario or an experience by the grade 9 students themselves, and how are they able to really manage themselves as they go through online learning experience. So let me go through. I'd like to begin my discussion on going through the challenges that the students experience on online learning. First of all, it's not only the students who would be having this problem. Even us as teachers would be experiencing this type of a challenge for that matter. One, student motivation is definitely a challenge in an online learning scenario. I asked the students if they're really excited going to class, and most of them replied that they're quite excited because their teachers are there, giving them an opportunity to interact with each other. However, given the different circumstances that we experience along the way, and given the fact that there are also other circumstances that might affect the behavior, the social emotional behavior of students, it might also be another consideration whenever we talk about student motivation. They have different realities. We have our own realities, and it might also be something that would affect the way they perform inside the classroom, given the fact that the adult supervision might not be present whenever they're doing the work that they're supposed to do. it might also be a consideration on student motivation. That's why in front of you is a data that would say that the students are quite excited. Yes, there is excitement, but they're not really as excited when they go to school on a face-to-face scenario. What would be another consideration that would be a challenge to be affecting the student motivation? First would be another challenge would be the workload. Given the fact that we are not the only discipline or the only subject that the students are faced with in an online scenario, it might also be another consideration that we have to look into. Students in this question replied that they experience a lot of difficulty. It's a glaring 41% that they experience difficulty in managing online learning, because again, with the amount of workload that teachers are giving them, and perhaps it's also difficult for them to be able to manage the time that they're given to be able to accomplish the task given to them, whether it's in their synchronous class or asynchronous class. So that's another consideration that we have to look into whenever we talk about challenges on an online setup. Another challenge would be, because of the glaring or the piling workload of the students, definitely it might be related to how things are designed by their teachers. So school activity designs might also be another consideration, which might also be a challenge amongst our students for that matter. I can't blame everybody, because it was a rapid transition to online learning when everything happened, and because of that rapid transition, definitely the manner of how we also design, it's also a test under the water. Hence, it it might also be a consideration affecting student motivation for that matter, or the manner of how students manage their schedule. In the survey that I'm showing you right now, it would show that students would have some sort of inhibitions or some sort of qualms whenever they talk about engagement of activities in their classroom. Again, because this is a total it's a rapid transition to online learning. It might be that some schools already know blended learning, but the blended learning on an online setup is entirely different from a reality or from the normal thing that we do. Hence, the skill set on how to be able to manage synchronous and asynchronous class might also be something that we have to look into, so that we could better the way we manage our students during these scenarios. And the students were even asked in this case, if you're the teacher, what are the things that they need to be able to change in order for the class to be motivated, or for them to be motivated. They mentioned here for 45% that the lectures or the discussions during synchronous class should be improved. It's because, again, this is the time when they interact with the teacher, and this is an opportunity for them to see their classmates even in a virtual setup. Hence, it's something that they look forward to. So if we provide them opportunities to interact with each other, it is something that we really need to make more engaging, so that they'd really join these synchronous classes. And lastly, because of the design that the teachers might go through, it's important also that we have to remember the kind of curation, the material curation that we create, because the kind of materials that we make the students use might also be another factor in creating motivation in doing the work that we give them, whether it's synchronously given or asynchronously given. In this survey, we asked the students, what aspect of class do you found least engaging? And it's a glaring, correlating it to the previous question. It's a glaring for 22% or 29% rather, that students feel that their asynchronous tasks and even their lecture discussion are quite least engaging. So it's important for us to make these experiences very engaging so that we could be able to really elicit the right amount of skill so that we could really assess them better in if they're really capable of being elevated to the next level. Lastly, we also asked them how difficult or easy is it for you to try hard on your schoolwork right now. It's a glaring 48% that mentioned, while some of them said neutral, there's also a 34% that mentioned extremely difficult. Because again, I'd like to believe that there are other factors apart from the piling work and apart from the motivation factor that they have. There are other factors that might affect the way they do online work or even modular work for that matter. So these are some of the challenges that our students are faced with, or even our teachers are faced with when we do online learning. However, if we're going to look at it on a wider perspective, I'd like to believe that technology would surely be an enabler rather of learning in whether it's an online scenario or whether it is on a blended learning scenario. It's important that while technology will be there, it's not the end all and be all of things. Technology is just a tool to be able to make learning possible. And at the same time, technology would be able to allow us to effectively transmit learning. However, again, if the workload, the curriculum design, and the material curation will not be conscientiously made, the essence of the content would suffer. The motivation factor would also suffer, and even engagement would also suffer as well. So it's important that we, apart from the technology or pedagogy and the manner of how we design our lessons should be well curated and well made so that we could really target the essence of what exactly are we making all these things every day, and what exactly would be the enduring understanding that we wanted to leave our students whenever we do certain things with them. So and especially in an online scenario, technology integration can definitely be seen. It's evident for sure. However, the question remains is that what kind of learning environments do you really create in an online scenario, in a remote learning setup? How do you really make sure that these learning scenarios are really giving students the right amount of learning that they deserve? Are they only given lower order thinking skills? Are you only developing lower order thinking skills? Or are you addressing higher order thinking skills as well? Allow me to go through these learning scenarios, these learning environments that you can create in an online scenario, which would also make you target lower order thinking to higher order thinking skills. I'd like to introduce to you, if this is the first time for you to be able to hear this, but for those of you who were able to interact with me, this I'm sure you've able to encounter this in some of the opportune moments that I've spent with you. I'm going to introduce to you the different learning environments introduced or theorized by the Florida Center of Instructional Technology, which in which they theorized that when we integrate technology effectively in your learning scenario or in your design, it's possible that you could be able to create a transformative learning environment that would range from lower order thinking to a higher order thinking opportunity. It would develop lower order thinking skills, and it would address also higher order thinking as well, as long as you're able to target the right amount of technology integration in your design. So I'd like to introduce to you these learning environments theorized by the Florida Center of Instructional Technology. I'd like to name it as active, collaborative, constructive, authentic, and goal-directed or goal oriented learning. So in active learning, students are able to do a lot of engagements. The students are given a lot of opportune ideas or opportune moments to be able to access different types of information, to be able to know and appreciate learning content that you present to them. So in active learning, you allow students to play games, you allow students to individually explore a map. For for that matter, you allow students to be able to interact with learning materials that you wish them to answer, and answer it according to how they understand the content you presented to them. You allow them to create a lot of um, you allow them to answer some poll questions to be able to elicit how they feel on a certain matter. You allow them to do a lot of video recording to be able to say things their way, etc. So through technology integration, you allow them to be able to use a lot of information to engage with learning, active learning. Collaborative learning, on the other hand, allows you to be able to explore on different sources of information, but with the help of their peers, with the help of other students. It may be students within your campus, or students from other campuses, or from other schools for that matter, or you can allow them to interact with experts. And in collaboration, you allow them to develop. And in this learning scenario or learning environment, you allow them to be able to develop a very important skill, which I would really be which I would deepen a while ago, later on in my discussion, because through collaborative work, you allow them to be able to interact with other students, not only in terms of doing work, but you allow them as well in understanding perspectives of the people they're working with, hence developing sense of empathy, developing sense of enduring understanding about people's perspectives. So collaborative learning. Constructive learning, on the other hand, allows students to be able to build knowledge and solutions using different sources of information. Here in constructive learning, you provide students a lot of opportune moments to be able to say things their way based on the content that you wish them to get into. When we talk about constructive learning, it's an opportune moment for students to be able to interpret, to create inferences, to be able to create, but in their own version. Because again, you are allowing them to be able to build things based on their understanding that they were able to gain from the content you introduced to them. Authentic learning, on the other hand, allows you to be able to connect to real world situations involving practical work. So in authentic learning, from construction, from building the knowledge that you allow them to understand, in authentic learning, you allow them to apply these concepts to be able to answer and provide opinion on certain things that's happening around the world. So not only around the world, but perhaps in their immediate community. So the concepts that you introduce to them you're giving them now an opportunity to answer real life problems in the ideal manner that you wish them to do. So perhaps if you're a science teacher, whatever concepts you learn from the laboratory, you allow them to apply that in answering or in explaining certain things that's happening around the world, and perhaps provide more insights on how to be able to recommend better ways on how to be able to improve experiences. Lastly, and this is the most important part, or the learning environment that we should really focus on, is to create goal-directed opportunities. Why? Because it's important that in an online scenario, when students are doing things their way, and when students are doing things on their own, it's important that they create a lot of avenues for self-regulation, so that they would be able not only to reflect on how they learn on their own, they could be able to also create opportunities to improve themselves, to be able to improve their experiences, and to be able to improve the manner of how they would be able to face adversities. Because at the end of the road, this is one thing that I'm sure everybody would be talking about, that our youngsters, our digital natives are very much entitled, and hence it's also an opportunity for us teachers to create avenues that students would be given opportune moments to be able to face adversities, to develop grit, so that they could be able to rise up from all these failures and perhaps better themselves, create a better version of themselves, so that they could improve the way, not only learn certain things, but improve the way they handle themselves as they face through the difficulties of the difficult realities of life. So these are some of the learning environments that we should focus on whenever we design learning opportunities in an online scenario, or even in a modular scenario for that matter. Because again, we wanted our students not only to learn per se, but we wanted students to be able to gain skills that would equip them to be better people of the future. Because at the end of the road, they're going to be the ones making decisions for us, and they're going to be the ones who will regulate the society that we started or we have right now. And I'd like to present to you some of the data again. We from the students that I mentioned a while ago, we gathered the same information. So we asked them different degrees of how they're able um, to experience this learning environment. So in active learning, we make them listen, or we make them read information. We make them browse, read, watch, produce, or create procedures or demonstrations on an online basis. We make them follow orders on an online basis. We make them perform procedures, computing, critiquing, analyzing, justifying, and explaining. And we can make them demonstrate themselves using the different tech tools that we ask them. Obviously, in an online scenario, it's very easy for your students to do a lot of engagement, because again, our students are digital natives. It's easy for them to be able to manipulate technology, whatever technology you introduce to them, as long as you provide them flexibility and you engage their creativity. The purpose of integrating technology can easily be attained, whether it's a synchronous task or asynchronous task for that matter. Active learning is present. However, if again, it is on a personal note, when we look into collaborative learning, that caused a lot of difficulty, because again, while our students are digital natives and they're very good with technology, because it's important for us to develop regulation of themselves and empathy of understanding other people and empathy of understanding even their teachers for that matter, it has to be developed. Obvious in this data that they would really rather work alone, or if they would rather work with the person they wanted to be with, their partner, so their friend perhaps, or their best friend, or the hardworking classmate that they know, that those are the people that they wanted to work with. But if we're going to make it a bigger group, a peer, a class group, or somebody with an expert, they're having difficulty adjusting again because of certain scenarios or certain limitations that they're confronted with. While we would say that technology can allow us to collaborate easily, but of course, if instructions are not really well developed, or if the manner of how students regulate themselves would still be in the process of being developed, again, it might also be another consideration in doing collaborative work, especially in an online scenario. So it's important also that we really develop and focus on developing empathy and developing understanding and cross-cultural relation, even if you're doing online work, so that it could foster more developing collaboration amongst little or small groups, or even collaboration with their teachers. It should foster trust amongst the students and the people that you're going to be working or interacting with. In terms of constructive learning, it's evident that the students can easily process information. They can access information. They can gather information in any place they wish to be into, from whatever sources it's going to be into. They can curate and establish worth of information with or without guidance of teachers, and they can even curate information themselves because they're given free opportunities and flexible opportunities to gather resources on their own. Definitely it can support deeper analysis of content, especially when it's given careful planning and it's given good instructions from the teacher. If the instructions given by their teacher is carefully planned and the content is carefully explained, definitely it's going to create a lot of constructive learning, really transformative constructive learning experiences amongst the students. Authenticity is, of course, possible in an online scenario. People or the students can easily read information with what's happening around the world. They can listen to the information through the concepts and the search that you provide them during your classes. You allow them to use appropriate online application in solving real life scenario. You can even ask them to provide solutions or the answers to these world scenarios or to their community problems through the concept that you present to them, and they produce innovative work that would help community build or answer certain problems. So how do we do this? We create a lot of performance tasks. I'm sure in your own experience, by creating relevant performance tasks that would not just have present real problems, but would engage real life problems or answer real life problems. I'm sure students could be able to do a lot of this through the practical or demonstrated work that you give them. But again, it's important again to create a lot of careful planning whenever you do performance tasks, whether it's just a small performance task or a major performance task. It's important that your instructions or even the kind of output that you wish them to do would be clear, so that they would be able to create and envision an idea that you wish them to produce. So authentic learning can definitely be achieved, which I feel is a higher order thinking, developing higher order thinking skill. It can be an opportunity for you to develop and address higher order thinking skills amongst the students. Again, I would always emphasize careful planning, because the kind of output that the students produce depends on the kind of planning we create and the kind of visions that we really wanted them to be able to foster. Lastly, goal directed. It is quite a difficulty to be able to do goal directed opportunities, but again, with careful creation of checklists or rubrics that would give them expectations, that would set their expectations by providing them feedback on these checklists or rubrics that you give them, by regularly checking these checklists, rubrics, and log sheets, or even providing them avenues to be able to regularly check these rubrics, log sheets, and online assessments that you give them, and regular feedback to students. Definitely, you could be able to develop that skill of monitoring, reflection, and introspection about how they learn, and even create a lot of opportunities in facing adversities, because sometimes we feel that some students are having difficulty facing adversities, especially when you're young. We have this perception of students being very grade conscious. Because of this kind of, because we're developing, asking them to regularly check, we develop that self-consciousness amongst the students. No, again, it's all about also it goes also on the manner of how you want to design, or how you design, or how you really showcase to the students your intention. Because I, for one, whenever we regularly ask them to check, it's also a way, and a good way for them to be given feedback on how they do work. Of course, because of the distance, it's important also that the students would be given an insight of how they're able to do the work. What are the things that they're really good at? It's good to always affirm students, so that they would know what are the things they're good at, and to give them insights of what are the things that they really need to improve on, so that the next time they do the same work, they know how to be able to better handle themselves. but without necessarily putting them down. Because sometimes the manner of how we say things to the students can also be can also affect the way they deal with adversities. As it says, children, we teachers can make or break students. So it's important also that we are very careful of how we provide feedback so that we could be able to develop not only regulation, self-regulation, but a sense of grit amongst our students. Because let's face it, there are things that are difficult in life. There are always difficulties and adversities that we're going to be faced with every day. However, it is a manner of how you're going to be able to do things that would matter the most, that would really help you, that would help you better these experiences. Just to be able to leave you some tips, 10 tips on how to be able to create a meaningful, deeper, and learning experience. These are some of the things that you should avoid, or perhaps things that I recommend that we lessen or perhaps avoid whenever we do planning so that we could create a meaningful and deeper learning environments for our students. First, it's important that we really avoid piling work. For a junior high school, for that matter, they have 13 classes. For senior high school, they, I think, have 6 or 7 classes, which are, of course, depending on the difficulty the teaching difficulty or the skill difficulty that's presented to them. So it might be taxing for them to be able to really accomplish tasks if they're all given one task for synchronous task, one task for asynchronous task, or whatever task you give them. I think we have to be able to do a lot of priority also, so that the schedule of the students, you help them manage their schedule so that the work that they perform will not pile up and they would be able to really deliver the work that you expect them to give. Second, if you're using learning management systems in your schools, it's important also that you, especially during your synchronous classes, it's important that you post them. You post something that would be given feedback, because sometimes there are teachers that will just post and get activities, but they're not going to check it at all. It's important that these students will be given feedback so that they would know where they are, and so that you could also improve the way they learn. That's two. Third, it's important also for students to be given flexible options, not only a digital option, given the reality in the Philippines that we have also limitations on access, whether it's internet access or resource access for that matter. It's important that the students will be given flexibility of resource to be able to do the work that they ought to do. Fourth, it's important also to be more flexible, to not just to rely on traditional grading. There are other opportunities to be able to really assess the ability of the students, and to check readiness of the students to be able to go up the ladder. So example, if you really wanted to be able to assess critical thinking, you can make them express it in a recorded video, or you can make them write an essay using of course their varied document files or document materials, document maker, in to express their thoughts, their ideas. Alongside there are other ways to be able to express their creativity, whether it's through an infographic or whether it's through posters, etc. But don't just rely on a simple paper and pen test to be able to really measure their readiness. While it would still be a good way to be able to do that, but again, there are other ways to be able to really check the readiness of students to go up the ladder, to go to the next level. It's good also to not to rely on curated materials or learning packets. It's good to always customize, because it is through the customization of your work, of the activities that the students would do, that students feel that you really designed it yourself, that the teachers are the ones teaching the material that they're presented with. It's important also that the students would be able to know, even the manner of how materials are phrased, students would know that it's the one that you're the one who made them. Students would know that uh, these materials are curated for that matter. It's important that we provide personal touch on the materials that we really give our students so that there is a targeted way of addressing these things. Six, it's good to avoid less to no consultation hours with students or parents. I'd like to believe that in this consultation hours, it's where you get to learn and know more your students. It is in this consultation hours that you provide, that you're given not just an insight of how the students learn, but an insight of how they are at home, especially if there's a distance right now with your students. It's good also to be able to know where exactly are they coming from, so that you could at least create you could be able to create understanding and sense of empathy amongst them, that they would feel that their student or the teacher rather would understand them. Seventh would be less to no limitation to instructional time. Avoid spreading yourself too thinly. It's important also that you tell your students your schedule so that they would be mindful that you also have other obligations at home, given the fact that most of us, if not all, are working at home. There are also things that we do. We have other roles to play. So it's important also that we provide students that honesty so that they would know, that they would be very conscious. Oh, Miss M, like example, in my case, I don't answer any more students by 5 o'clock. But if it's very important, that's the only time that I answer them. But of course, I keep reminding them I will answer it for now, but the next time again I would only answer questions until 5 o'clock. I if this is not if this is not that important, I will give you an answer the next day. So it's good also to set parameters, to set fences amongst our students so that they would know their place in the scheme of things. It's it's good to avoid also getting videos from sites as substitute for teaching. Again, relating to number 5, it's good to always showcase your personal touch. Students would highly appreciate it that you're the ones teaching them, that you're the ones making an effort to really create a video or curate a video yourself, so that they would know that um, that is exactly the design that you wish them to create, the design or the thing that you wanted them to understand, the concept that you really wanted them to understand. While these resources are made available and you can always get them, that's okay, as long as again you try your very best to input a sense of personal touch when you use these videos in your, whether it's in your synchronous or asynchronous class. Last two would be posting pictures of your students taken during your synchronous class without parents' consent. Again, in a sense of privacy, in the idea of protecting our students from being vulnerable from the dangers of social media, it's good also to always be very mindful of how we really protect them. And one way of protecting them is to be very conscious of posting, whether their outputs or even their photographs, even the social media, even without their pictures, sometimes their names are there. It's good to always be very conscious of how we deal with these things, again, not just because of privacy issues, but again it's also a way for us to be able to protect our students from the dangers of social media. And lastly, it's good to avoid forcing yourself to finish the curriculum content. For me, it's important that you really teach your students essentials. It's really important that you focus on what exactly would make my student, a better version of themselves at the end of this course, at the end of this topic. Um, focus on the enduring understanding that the students will be getting when you teach them, when you provide insights on how you're going to be able to handle them, whether it's in synchronous class or your asynchronous class. It's important that you really focus on the value, because at the end of the road, we should be more focused on developing the skills that would make them future ready. In front of you are the top 10 skills that would be in demand by the year 2025. Are we really, if we're going to be assessing ourselves again, are we really targeting these 10 important skills of which are normally clustered as problem solving, self-management, working with people, and using technology. Even technology usage is at the bottom, because at the end of the road, technology would always be there. But it gives premium on how students are solving problems. It gives premium on how students manage themselves, regulate themselves, and how they work with people, how they're able to interact with the people around them. So it's important, again, that the kind of learning environments we create focuses, or the kind of learning environment that we create focuses on developing the skills that would make our class, our students, future ready, that they're able to actively learn and analyze, they're solving problems that are complex, they critically analyze, they critically think, they are creative and original, and they foster initiative. And technology use is just one of those things. But again, leadership and social influence, resilience, stress tolerance and flexibility, reasoning, problem solving, and ideation are there. So these are the things that we should focus on whenever we develop these skills on our students. Technology would always be, I'd like to leave this last quote. Technology would always be an enabler of learning, but the direction, purpose, and the meaning of learning depends on how we're going to design it ourselves. Thank you very much for listening, and pleasant morning to all of you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Emelita Bailon, for that wonderful presentation. Your talk is very timely because a year in the pandemic, many institutions, students, and teachers are still struggling with the situation. As you said, it is true that teachers can make or break students, especially now that we are under the blended learning system. I personally like the 10 things to avoid to achieve creative, meaningful, and deeper learning. So thank you very much, ma'am. As we have a lot of educators with us today, I am sure that questions are now pouring in. So I am officially opening the floor for the question and answer portion. So we have a question here, ma'am, on the forum under the topic effectivity. So what is the most effective way that you tried that created a great engagement for the learners with the course they are completing?
Right. I'm sure you can still hear me, right? What effective way? The most important way that you can do with your students is, again, to always put yourself in their shoes. If I'm going to be the student, how am I going to learn this? That's one. Number two, in learning, it's good to always to explain things thoroughly, so that, again, if they don't understand, you provide them avenues to ask questions. Always provide that avenue to be very inquisitive, to inquire certain things, so that they could be able to really clarify their ideas, and at the same time to know if they're doing. Sometimes our students would just need assurance, so it's good also that they are given that, even if we're doing it remotely. And what's very effective to me is that I help the students manage their own calendar. So I have a class. I am a class advisor of a section, and I help them manage a class calendar. So I make them plot whatever activities they do for the week, and they show it to me every week. And then, if example, I see, and there's a lot of people, a lot of deadlines for this day. Would you like, or would you be kind enough to, can someone be kind enough to talk it over with your teachers, so that you could be able to manage your time, to spread their schedule? You teach them those skills, right? So that you could be able to help them. I will not do the talking to the teachers. They will be the one talking to their teachers, because at the end of the day, it's their teachers who give them the work. So my role is just to be their liaison. The role is to help them regulate themselves. It's sometimes you would interpret it as I'm some sort of their secretary, yeah. But at the end of the road, when I started doing this in the first term, eventually they got the rigor of it, and it became a habit. And when something becomes a habit, it becomes a culture, or it becomes a character, or it becomes a value to them. That, yes, it's important for us to be able to spread our schedule, so that we could be able to have enough time doing work. They're now able to tell themselves freely to their teachers. They're able to explain themselves freely to their teachers. And again, for us, it's also important for teachers to be very open-minded because sometimes our tendency is to, nauna naman ako nagbigay. I started giving the schedule early on. Bakit, why can't you submit it right away? So again, it's important to ask and see the perspective of the student. So whenever I give deadlines, another thing that I do is that when we designed this lesson, the deadline that we wanted to set would be this. Can you manage to give it this day? And then they would say, their schedule na, Miss, kasi la 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 la, we have a schedule like this, la 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 la. Miss, is it possible for you to be able to give it this day? Okay, but you have to also tell your perspective. If we move this deadline this long, tendency is for me to have a longer time checking your work. Right? So you have to be able to provide them an opportunity to do negotiations. Again, by creating those types of environment, you instill in them value of consideration, the value of being able to put themselves in the shoes of others as well, and being polite. I always remind them, or whenever you talk to your teachers, you remain polite so that they would understand your perspective. Right? Again, the classroom is not just an avenue of content. The classroom it's a laboratory of how you make great people. So I invite everybody. That's always one of the things that I always have in mind. That I don't just teach students content. I also teach my students to be a better version of themselves. I hope I was able to answer your question.
All right, very well said, ma'am. So we have another question under the topic teacher presence. This is from Mr. Lowell Lucero. Can you share your best practice in an asynchronous online learning setup that shifted teachers' presence into your instructional design?
During my asynchronous classes, I normally develop all the activities in a certain learning management system. And then I would place them there also in that specific folder that I will be available during your class hour. And if you have questions, you use this app so that you could be able to communicate with me. And perhaps email me so that I could be able to cater to your question right away. And I tell them that my consultation time would be from this to this alone. You have to be able to tell your fans to your students. Again, so that they would be very conscious that your teacher, or you as a teacher, you would also have other roles to play. And it's difficult these days because aside from doing your tasks as a teacher, you also have other tasks to do, especially if you're a mom, you have children to also be with at the same time, and you have other things to do aside from whatever is being given to you at home. It's important that you really tell your students, your fans, make them aware of their fans. And at the same time, if you tell them that you have consultation, be there. You always be there. So example, if I tell them that I will be around during your class, if example the class is scheduled for 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and then I also specify that I will be open for consultations from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, be there. Be there. Be conscious of how you're going to be able to act. Example, if I'm going to answer the questions in a certain communication app, be ready to answer the question so that the students can be made aware, oh, she really answers the question. They have that assurance that the teacher would always answer the question. But this is also one thing that I'd like the teachers to be able to do whenever you answer questions. Don't answer in text form, because sometimes it's so difficult for students to be able to answer if the manner you're typing is in text form. It's good to type it correctly so that you can be able to send the right message right away. It's clear, it's direct, but don't sound nagging. Imagine you're already distant and then you keep on saying a lot of things, right? Don't sound nagging. Be direct, straight to the point, but don't create a for interpretation. So if the question is this, just answer it directly so that the students would be able to get exactly what are they asking from you. So those are some of the strategies that I do during asynchronous tasks. And whenever I do asynchronous tasks, again, I only do it. My normal planning for asynchronous tasks is normally accomplished 50 to 30 minutes. 15 to 30 minutes. If it's for an hour, 15 to 30 minutes. Because at the end of the road, I want to be able to elicit the right time or the right output from the students. Or if I'm going to make them do a performance task, again, as I mentioned a while ago in the lecture, I give them bargaining. I make them bargain. So that again, I could be able to get something from them, meaningful thing from them.
Okay, ma'am, we have another question from Mr. Ryan Christopher Caldoza. What are the pros and cons in learning virtual setup?
What are the pros and cons? Personally, I like this setup. To be very honest, I like it because I'm at the comfort of my home. I have a lot of opportunities to plan.
Okay.
And at the same time, I have a lot of opportunities to be more creative. But that's on a good side. On a negative side, it piles a lot of work, right? A lot of work is coming in, especially if the students work on the wee hours of the day. They keep on asking questions, and I think that's also one thing that we really need to be very mindful of, that the students are given opportune moments to know until when are they going to be given time to do work, so that they don't disturb you during the wee hours of the day, and so that you can manage your work as well. I think that's it.
Okay. Do we have any other question? Okay, there's a question here, ma'am, because we are also live on Facebook. So we have a question from Mr. Bot Carlos. How do you track students that are struggling, and what do you do about it?
Nice question. Of course, if you're using a learning management system, it provides you certain feedback of the number of students that have not turned in work, right? By looking into that grade book, you would be given already a signal that the students need help. So example, if I see that the students are already not submitting 2 synchronous work, 3 asynchronous tasks, we already notify the parents. Or I notify the students first, right? You have to be able to constantly communicate with the students so that you would know where they're coming from. You would exactly know what's the difficulty that they're encountering, which would hinder them in doing it. And if they say it's difficult for them to understand the concept, then invite them for consultation. But sometimes there are students who would rather work in smaller groups, and they understand it perfectly in smaller groups than in bigger groups. So just be open to these possibilities. And when I see that, when I do consultations with them, and I make a check with them again with how they do the work, it improves. I give them certain extra exercises during their consultation hours. I would see that they really learn. It improved a lot of their learning experience. Again, as I mentioned, this scenario might be a taxing time, but it gives you a lot of opportune moments to be very personal with your students. It gives you a lot of opportunity to be a real teacher to your students. It's just a manner of us also being able to tell them that you're really sincere, of telling them that we're really concerned about their performance. Again, you don't just teach content at the end of the road. We teach them to be a better person, to be a better version of who they are. That's
okay. And a follow-up question from Bot Carlos on Facebook. How would you design a cheat-proof assessment? Example, open notes, open books, etc.
Right. That's a nice question. However, again, as I'd like to go back to the thing that I mentioned a while ago. It's also good also that we try to minimize our traditional way of assessing. I'm not saying that paper and pen tests are not good. I'm not saying that, but we can make them formative, right? We can always create that as an option to assess students in a formative way, so that we could really avoid that possibility of students cheating on you or cheating on the teacher, right? If you really don't want your students to be cheating a while ago while waiting, there's a very good way of how to be able to secure your um their exams for that matter. There are applications that would allow you to really safeguard the examinations that you're giving to your students. It's just that sometimes these apps are costly, but again, you can assess them. You can design performance tasks, which you can scaffold from lower order thinking to higher order thinking, so that you could really avoid that possibility. Oh, my student is cheating on their examinations for that matter. And again, I go back to this is again my personal take on examinations. Yes, I still give examinations for that matter. But again, go back to the essence of the exams that you wanted them to get. Are you really focusing on the cheating part, or are you really focusing on how are you going to develop the skill? Because as far as I know, teachers would know, we can easily detect if the students are cheating. So we're not blindsided by these things, but we really have to prioritize what exactly do you want them to really develop. So example, in my case, most of my pen and paper tests are normally in essay format where they can express themselves, or I make them record. I make them say their piece instead of writing it on paper, because sometimes it's really very, very boring to just write a long essay. So I'd rather make them record. I ask the question, use this record button. What's your opinion in this? So again, it's addressing the same thing, but you're utilizing different tech tools on how to be able to avoid the cheating part. But the most important thing is you have that rubric to be able to measure or assess how are they doing work, or how are they able to deliver the work.
Okay, thank you very much for clearly answering the questions, Miss Emmy. Unfortunately, that is all the time that we have for the Q&A. Now, allow me to thank you, ma'am, on behalf of the organizers and participants, and present you with a certificate of appreciation, which reads, Nifilaweb Technology Incorporated presents this certificate of appreciation to Ms. Emelita Bailon for sharing her invaluable knowledge and experience with the participants of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This conference aims to bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely used open source learning management system, Moodle. Given this 29th day of April 2021, held virtually via Zoom video conferencing. Signed by Ms. Cheryl R. Villaroman, MSIT, President and Chief Executive Officer of Nifilaweb Technology Incorporated, the only Moodle partner in the Philippines.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much again, Moodle Philippines, Moodlemoot for inviting me. It would always be a pleasure to take part in your activities. I hope to see you again in the future.
All right. Thank you very much once again, Ms. Emelita Bailon. A round of applause, please, everyone. Okay, so once again, maybe remind everyone to kindly switch off your microphone at all times in order to allow our speakers to have focus as well as our fellow participants. Moving on to the second speaker for the day, he is the channel sales executive for the APAC region of EasySoft. Originally Filipino-American, he started working with EasySoft in Amsterdam 3.5 years ago and moved back to the Philippines 3 years ago to lead the EasySoft efforts in the region. He is an avid techie and loves to explore how tech solutions can solve modern day issues, and is also a big proponent of an active lifestyle. In this presentation, he will explore how EasySoft helps institutions around the world, and specifically in the Philippines, with their online learning. Ladies and gentlemen, to give his presentation on creating world-class online learning with EasySoft, let us all welcome Mr. Adam De Leon Klecheski.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. And it's a pleasure to be here joining all of you for this Moodlemoot conference, I'm really excited to give a presentation about how do we at EasySoft create some world-class online learning, and especially a big thank you to Ma'am Emmy for that presentation just now. It was a really insightful one, and I definitely want to hit on a lot of those points that she mentioned. So if you are sticking around from that previous presentation, please let me know in the chat. There's a lot of points there that I think really tie in together to what the presentation I want to give today. So without further ado, let me go ahead and dive into my presentation. So EasySoft, and what do we do? In this case, I want to have also some audience participation. So I hope you guys can help me out. And I would love to be able to hear from you guys as we're going through this presentation, the things that are important to you, the things that you guys think about the topics I'm presenting on. In this case, Ma'am Emmy talked a lot about interesting points about how do we interact with our students, how do we communicate with our students, how do we empathize with them and create a situation where they're not just consuming content, but actually engaging. And I think a lot of that ties in to what we do as EasySoft. So we work with a lot of institutions around the Philippines, around the world as well, but some of which Ma'am Emmy de La Salle University is one of our customers. So we have a lot of experience working with them, and we know how well they do in their efforts to, really promote online learning. They've done a great job of that. So what is it we actually do? What do we do as EasySoft? We help drive digital transformation. So we have a couple main pillars. And here is where I want to tie in some of what Ma'am Emmy was talking about. So she talked about one of the questions we got was, how do we assess whether or not our students are doing a good job? What can we do about that? One of the things that we do as EasySoft is we provide adoption reports, LMS usage reports, which basically give you data and tool usage data on which students or which faculty members are using the different tools within our LMS. So this will allow us to understand who's using the different tools and to identify key areas where we can actually make improvements. Let's say we see a report where the tool usage of the assignments is not very high, we can actually target that. So how do we target that? Well, and this is where I think it ties in a lot to what Ma'am Emmy was saying. Communicating with our users is something that's really important, especially nowadays when the only opportunity we have to do that is, these digital options. So via email, text, or within our LMS, of course. So we are actually able to create and place messages, custom messages within the Moodle LMS. And this can allow us to communicate anything from how to use a certain tool. So Ma'am Emmy talked about the rubrics tool, about how that is really essential in our ability to create kind of standardized ways that we assess our users. So let's say an instructor is having trouble with that tool, we can actually create messages that target that effort in itself. So explaining how do we use the rubrics tool, and then hopefully with that message, with that communication, they're actually able to use that. So that's one of the ways that we help in that regard. Our third pillar is called campaigns, and this is all about getting ROI on the outreach and training efforts. So let's say, a lot of us are educators here. A lot of us perhaps work in instructional design, and perhaps a lot of us do training sessions. And one of the key challenges that we've seen is that a lot of the time we don't know how effective our trainings have been. So one of the things that we do is we're able to actually kind of track and measure the effectiveness of these trainings based on our usage data. So based on the usage of a certain tool, let's say we're training for rubrics, based on the usage of the tool before the training and then after the training, we can see how effective our trainings actually are. So this is all with our tool usage reports. And last is our support dashboard, which is a 24/7 context and role sensitive kind of support center that lives within the LMS. And this provides self-help for students and faculty members. So in a sense, one of the things as well, ma'am, Emmy was talking about was creating a culture, not just providing content, but creating a culture where students do things for themselves or users do things for themselves. So not just spoon feeding everything, but in fact, having them find answers for themselves. One of the things that we do is provide this support dashboard where users are actually suggested certain help, and then they can use this support center in order to find the relevant information. So that breaks down the 4 pillars of what we do as EasySoft, and I would love to show you more examples, especially because I think that this audience is a lot more user focused, student focused as well. So I'm going to dive into some different ways that we help those specifically. So just a quick rundown of each one of these points individually. When it comes to measuring LMS usage and tool adoption, we actually measure how the faculty members and students use the LMS, which tools are they using, how much are they using these tools, and we can also break this down by different roles. So we can see just students within a certain campus, for example. So in that way, we can get very specific and granular in terms of what we're looking at, what usage data we're looking at. So after we understand what the usage of certain tools is, we can actually drive the adoption of these tools. And we can do that with messages which appear within the application. If you guys are at your laptops right now, please feel free to check out easysoft.com/universe. You can see hundreds of examples of what I'm talking about now. So messages with the intention to communicate certain things, and this can be communicating how to use a certain tool, like the rubrics tool, or communicating things like deadlines for assignments, deadlines for tuition, signing up for different courses or enrollment, really anything that we can communicate to our users. We can do this with our messaging function. Campaigns, I mentioned, is all about ROI, seeing what the effects of our outreach or what the effects of our efforts are. In this case, we can target different user groups, we can target different tools, and actually measure over time the impact of the things that we're doing. And last, supporting users is really important nowadays, especially as all of our teaching is done online. And in this case, our support dashboard allows your institution to create custom support content, but also have out-of-the-box Moodle support help in order to facilitate this process of students understanding how to use different tools. So that's quickly the rundown of what we do. And if there are any support staff on this presentation, this might be especially relevant for you guys. I would love to hear if, thank you, Jeff, for posting that link. Exactly, that's the one. If you want to check out some of what we do, please follow that link within the chat, easysoft.com/universe, and you can find a lot of examples of the messaging. Now, I would love to also hear from you guys in the presentation, anybody participating right now. If you guys are in support, then please let me know. Just write support, and this is especially relevant for you. When a support request is generated, in this case, we provide this information such as operating system, what type of browser are they using, the users, and that can really help streamline the support process in regards to actually resolving support requests. So in summary, what do? We help you understand the current LMS usage. We can help you communicate to users essential information. So this can be tools, but also how to pay for tuition or anything that a student or instructor may need to do. It can help streamline workflows and outreach, and then provide enhanced support knowledge. So that's a quick summary. But for this presentation, I don't just want to talk about what we do. I want to look specifically at how do we help users and how do we help institutions based on research that has been conducted already. So in this case, we are taking a look at the Wiley Education Survey, which is about 4,500 users across different institutions. They got asked this survey in regards to remote learning satisfaction. And the insights are very interesting, and they are also very insightful in terms of how we tie into that. How does communicating to our users tie into that? How does EasySoft tie into the things that we want to achieve with this survey? So the first topic that we will look at is satisfaction with online learning. So in this case, the red represents the satisfaction of teachers, and the students is the blue. So about 55% of students are satisfied, whereas about 77% of instructors are satisfied. So there's this gap of who's satisfied and who's not satisfied in regards to the teaching and learning online. And what we see even more concerning or challenging is perhaps the dissatisfaction. So about 21% of our instructors are completely dissatisfied, and 35% of students are dissatisfied. Obviously, there's a gap here that we need to bridge. How do we create more satisfied students in terms of their online learning? Another great insight from this survey is in regards to the effectiveness of online course elements. So in this case, we see that faculty rate live lectures as extremely effective, whereas discussions are not so effective. On the other hand, we see that students rate discussions as very ineffective or leaning towards there, and live lectures are extremely effective as well. So both cases, extremely effective are the live lectures. Obviously, that's something that's really students gravitate towards, whereas discussions is not. So again, how do we bridge this gap? How do we make it so that discussions can be more effective? And how do we drive that live lecture effectiveness as well? So one of the ways that we can do this, and in this case, we're taking a look at our reports dashboard. So it kind of starts here for EasySoft. It starts at understanding the current tool usage. And in this case, we provide reports about the different tools being used. And in this case, we can see that 64% of our users are using forums. Now, this means that 36% are not. So what can we do to actually increase this usage? We can create effective forums. Now, how do we create effective forums? In this case, here's an example message of forums. So example message, of EasySoft about forums. So in this case, we're providing a video about what is forum activity, and in this case, targeting this towards students. So this is a custom message that can be placed within the Moodle environment and targeted towards specifically the non-active users of this tool. From here, they can watch this video and understand how forum activity works and actually perhaps start engaging with that. Now, this can be really effective in driving that adoption and creating this kind of culture of self-help where we're not hand-holding our students, but we're facilitating this process of them learning. In this case, what is forum activity? If you don't know what a forum is, then it's kind of challenging to use it. But once they know, then they may also understand the effectiveness, why they should use it. Now, another key element here is supporting users and facilitating change. In this case, here's an example of our support dashboard. Now, this lives within the Moodle environment. And in this case, we would be navigating within the activities function, and this would appear. So it's kind of a pre-selected support article based on where you're navigating within the environment. So let's say I'm a student and I'm navigating within activities, and I click on this support dashboard, I will automatically get suggested help from this tool itself. Now, all of us are in this Moodlemoot conference, and we've actually integrated our EasySoft solutions into the Moodlemoot. So if you're navigating within the Moodlemoot interface, then you can actually go to the bottom right corner, and you can click on the little question mark, and that is the actual EasySoft support dashboard. You may also notice that as you're navigating, especially within the EasySoft course itself, you may get some messages around what is EasySoft and what do we do. Those messages are all EasySoft messages, and they've been created specifically to communicate information about, what do we do as EasySoft. But of course, in the setting of a university, this could all be done about how to use different tools and communicating any other essential information. So please take a second, maybe after this webinar, or if you just want to keep this on, keep me talking in the background, take a look at the Moodlemoot page and go ahead and click on that question mark button in the bottom right corner, and you can explore a bit about what is EasySoft. So back to this effectiveness of online course elements, how do we drive certain usage of these tools? So video conferencing is obviously very important. So in this case, an example of how we can promote using video in Moodle itself. This is more targeted to instructors, having them understand that video is a powerful tool. Here's how to use it. Here's how students can engage in it. One of the things that Ma'am Emmy was talking about was that she prefers when, rather than a student giving some text feedback or using text as like a way to assess people, she'd prefer it using video. These are the kinds of things that we can communicate with these messaging. So for example, a message could say, use video rather than text, and then give a simple explanation about why video can be more effective than text. So that could kind of replace the text in this case. And again, creating this culture where we're constantly reminding our students about the best ways to engage, the best ways to communicate with our teachers online. Here's another really interesting insight from this survey. I think this one actually is one of the most insightful things to come out of this survey. So students and faculty were asked if they thought or if they knew what was expected of them for the students. So the students were asked, do you feel like you know what is expected of you as a student? And on the other side, the faculty members were asked, do you feel like you set clear expectations of what is expected during an assessment? So this is all around assessments. And obviously there's a massive gap here. Only half of students feel like they know what is expected of them. However, about 90%, so a major majority of the faculty feel like they set clear expectations. Obviously, there's a big gap here. And again, this begs the question, how do we bridge this gap? How do we make sure that students feel like they know what is expected of them? Again, going back to what Ma'am Emmy was saying, all around rubrics, all around having this empathy towards our students. As an instructor, perhaps we get caught up in thinking about, everything is clear to us. We create the syllabus, or we create the assessments, we create these online assignments. So things seem really clear to us, but as a student, perhaps it's not that case. As a student, you may be questioning, what is the point of this? How am I going to be graded on this? I don't want to do a bad job. So we have to kind of have that empathy towards our students and make sure that they know exactly what is expected of them. In this case, one of the really good ways that we can do this is by using a syllabus, using rubrics, and we can promote these tools to our instructors with messages like this. Now, another really useful way that we can do this is targeting selected users. Now, of course, we don't want to communicate unnecessarily. That can be quite annoying, and that can also be redundant. So it can be almost useless sometimes. So an essential part of how we're using these online platforms is actually understanding specific users and what their needs are. So a lot of the time, if a user is already, if one of our instructors or one of our students knows how to use the Moodle LMS perfectly, then they don't really need so much help. Maybe they need more information about, how do they submit clear assignments, or maybe things outside of the LMS. But when a user is struggling, that's when we really need to help them. So in this case, our adoption reports actually identify which users have not been using certain tools, and then we can actually target those specific users for the outreach rather than just having a blanket communication and targeting everybody. We can actually be very specific and very targeted in our communication and outreach. So going back to the setting clear expectations. Yes, I'm just checking the chat right now. Please, if you have any questions so far, I would love for you to pop them into the forum. And that way we can also communicate in terms of what you guys think is important and how you guys perceive this presentation. So please feel free to check out the chat and ask away. So going back to what I was saying about helping our users understand what is expected of them, it's really essential that they understand deadlines. So Ma'am Emmy was talking about this, that if you set a deadline, you need to explain why this deadline is a certain date. On the other hand, we can have our users give us feedback. Hey, is this too soon? Is this, we have too much other stuff? So in this case, we can create a message like this. This is specifically for instructors. Make sure students are informed about important dates for assignments, anything else. And we can also create a link to how to use these calendars. Now, the great thing with these messages is you'll see, and if you access the Moodlemoot page, you go to our EasySoft page, you can see one of these messages live. I'll also take you through that after this presentation. You see that there's a helpful in the bottom right side of that message. There's a thumbs up and some thumbs down. So this is a way that we can actually get feedback from our students. So if a student or faculty member selects this thumbs up or thumbs down, they can actually leave a textual feedback in the form of text in terms of what they think. So this can be a great way to create a communication channel back and forth with our students or faculty members in order for us to help us understand how they perceive these things. Is it too soon? Or maybe they'd want to negotiate this deadline, as Ma'am Emmy was talking about earlier. Another key point to make is around supporting users through new tool adoption. So I think for a lot of us, especially in this last year, we've had to get used to using new tools, especially online, especially for a lot of you instructors or educational designers. A lot of these tools may be new. One of the things Ma'am Emmy was talking about was the pros and cons of online learning. And she mentioned that she's able to be more creative with her teaching online. That was one of the pros. Now, she was able to be more creative, but why is she able to be more creative? Because we have way more tools that we can use, especially on Moodle, because Moodle is, as Martin was saying yesterday during his keynote speech, anything you can imagine, you can do with Moodle, basically. But how do you do that? That's the real question. We can do everything, of course, but how do you do that? In this case, we can actually support our users in terms of how do they use new tools by creating messages and creating support articles like this. So giving some explanation about how to use different tools, why they should use them, and what they offer. So again, there's a lot of examples of this on our EasySoft support dashboard, which lives within the Moodlemoot web page. So if you have access to that, go ahead and click on that little, you can see it in the screenshot here, on that little circular question mark at the bottom right corner, and you can actually see what this looks like in a live environment. A great way to support our users and to really give them access to this massive wealth of information, but also all of these amazing tools that we can use to really facilitate and promote education online. Rubrics is something that was also mentioned. You know, I don't know if Ma'am Emmy is on this talk, but if she is, thank you so much, because you really gave a lot of insights into how do we create effective learning online, and using the tools that we have access to is one of the major points. In this case, rubrics is a really great method to do that, because we're really setting the tone for what's expected, and rather than basing certain assignments or assessments on emotion, or let's say it seems good at this time, by creating rubrics, by setting these clear expectations, we can kind of bridge that gap between us thinking that we're setting clear expectations, but more importantly, our students understanding and knowing what is expected of them. So here, a great example of that, all about rubrics. So providing students with timely feedback. I think this is a great example, again, because it kind of shows this the difference in how the faculty members, so our educators, perceive their usage of online platforms, and the students. In this case, 86% of faculty thought they provide feedback in a timely way. Only 60% of students say that they receive feedback in a timely manner. So again, quite a large gap here, about a quarter, 25% gap in how our students think about receiving feedback and versus how our faculty think that they are giving feedback. How can we bridge this gap again? Using rubrics. So we can use rubrics to grade faster by creating this standardized set of what we expect of our students. It's easier for me as an educator, as a teacher of a certain class, to say, okay, this assignment, or let's say this video submission of a student hits all of these points. So it actually is a lot easier for us to grade and give feedback quickly. So this can be really important when it comes to exam time or assessment period, but also in general, just creating a standardized way that we assess our students. It also provides a lot of goodwill and creating this culture where students expect and know that they can get feedback that's relevant. We can also do things like this, reminders about institution feedback. So if you know that within 2 weeks you need to give feedback, if this is a policy of your university, then you can target these kinds of messages to your instructors or teachers, and really drive home this point that they need to give feedback at a certain time. Now, I think that this also plays into the ideas that Ma'am Emmy was saying around being available during certain hours. So you can imagine a message like this appearing within the LMS for students saying, your teachers are only available to give feedback between the hours of 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So if they don't give you feedback immediately, then it's not out of the normal. This is normal, that if you send an email or a message between this time and this time, you may receive feedback, but just understand that past 5 p.m., your teachers are not expected to give you feedback. Now, messages like that or information like that, when it's communicated to our students, it can be really effective in helping them understand why things are taking longer. They may be getting frustrated. I want to know my answer right now. But by communicating to them and making it very clear what will happen, we lower that barrier towards their expectations. So another insight that we got is increasing instructors' online presence. So if we have teachers like Ma'am Emmy, then then all universities will be going really well. Obviously, she's extremely knowledgeable in how these tools work and very present online. But it can also be really challenging for instructors who may not be as familiar with tools online in terms of how do they remain present. We're doing a lot of things. If you're a mother, if you have to take care of a family, all of these things can take a lot of time out of your day, and your students may feel it. So in this case, there's also a gap between the students' perception of the fact that their instructors are actively involved in their online learning and the faculty members saying that they are involved in learning. There's about an 8% gap, not as big as the last ones, but it's still important that students and faculty members are present online and that they, understand how to use these tools. At the end of the day, unfortunately, we can't be on campus right now, so this is the best we can do. So we can keep instructors engaged with reminders. So in this case, a reminder about adding announcements. So this is a message that would appear within the LMS to your instructors, making sure to tell them that they need to keep students up to date. So that's a little quick example, but it kind of shows you how we can communicate small but essential information frequently in order to really drive home the presence online. Now, this is from a different study, e-readiness and perception of teachers towards online learning in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic. Please, written by Mahalik and Sahu, if you would like to check out this article or this piece of research, please feel free to email me or chat me about this, and I would be happy to send you this link. Basically, the question was, are instructors prepared for online exams? Now, 50% were ready to give online tests, quite low. 85% can prepare assignments online. 83% are familiar with submitting online assignments. A lot of discrepancy here. Again, this is all we have right now. This is the only way that we can really assess our students is online. So how do we bring that up? How do we raise that level of knowledge for our instructors to be able to give effective online assessments? We can do things like this. So what is quiz activity? This is a message all about quizzes, hitting some key points here. So an instructor needs to understand why they need to do this. Why is it important? That's the first question. So why is it important? Well, it's important because it's a powerful thing that can meet teaching needs, and it can provide a great way for us to assess our students' knowledge. Then they need to understand how do they use this tool. So that's where, in this case, there's a video about quiz activity. That's where these videos and a lot of institutions may have what's called institution-specific knowledge. So how does your institution want to administer quizzes? You can basically customize these messages or support articles to show that information and really drive home how your institution likes to facilitate this process. And in this case, helping students with online exams, assignment submissions, third-party tools are a big part of, there was a question about cheating in our last presentation. So one of the ways that we can do our best to minimize cheating is to use tools like Respondus Lockdown Browser or different proctoring tools. So these different proctoring tools all operate in different ways, but sometimes students can be overwhelmed or anxious about what they will do, or they don't know what to expect. In this case, we need to help them use these tools effectively. And one way we can do that is by creating messages such as this, where it explains exactly what's going to happen and how it's going to happen. So don't be alarmed if, in this case, your browser kind of shuts down. This is part of how this tool operates. Again, facilitating this process of exams and assessments. Now, I would love to hear all of your opinions about this last quote from this study. Major faculty members of teacher education institutes do not possess technological, pedagogical content knowledge, which is an important determinant of online learning. Basically, all faculty members may be oriented in techno-pedagogical skills so that they can take online classes effectively. So basically what this is saying is that, we have technology, we have pedagogy. How do we bridge those gaps? How do we bridge the gaps so we can use technology, but also incorporate ways of teaching effectively into technology? I hope I gave some good examples of how that works with my presentation, and some ways that we can kind of promote this sense of, self-help for our students, but also this understanding from our teachers about why they need to use certain tools from a pedagogy perspective and how that interacts with the technology. Of course, technology is only a tool. It's only a facilitator of this knowledge. We need to also present the knowledge and present the way how to use it effectively. And this is a question that we actually asked some of our users. I would love to also pose this question to the audience. So, do we need to improve LMS utilization? Do you believe that faculty and students fully utilize the LMS and third-party tools that are available? I would love to hear all of your answers. Please chat me or leave a comment. What do you think? Do you think that students and faculty members fully utilize the LMS and the third-party tools that are available? So, if we have time and we have a couple minutes, I would love to actually show you some quick examples of what this looks like, of some messaging, just to really show you what this looks like in a live environment. So I'll stop my sharing of that screen, and I will show you what this looks like. So let me just go ahead and this one. Let's go here. So we are on the Moodlemoot page, and you see this message pop up all about welcome to EasySoft. So if you're interested in checking this out for yourself, go to the Moodlemoot online learning system platform that we're using for this event. You can go to EasySoft course, and you'll see this message pop up, welcome to EasySoft. Now you can watch this video, so we embedded this video, what is EasySoft, or you can click here for more information, in which case you get a link to a different web page with more information about what do we do with EasySoft. I mentioned that we can also provide feedback. So this is where we can actually get some communication with our users. So let me exit out and show you this one, driving adoption of Moodle. In this case, just a simple message about how do we drive adoption of Moodle. Now this could be a message about deadlines. And in this case, a student or faculty member can vote up or down and leave some feedback. So, the example Ma'am Amy was giving was about negotiating different deadlines. So for example, a student could say, if this was a deadline message, a student could say, this deadline is too soon, need more time. So at least that way we understand from our students what's happening, and they can give us some feedback, and we can communicate effectively through this LMS, which is the centralized area where we communicate with our students. They can submit that, and it will feed into our dashboard, which is where everything lives in regards to our insights. So our tool adoption reports all around who's using which tools. So as you can see here, we have all of these tool categories, and we are looking, in this case, of all users. We can dive deeper into specific tool categories, assessments, assignments, feedback, grading. Basically, we can see all of the usage data, editing assignments, who's editing assignments, who's viewing assignments, how much are they viewing it, and in this case, from different dates. Of course, feedback grading is super important, so we can take a deep dive into who's editing, who's exporting, who's importing, who's viewing the different grades, all of this stuff around who's using the different tools, and then target different users. So I mentioned that we don't want to just communicate to everybody. If somebody's using a tool effectively, we want to allow them to use it without having to push any information on them. But if they're not, in this case, if we know that grading is important, but only 33% are using this grading tool, then we can actually create a campaign for the non-active users, meaning that everybody who's not using this tool can be targeted for messaging around why and how they should use the grading tool, but also specific support articles to help facilitate this process. Now, I mentioned our support center, and this is the last thing I will talk about before I'll open up the floor for some questions. Here is our support center, and please feel free to check it out. It will open up into Moodlemoot PH. And here is where I've loaded some custom content for this specific event. So here we have the schedule with some of the different speakers and whatnot. So this is the kind of things that you can do with the support center, with the messaging, creating specific or custom outreach or communication or information in general to our users. So that's all around Moodlemoot PH, and then EasySoft for Moodle. You can please feel free to check out this video all about how EasySoft works with Moodle. So we're just nearing the time of our presentation, and I want to thank you all so much for joining me, for sitting through this with me. Let's see if we have any questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Adam Kaszewski, for that informative talk. As our participants and viewers definitely have questions, the floor is now open for the question and answer portion. So we have here a question on the forum under setting of deadlines. This is from Miss Magdalene Unahan. With the situation of my students who are relying more on just mobile data and sometimes internet connectivity is hindered financial resources and available internet signal, I realized after one semester of purely online classes that instructors are setting too high of an expectation, and indeed there really is a big gap with student versus faculty expectations. Thank you very much for sharing your expertise and your thoughts.
Definitely, I would agree with this, Magdalene. I think back on my time as a student, and it was hard then. It was even hard then to kind of know what was expected of me, and I could ask my teacher. So considering that I can't do that now, I can really see how a student nowadays would be challenged to know what is expected of them. So what can we do to help that? Well, we can do two things. We can either help on the teacher side, so we can, in this case, using EasySoft, we could communicate with these messages that I showed examples of. We could communicate that, we don't want to set too high expectations. One of our customers in Australia, what they did is that they didn't want to hassle their students, or they didn't want to push their students too hard. So they would send out messages to their instructors saying, hey, don't assess our students. Like, don't put out assignments or assessments for this period. And if you do, this is what it should be. So basically, here the issue is communication. We're communicating from the admin side, from our university side, perhaps from the higher levels. We're communicating that we don't want to push our students too hard. How do we do that? A lot of the time, the most effective way is through our LMS. So creating messages all around the fact that you shouldn't push them too hard is kind of how we would resolve that, and how we would align those expectations. I hope that makes sense.
Okay, so we have another question here
Question.
from Mr. Harsharan Moodle has internal messaging system in its core.
Yep.
How can EasySoft help faculty to outreach the students? Thanks.
So definitely, there's so many ways that we can communicate with our students, and I won't say that EasySoft is the only way. We can communicate via text, email, through the LMS. We can, send a letter to them. There's a lot of things that we can do. Specifically with EasySoft, and why it's so useful is that we're able to track and measure specific, so we can target specific students. So we can say, based on tool usage, we want to target specific users. Of course, we don't want to just target all students if already half of them are using assessments. We only want to target the ones that are not. So that's a bit about how EasySoft is specific. Now, the other thing is that we have a couple different messaging types. We have messages that kind of pop up. We also have messages that kind of are geared in different tool specific categories, like highlighting different tools. So that's where we differ from the core messaging, is that ours is all based on usage data. Based on the usage data, we target specific users with specific messaging. And our messaging is a bit more robust in the sense that you can embed iframe, you can embed Google Forms, for example. A lot of institutions use our solutions to get feedback forms, so we can embed Google Forms into our messaging, and that way get feedback directly from the LMS. So that's a couple ways, but if you would like to learn more, I would love to show you in a demo. So please feel free to reach out to me, adam@easysoft.com, and we can set up a time that I can show you exactly how we would help you guys.
Okay, sir, another question on the forum from Mr. Tony Noakes. Hi, is EasySoft available in the workplace version of Moodle?
I believe so. Yeah. If it runs on the same core as the educational version, then yes, we would be available. Yeah.
Okay, another question, sir, from Mr. Joshiko Velasco. What are the advantages of this software? Do you provide a free trial for this?
The advantages of this software. That was my whole presentation. So I hope that was I hope I hit on a couple points in regards to what are the advantages. The advantages are that we're looking at data. We're saying, okay, what's the current situation? What is the current LMS usage? It starts there for us. If we don't know that, then we're kind of picking at, we're just not really aware of our current situation. Let's say now we understand the usage of the tools. Now we can actually target specific areas that we want to focus on and drive change to that direction. Do we provide a free trial? Yes, we do. And this is in specific cases. We provide what is called a technical validation. It's a 2-week period where you can try out our solutions and see how they work for your institution. If that's something interesting for you, please feel free to reach out to me again, adam@easysoft.com, or your Nafila Web representative, and we can set up a time that we can arrange that.
Okay, sir, another question from Mr. Lowell Lucero. How can we integrate EasySoft into our LMS? Do we need to subscribe to it?
So we integrate to our LMS. How do we do that? With Moodle, I believe it's a JavaScript plugin, but I am not 100% sure. You do need to subscribe to it. So it is an integration. So, again, please feel free to reach out to me and we can definitely talk about it. Our main focus is that it does not slow down anything on your end, and it does not affect the users in terms of their speed and connection. So that's our main goal, especially when it comes to implementations. Please feel free to reach out to me and I can give you more information about exactly how we integrate.
So Sir Adam is very accommodating. You can always reach out to him. Right, sir? Okay, next question from Ms. Jezel and Depilio. What are the main features in EasySoft that will help someone create a world-class online learning?
The main features of EasySoft that help you create world-class online learning would be, I would say, the messaging, because that's kind of where we can, well, it's kind of a combination of those. It's understanding the current usage and then using the messaging to promote certain key elements a lot of the things that Ma'am Emmy was talking about, she is a world-class educator, and she was talking about a lot of different, let's say one of the pros she mentioned is more opportunities to be creative with how you teach. These are things that you can drive. You can drive the different tools and their adoption, helping students and instructors of being aware of how they, what tools they can use, how can they use them, why they should use them, and then facilitating that process. So again, it's all about communicating and essentially helping your users understand what's going on and what's the best way forward for them. Pros and cons. Okay.
Okay, sir. Another question from Mr. Ayman Preet Singh. What are the pros and cons of EasySoft?
The pros are that you get access to a lot of usage data in regards to what's going on in your LMS. You get access to being able to communicate with your users. You can customize a lot of information for your institution, and you can communicate essential information. The cons, I would say, are that you need to pay for it. So it's not a free service. So that can be, we consider it an investment, but I would say that's a con. It's not for every institution, but at the end of the day, looking at our customer base, I would say that we have a lot more pros than cons, and you can hear it from our customers themselves, plenty of which are here in the Philippines and around the world. So yeah, I would say that's, yep.
Okay, sir. Another question from Mr. Oswardo Pabatan Jr. Is this an open source?
It is not. No, this is a third-party tool that you would be subscribing to.
Okay, another question from Mr. Mark Joseph Remetio. What's the advantage or difference of EasySoft with the other platforms related?
So other platforms, and we're lucky that we don't have too many competitors in this space. The advantages of our solutions over other solutions that do similar things are that other solutions might only do the tool usage, but they don't have this actionability, which is where you can take the data and you can say, okay, this tool is not being used. Great. Knowing it is one thing, but actually taking action on it is a different thing. So we can say, okay, this is not being used, but what can we do about it? What we can do about it is create messages, support articles. We have a whole lot of other stuff that we can do in order to really drive that. So there's a lot of tools that give dashboards or give support centers or give messaging, and we basically just combine all of them to really give like a full scale educational specific adoption platform. One other thing I will say about our pros or advantages is that our team is very pedagogical based. You can take a look at our website or the EasySoft universe, or what we call campaign templates. So we are constantly creating. I don't know if any of you were at the session yesterday of Martin's keynote speech. He mentioned this thing called Moodlenet, which is their content service. We basically have that already. So we've created these campaigns that you can basically copy and paste into your environment with specific goals in mind, driving the adoption, migrating certain tools, and also customize them. So in that way, we're not just giving you this tech solutions and saying, here you go. We want to actually facilitate the actual usage and content within that. So, yep, that's how we do it.
Okay, sir. Another question from Mr. Timothy Joseph Decano. Can the items in the analytics tool be further customized?
Yes. So we can get very granular with how. So our solution works on a set of monitors. So basically, little boxes placed on different parts of the HTML environment, allowing us to track the clicks to different tools. So in that sense, we can basically create any one of these little boxes around a tool that you may have for your specific institution, your specific instance, and in that way, customize the analytics feature.
Okay, for our last question, sir, we are streaming live on Facebook, and this one is from Mr. Ian Benedict Dumpit. We are currently using Safe Exam Browser in doing our assessments. What is your feedback about SEB?
I myself have never used that tool. My feedback is probably that it's a great tool if used effectively. I've heard a lot of institutions using that, so obviously it has a great background. The key as well is do you know how your users are using it? Do you know how many of your instructors are using that tool? If not, then send me an email. But if you do, then that's great. And probably my feedback is, continue to use those tools that you think are and probably are effective in facilitating your assessments and exam periods.
Okay, sir. So that is all the time that we have for the Q&A. We know that you are a very busy person, so we thank you for gracing this event and sharing key features of and insights about EasySoft in this year's Moodlemoot Philippines Congress. So thank you very much, Mr. Adam De Leon Ticheski. A round of applause, please, for our speaker.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate the very gracious hosting, and to all the NaFilaWeb organizers, thank you all so much. For all the participants, thank you so much for engaging and asking me those very awesome questions. I appreciate it, and I hope you all have a wonderful rest of the conference.
Okay, thank you, Sir Adam. So at this juncture, we will be giving you all a short break to stretch a bit and munch on some snacks, but please be back at 11:23 a.m.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam center. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them. If someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the examiner's database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examos more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examiners can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions. Strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examos is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examos Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk, along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
All right, welcome back, everyone. You are with us at the fourth day. Welcome back, everyone. You are with us at the fourth day of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 Virtual Congress. We are also streaming live on Facebook and YouTube. So don't forget that sharing is caring. So kindly share the link so your family, friends, and colleagues can also learn about Moodle. So a reminder, please switch off your microphone in order to maintain the focus of speakers and of the participants. We also invite you to take part actively in the program by posting your comments and questions on the forum and on our social media platforms. So out of our 7 speakers have already given their talk, and now allow me to present our third speaker for the day. He is the founder and director of Motrain, and he will present an update on how to improve customer and employee engagement with motivational design. So ladies and gentlemen, let us all warmly welcome Mr. Jeff Campbell.
Hello, everyone. Thanks very much for coming. I'm thrilled to be here. I am calling in from just outside of Vancouver, Canada. And as I was introduced, I'm the founder of Motrain, which is a motivational design platform that's designed to improve course completions and improve learner engagement. So to give you a bit of background, my last 18 years really has been in a high school classroom using Moodle as a blended environment. And I had been teaching anyways, physics. And I got really interested in online learner engagement and how we could maximize the effect that Moodle could have so that we could really get the most out of the face-to-face time. And so I'm thrilled as well that I've been working with the Nafila Web crew for a few years now, and I'm also honored that our platform is being used as the engagement tool that many of you have probably noticed on the right-hand side as the block where you've been earning the pesos. And I have to say I was a little embarrassed coming into tonight because I was really low on the leaderboard. So I did fill out a forum, and I can see I've moved up the leaderboard. At least I'm beating Justin Hunt, which is my main goal in this conference, as another friend of mine and a speaker. So I'm now 100 pesos above him. And I had a look in the store, and there's some awesome items that are available there. So I'm really thrilled that I get to speak here today. And I really like the fact that everybody gets to see our platform in action and experience it from the students or the learners' perspective. And my ultimate goal is that helps you get more out of the conference and learn more about Moodle. So I'd love to share my slide here, my slide deck with you, and walk you through a little bit about the work that we're doing and go from there. And I can see the chat is live, which is awesome. I hope that I can see, I might be able to respond to some of those chat questions as we go through here. And I hope to pause and ask you a few things as we get going a bit more through the presentation there. So as I was introduced, I'm all about improving customer and employee engagement with motivational design. And I came from the education side, and we do have some work that we do with schools and universities. But today I wanted to speak a little bit about what we're spending most of our time on, which is in the corporate side, and specifically customer education is a really big topic which I'll dive into. But we also do some employee or internal training work as well. So the reason why I really think it's important that we talk about learner engagement is because we've placed Moodle inside of a digital ecosphere, which is really, I think, in my opinion, just bombarded by all these other potential distractions for our students. And so I think it's really important that we're mindful of, we're really asking our students to go into an environment and they're only a few clicks away from all of these other things that they like to spend their time on. And a lot of these other platforms that you see on this graphic here have some motivational design elements built into them to keep them coming back. That's why they're so, I would say, enthralling to people to spend their time in there, is because they're designed with tactics to get them to use that. And I think that's where Moodle and most other online learning environments are lacking in those features and that thought to bring people back in on a regular basis. Another big thing that's at play is, I think the modern day person is really interested in, for a lot of cases, types of entertainment, and that not just social, but also in the gaming side. And so I've pulled some stats off. This is some United States stats. So thankfully I'm Canadian. Maybe we're not as addicted to gaming that our American friends are. But I found some of these numbers just stunning, that there's over 200 million people a week that play more than an hour, greater than or equal to an hour of games per week. Most of you might be surprised that 2/3 of those are actually adults. And only, you can see 70% of those are under the age of 18, play video games on a regular basis. But I feel like this is the really one that blew me away on the stats side of things, was the average age for a gamer is between the age of 35 and 44. So most people think that it's really games are for younger people or played by younger people, but I'm sure many of you probably are maybe even playing on the phone right now for that matter, but you're really probably it's not been that long since you've been probably accessing a game for some type of entertainment. So if you're looking at engagement, I think it's really important that we look at those kind of digital ecosystems that people spend time on, and then start to think about, okay, well, how can we leverage some of those strategies in our online learning environment? And so that's how I got into the work that we're doing. And if you're interested in learner engagement, you'll find that it's actually broken down into 3 different categories. The first they talk about is intellectual or cognitive engagement. And that's where I would say the effort really needs to lie in the teacher or the instructional designer to make sure that the quality of the content that they're producing and the learning opportunities are high value and very relevant. And obviously that's something that's on the professional side of things that we don't really have a huge influence on. But where I get really excited about is on the student side of things, is how we can encourage them or how we can encourage the behaviors that lead to learning. And specifically, what does that look like on the LMS when we start to analyze some data? And then another big point that I like to work on, or a strategy, is to enhance the emotional connection the learners have with the organization. And I feel online learning environments can often be a bit sterile and not that welcoming to get people to come into them on a regular basis. So that's something that we spend a lot of time on as well. And so you heard in the title of my slide deck that I use the word motivational design, and I got interested in engagement by using gamification techniques that exist to this day in Moodle, but I wasn't getting the behavior changes that I wanted from my students. And so that's how I ended up diving in and creating a different type of platform and working with some video game people to learn about some of those strategies that they use. And so I want to introduce the concept of motivational design because I like it I like it a bit better than gamification because I think it's a bit more broad and has a bit more, I would say, value add to it. And so the definition, if you look at it, is reducing the friction and bridging the intention behavior gap. And there's lots of products that have been built with motivational design. In fact, it's a huge design work is a huge product strategy. And to give you some examples of it, I took this picture actually of my kids in our gym before COVID came around, and my kids were really like riding on these bikes that have been fitted with these screens. And so I took this picture because I sat there, I'm like, what a perfect example of motivational design, where you have an exercise bike, which everybody kind of knows, and they tend to ignore, even though there's some health benefits for using it. And these screens that have been added on the top allow you to pedal the bike, and there's a little digital avatar that rides a bike, and you can race other avatars, and you can race the person sitting next to you. And I was sitting there going, oh, this is an awesome example of motivational design. We've taken an ordinary exercise bike and we've added an element, a digital environment here in this case, which makes it a lot more appealing for someone to ride the bike and then find or discover the benefits of doing so. And so I kind of laughed thinking, hey, this, as a teacher, I was like, hey, this is like, just like my students and the LMS. If I could only have something that would make it more engaging to go in and learn and use it more, then we would see the benefits of that. And so there's other examples out there, like the Peloton is a good one right now. I ride an exercise bike, and so I can see the instructor calls out names, and they have a leaderboard, and they give you the ability to have high fives to each other, and then they call out milestones and birthdays and things like that. So they've taken an exercise bike and they've made it really appealing. So that's ultimately what I want to do with Moodle environments, is make that learning environment that much more appealing for people to use and come back into. And so you'll hear a lot of people talk about improving learner engagement. And I kind of shook my head at that for the longest time. And I said, what does that really mean though? Like, what are we measuring, and what metrics can we actually analyze to see if a learner is engaged in an online sense? Because we don't read body language. We don't necessarily talk to people face to face as much if they're online. So how can we measure that? So the first thing that I like to put on the board here to measure is course enrollments. And this might sound kind of silly, but in the corporate world and the customer education world, it's really important that we have tools and strategies to pull people into our learning environments. Otherwise, there's no way they'll learn anything about our products or services or complete any of our courses. So it's obviously a strange one in the educational world, but because people sign up for a course and they just kind of have to do it. But there's lots of education situations or training environments where it's not mandatory. And so getting people to enroll is a really big part of that. Next, I'm always a big fan of improving the timeliness and frequency. I hated nagging my students, like, go in there and get this stuff done. So I wanted to have a system where they would naturally be pulled into it as soon as they should be going in and on a regular basis. Course completion rates is another one. If you look at the statistics of online course completion rates, they're notoriously low. And so I figured that, hey, if we want to work on this, the only way we could move the needle here was to improve these numbers and to move them up. Another big project of mine is what I call mastery. And it drove me crazy as a teacher to have students who would do the bare minimum that I was asking them to do. I used to call those students the 50.0 and go students, where they would just do as little as possible, just barely scrape by and get 50s. And I used to say, can't you do more? Like, I know you can benefit by pushing yourself a bit above and beyond. And so that's another aspect of engagement that I really wanted to address. And I've already mentioned a little bit on the last one is enhancing that personal connection to the learners. And my favorite phrase these days, especially in the corporate environment, is building culture and really building a loyal community of learners. And so the way we've done it, and the awesome part about this conference is the Motrain block is, or the Motivated block is sitting in the PhilaWeb, the Moot. And so you can already see how things are happening based on those pesos that you're earning. So I'm going to call them coins because that's just it's such a habit for me. But you can see that we've introduced a virtual currency. And right now, the way that it's set up in the Moot is that you earn it based on completing lessons and courses on the Moodle, in the Moodle environment. And in this case, it happens to be a conference, but you can think of course, we can use it in your regular course offerings. And so the reason I really like introducing the virtual currency is because it's based on completion rates, or I should say completion events, not just clicking around on Moodle. There's some other plugins that I've used where clicking on things in Moodle lead to the gamification element working in your favor. But I had a student once who clicked on something and then failed a quiz and said, how come I'm benefiting from this? And I was like, no, that doesn't really make any sense. So I really wanted to focus this currency on completion events. And we've also created another plugin add-on where it allows you to award coins based on ranges of grades that a student scores. And so you can set grade ranges, and where they land on a particular range, they'll earn a set number of coins. And then always to improve that mastery, we hope that instructors allow our students to rewrite or try again. And so if they score in a higher grade range, they can earn additional coins to top up to the maximum amount. So the way that currency is earned is really important to me. And I also feel like it's the great equalizer because to be honest, none of our motivational design strategies are geared towards our top students because they're fine for so many other reasons. It's really kind of the 80% and below struggling students that we're really targeting with these strategies. And so I feel like if we're working on completions, then they earn the same amount as some of maybe the highest achievers, and we're equalizing the playing field, especially when they go into, say, the reward store, which, speaking of, you've probably already hopefully been into the store. You should check it out. I'm stunned. This is the first time I've ever seen chocolate cake in the store. So if you're a big fan of cake, I highly recommend you go check that out when you get a chance. The Moot in the Philippines is unlike any I've seen before for the rewards that they're offering. But the idea of using our platform is the organization can offer any item or opportunity for the students to purchase with those coins that they've earned. And this is where the creativity lies. Obviously, you can put cake, you can put in umbrellas, but I also like to encourage the organizations to think of things, that items or opportunities that would enhance the learning further. So in education environment, you can think of very simple things like extensions on assignments or test rewrites, or maybe it's a review of a resume or a meeting with a local business person to improve their job interviewing skills. Anything that would help students improve on basically the foundations of what you're trying to build anyways, I think are really cool ideas to put in the store. And then we have corporate clients that put in branded items and want to make their logo kind of more proficient and connected to their students. So you can have a whole lot of flexibility in what you put in that store. That, of course, is all managed on a dashboard, so you can keep track of everything. And then the other cool part was we've leveraged some structures on Moodle. We've tied cohorts to what we call multi-tenancy. And so each cohort on your Moodle site can have a unique store. So you can actually have very tailored items specifically targeted towards unique users on your site. And so I wanted to introduce an area that's really popular in the training sector in North America right now, and it's called customer education. It's actually comes by a few different names. You'll hear extended enterprise or external audience training. even sales enablement training. And it has its roots in the software industry, where software companies are trying to improve their communication and their software, I would say, education, so that they hold on and retain their users for as long as possible and provide them with maximum value to help do their job. But where I'm getting involved in is we have one software client that we work with, but we actually are working with a lot of companies now that are in retail or manufacturing, and beauty and travel. And so they're looking at customers slightly differently than the traditional customer education in the software industry. So I want to be clear on who we're working with. We're not working with B2C. We're not working directly with training programs towards consumers. We're working on training programs that are designed for companies that are using their training to target other businesses to purchase their products or services, or recommend them, or be in a position to better understand them, to purchase them and recommend them. And so, to give you an idea who's in that kind of target audience, you can see there's a whole bunch of different groups of professionals that could fall in that B2B category. And so I like to think of the people in these particular channels as people that are not employees. That's a really big point. They're not employees, and therefore they're not required to take any of the training programs being offered. However, there's a massively powerful business case to get these people to take your training so they can better represent your company. I think of them as your ambassadors, really. And so the challenge is, well, if that's the case, if they're not required to do your training, how do you get them to come in and do that? And so that's where we come in and start working with companies that are looking to take non-mandatory training, and how do you make it appealing? Because really you're competing for people's time. And the other aspect that we're looking at is trying to address people's thought process, and that is, of course, the WIFM acronym there, which stands for What's in it for me. How do you tap into that so that you can connect with those people that are really important to the success of your organization? So we've built what we call the engagement cycle, based on those kind of 5 steps of engagement that I talked to you about on a previous slide there. And so the first is of course improving those course enrollments. And the only way you can do that is by attracting learners. And I always say we got to get people in your door, and we got to get eyeballs on your content. The next thing we like to do is look to reward those learning behaviors, like I've talked about, in terms of the course completions, as well as the grade rules if the client is looking for that. But then we introduce these dynamic incentives, so that reward store that's specific to the interests and tailored maybe to the benefit of their additional benefit to their training program. And both points 2 and 3 there are really designed to improve that timeliness and frequency of learning. We want to increase those course completion rates, and we want to, of course, improve the mastery so that they know about these products and services in more detail. And then the last part our platform is playing a role in is what I call superhero marketing. And so that's to get your message out there to attract other users to take your program, to enroll in your program and consume your content. And really that drives this whole cycle that we call the engagement cycle. So to give you some examples of what we're doing here is the first point there is attracting learners. Is we've created what's called this little welcome token pop-up, and I think it's on the Moodle. It's been a while since I've logged into the Moodlemoot site here, but I'm pretty sure I remember we installed it, and so it was a little welcome message saying like, "Hey, thanks for coming to the Moot. Here's 200 tokens or 200 pesos to kick things off." And so there's a little welcome message there. So all, it's a feel-good message. Second of all, it allows our clients to go and advertise. And I know we've seen, I've been working with the PhilaWeb's group about advertising for the Moot. And so it's, come and there's the pre-Moot kind of conference activities, as well as the swag store, that we combine those efforts into a marketing tool so that we can really start to pitch to people on social media to come in and take our training program. And then, of course, the last part is earning some pesos or coins naturally communicates to you that you're going to be able to go and spend those somewhere. And so to give you some examples of the data that we collect on this, we had our Watts, which is the client that we work a lot with on improving their customer education program. And they were doing training with customers for 10 months before using our platform, which got 374 people to sign up for over 10 months. And then they started using our platform. And after 10 months, they had over 6,000 people signing up for their courses. Again, these are the customers, so no requirement to do so. This is all on their own volition with using some of those strategies like the welcome coins there. So you can see that was a 1,500% increase in their enrollments. The next thing we do is we connect each Moodle site directly to our platform, so we can see and listen to what are the courses and activities that are on your platform, and then we can assign a coin value to those. So we listen for when they are marked as complete, and as soon as that happens, the student then earns those coins that arrives in their wallet. And down here, I just wanted to point out, I speak about mastery, and I really like this aspect because we're leveraging Moodle in the restrict access feature. So for example, you could have a quiz here, let's call it a safety quiz, that when it gets completed, they'll earn 25 coins. But if you know how to use the restrict access feature in Moodle, you can have what I call a mastery quiz that's sitting right below it that will appear when this original safety quiz has been completed. And what happens then is you can, in the description, you can say, hey, why don't you challenge yourself and take a more difficult version or the mastery version of this quiz and earn additional 50 coins there. So we can expand the economy for this student. We can give them another opportunity to earn those coins by pushing them to do a bit more, to go above and beyond what's minimally required. Another thing that we're working on actually in the last year is we've built out an API, which for the non-technical people, that just stands for Application Program Interface. And that's a fancy way of saying we can then connect our platform to not just your Moodle site, but to any other system that you use. And we can then use motivational design to drive behaviors there. So for example, we have some clients that are using the Moodle environment for their customer training, but they also are struggling with getting survey replies from their customers. So they've used our API to connect a coin value to survey replies. And so those same users who are on their Moodle site will then earn coins when they submit their surveys. Another example is a client has got an e-commerce site next to their Moodle site. So they're training their customers about their products and services. And then when the customer goes right next door to the e-commerce store and actually spends real dollars and purchases their products, they can attach a virtual coin value to those actions and feed the same wallet that they have back in Moodle, again, driving them back in to do more learning. Another client has got their customer service ratings based on like the three to 5 star, or I should say 0 or 1 star to 5 star ratings on the customer service. So the more stars the service agent gets, the more coins that they earn goes back into Moodle as well. So we're really excited because we're getting into these discussions where clients are like, hey, this is awesome for Moodle, but we've got this problem over here that we would like to work with. Is there any way we can do that? And the answer is yes, we can start connecting multiple things and build an entire, that's why I like the word motivational design, because we're working with multiple different systems. If again, back to the Moodle side though, is we're looking at these dynamic incentives, and the key to this is that the store being presented to the student is unique to that particular cohort. So when you go into the Moot store here, you're going to see it's specific to just the cohort that you've been placed in. And so you can get very granular on the types of items and opportunities that make them very personal, that should appeal to the student on a personal level. And then we've put in some motivational design, I should say gamification strategies here to improve some of the other actions of learning. You can see we've placed a time limit on the amount of time a item is available for. Again, that's to address that timeliness and frequency of learning. You can see we've also, well, actually, yeah, you can right here. You can see there's 10 to win here. And that means that we've put in an element of scarcity, so you can limit the number of items available, and those count down as more and more students make those purchases. And we've added some uncertainty. Games of random chance are very, very appealing for most people. So you can see the second item here is placed in as a raffle entry and a raffle draw, I should say. And so the students purchase entries to the raffle draw. And when they do that, their probability of winning will increase. And it's a dynamic system. And so the students can influence it by doing more learning and purchasing more of those raffle entries. But it's, again, as more students purchase it, their probability goes down. So it's a very interesting dynamic. And then the last one, which is covered up by my Zoom side of things mostly here, is an auction where it's just like a regular auction where you put in a bid, and if you get outbid, then you get your money back. However, we want to take coins away from as many students as possible. So there's a bid fee. And that just takes a little bit of, you got to pay to play kind of idea. So that takes a few coins away each time someone makes a bid. Again, back to some real world data here on the Watts project that we were working with. They really wanted to improve those course completions. Before they were using MoTrain for those 10 months, they only had 2,000 courses completed. And after using MoTrain for 10 months, they had over 72,000 courses that were completed. And you can see that's over a 3,500% increase in course completions. So that connection to their learners obviously was a really strong one. And that program has been so successful, we're expanding it globally as we speak, actually. So it's been a really fun project. Looking at the marketing side, which I think I could probably do a whole nother talk on the importance of marketing educational programs. And as a teacher, I used to always have to go out and try and convince students to take my physics class and sell my courses, not financially, but verbally and emotionally. I was trying to sell students on the value of coming to take them. And so there's a lot of strategies in marketing I think we should be using in the learning environments. Obviously, the corporate side for sure has dedicated departments to that. And so I'll speak to that side today, which is just based on leveraging the company's marketing teams and bringing them in and saying, hey, check out how we can actually work together in improving our entire educational marketing strategy, which is ironic because most marketers are into blogging and adding educational content in, let's say, in the internet waves out there and all those different platforms that we talked about. But it's really hard to measure. You can measure click rates and open emails and things like that. But how cool is it that we have an LMS that you can put in these learning opportunities about your products and services and provide value and education, but then have all of the tools in the LMS to measure how effective that is. And then you can also connect a CRM to see the value of what's happening in terms of your sales process and the development of your business. And so in terms of the marketing process, I think obviously our store helps companies provide some brand awareness with added the training and putting their logos on things and making sure that their products and services are well understood. Making sure that the users are familiar with how to use their products and services or recommend them. And then, of course, enhancing that brand loyalty that we're thinking about in terms of that personal connection to the learner. And lastly, I really think this is the number one goal, is to create brand champions and maintain an ongoing digital dialogue with these people over a long period of time. Obviously, that's going to improve your business processes and everybody wins. And so I want to just give you a little bit last little bit as the example of the Watts project we're working on, how they're doing this. You can see they call it tokens on their site, and you can see they've branded their own coin image there, which has their logo on it, and it's very personal to their project. And what they do is they're a global plumbing company, and they're targeting with their learning environment plumbers, contractors, wholesalers, distributors, engineers. And what they want to do is improve their product knowledge and understanding so that when they are on a job and have choice between some of their competitors, they're more likely to purchase or recommend the Watts branded products because they've done their training on it and they know how it all works. They know how to install it. They know how to service it. They know how to teach people about it. So it's a really, I would say, a comprehensive strategic advantage to be offering this training in the learning environment. And then we've been working on the store items and providing items that add value to the learner. And so I'm going to point to this chair down here. It's a branded lawn or camping chair that people can bring to the job site. And originally I was like, what's with that chair in there? And they said, well, you said to put in things that will help them on their job. And so a lot of these people that we do training with are working on job sites that aren't finished. And so maybe there's no roof, or there's no walls, or there's no place to sit. And so having a place to sit for a break or your lunch is a really great thing to have. And so we wanted to provide a chair with our brand on it so that when they do their training, they can bring it to the job site and it makes their day that much better. And I was like, oh, that's brilliant. It's exactly what we want. So the other cool part is on the store, you probably maybe you haven't thought about it too much, but we manage the whole redemption process. So we have a number of different ways to get the items into the students' hands. And one of those ways is our shipping integration. And I just wanted to, this is the wildest kind of most extravagant way that we can get things out to these customers. But we can collect contact information, and then we can send that. Some of our clients have internal distribution systems set up already because they're sending items out to these places where these customers are. Or we can connect to fulfillment providers and that can then send the items for them. And so that's what Watts is doing. They're getting a fulfillment provider to ship these items to those customers and all over a geographic kind of distribution. We have North American audience and we have Europe. We have a number of different countries in Europe they're shipping to, and we're just starting in China as we speak, actually. So another distribution center there, which is sending things out. But what's really cool is they're adding this little card in each of those shipments saying, hey, thanks very much for doing our training. If you like the product that you've earned, take a picture of yourself and send it in with a quote to our address here, and we will add 300 more tokens to your account. So you can add tokens to the MoTrain account for any reason you wish. Again, this is an example of it. So send us a picture and a quote. And what they're getting is these awesome pictures of people who are using these products, thanking them, providing these quotes. And what their marketing team then is taking this information and then they're turning that back out into social media to promote their program even further. And that is helping drive those enrollments and of course helps drive further engagement in terms of getting people to get involved and learn about those products and services. And so that's pretty much I want to stop and make sure I have enough time to answer some questions. But if you're interested in what the work that we're doing, I would highly recommend that you take a look at customer education. To me, it's an enormous possibility and a really cool a cool idea that Moodle can help support. And I think Moodle Workplace, we've done some work in there, and there's some really interesting capabilities there. So I'd highly recommend you think about that. If you're in the corporate side of things, think of Moodle Workplace. I know PhilaWeb is a supporter of that platform and could help you with that. But if you're interested in learning more about customer education, there's tons of resources. You can get in touch with me for sure. I'll point you to more. But I have built what we call the Customer Education Optimizer on our website. You can download it. It's a whole framework of how we've built our programs out with a checklist and basically like a how-to startup. And of course, if you're interested in the platform that you're seeing on the Moot, as well as what I've talked about today, we do have, of course, we're a third-party integrator. So we do have free trials as well that you can test out on your own site with your own content and see how it goes, see the reaction of the employees or the customers that you're working with. And of course, I'd be happy to get in touch and chat more if you're interested in motivational design and want to learn how you could use it and leverage it to improve your program. That I'd be more than happy to chat. So with that, I want to wrap things up and make sure we have enough time for some questions. But thank you very much for coming today and listening to my talk.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Jeff Campbell. Apart from delivering that informative talk, we would like to thank take this opportunity to thank MoTrain for being one of the sponsors that helped make this event a success. Now, I am sure that our participants and viewers have questions about the topic, so the floor is now open for the question and answer portion. Okay, sir, we have a question here from Mr. Harold Yadok. Hi, Jeff. In your experience, which group of learners are more motivated in a virtual learning environment, synchronous or asynchronous learners? And what are the best practices we can apply to increase engagement in both groups through a reward system?
That's a great question. I'm not sure that I'm not sure our platform has been used in a blended environment at this time. At least I don't work closely with any of those projects, so I can't say that that I know the answer to the blended one. For the online one, I think the big part is to communicate so if you want to go down the rewards motivational design platform, I think it's really important that you communicate how the platform works. So for example, coming into our platform and completing lessons or completing activities and completing courses will earn you these coins, which will then open these doors for you on the reward side of things or in the leaderboard. And so I think making sure that people understand what is the point of the motivational design platform and how do they actually optimize it, I think is the key to it. And then I think part of it is, again, it's kind of that marketing piece that I was talking about is really pumping it up and promoting it and saying like, hey, this, and get excited about it. And I think that translates into how the users will see it. And the more buzz that you can create with the students themselves, I think that will then kind of be a positive reinforcement loop to generate more engagement across all of your learners.
Okay, sir, we also have a question here on YouTube. Is MoTrain a paid plugin? This is from Ms. Hannah Joy Ronquillo.
Yeah, the plugins themselves you can get they're downloadable on the Moodle plugin directory, but there is an account and a subscription on our side. We are a third-party integrator as well.
Okay, sir, I believe there are questions on the forum. May we please request you to unshare the presentation so that we can all see the questions.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, here we go, sir. From Mr. Joe Marie Yocte, is there any long-term strategies for improving employee engagement?
Yeah, there's currently we have a couple different ones. One is we've just introduced we actually have 2 leaderboards, and I'm not sure which one. Actually, I didn't look at there's 2 leaderboards. I looked at the competitive leaderboard because I saw my name on it. So think of that as user versus user within a cohort. But then we also have a collaborative leaderboard. And so that's cohort versus cohort. And so the way that's working with organizations in the corporate world is that we make cohorts like teams. So you put people together as a team on a leaderboard and they collectively earn coins together and compete with other teams. So there's a bit of I'm going to say a team-like collaborative competition that can go on within an organization. And then we've just introduced a feature to reset the leaderboard. So you could reset them on a weekly or a monthly basis to so you zero everything out on leaderboards to then see who's the top for this month. So that's kind of a longer term engagement one. And then we're just building on a new feature that I'm really excited about, which I call it the contribution feature, which is meant for group contributions of their coins towards a cause. So it could be a donation, it could be a charity, it could be towards a goal. Like if we all reach this amount at the end of the month, and we all go out for lunch or that kind of thing. So I'm really big on the long-term engagement. I'm really big on more of the collaborative tools that we can start to use.
Okay, sir, very well said. Next question is from Mr. Jefferson Zarudo. It is believed that extrinsic reward programs can intimidate low-performing students and frustrate high achievers. Have you studied the long-term effects of this technique?
Yeah, I've looked a lot at the extrinsic and intrinsic rewards side of things. And one of the things that, and I mentioned it a little bit in the talk, that I like about the virtual currency and the mechanics behind how it's earned, my preference is that we use the completion criteria, and so that we're not then having students earn the coins based on achievement. It's based on the criteria that you're setting as the completion criteria within Moodle itself. And so the best part, I think, is where we level the playing field, that it's not just the top achievers that are earning the currency. It is, in fact, anyone who we're permitting with the criteria that maybe that's multiple tries, but there's always a way that they can earn the same amount as the top achievers based on those completion events. And then a lot of the stuff, it's interesting, I think, on the extrinsic, intrinsic rewards. I know there's lots of literature that says that rewards, that I should say extrinsic rewards can be, detrimental to the long-term motivation. And definitely we need to be concerned about that. I think that with older audiences, there's more behavioral research that shows that it actually doesn't matter. And especially if it's based on competency-based criteria that's getting met. We also know, like, I could go on a long time about rewards and motivation, but grades, for example, are another form of points. And it's being shown that, like, we hand out grades, we hand out points that way, and we don't question the motivational parts behind that. We look at it as a measurement, or I should say an assessment tool. And so I think that's where we call them coins, but you can call them points for that matter, or tokens, whatever you want. But they're just earned differently than what grades are. So I feel like it's not really it shouldn't be a concern. And most of the research on extrinsic rewards are also based on what happens if you pay people to do. The most famous study is on paying kids to do drawings, and so they're actually they were paying people to do things that we call them inherently interesting anyways. And so my argument would be is a lot of the things that we have to do in learning environments aren't as enjoyable as drawing, or things that we would maybe naturally want to do. So that's really it's a great question, and I think you're probably going to find people on all sides of the debate there.
Okay, sir. Another question from Pat Nathalie Tubog. How can we integrate it into our online course in Moodle?
Yeah, great question. So you've probably seen on the Moot site, there's the block that sits, and I can't remember, I've been on the main dashboard, it's been there. So you can choose, so the block that you see it presented in, you can place that anywhere, like any other block on a Moodle site. So it could be on the dashboard, it could be specifically located in a course. And then our platform by default sets coin values site-wide. So you can set it so that any course and any activity by default has a coin value attached to it. But you can also customize that. So you can then go in and customize specifically the coin value per course and per activity within your course, for that matter. So sometimes you might want to make a course or an activity 0. Sometimes you want to make it more than the default value. You have full control over that economy.
Okay, next question, sir, from Timothy Joseph Decano. Is there a way by which we can reward based on quality of response or based on a specific score?
Yeah, I mentioned we have what's called a grade rules plugin that we've built. And so it looks for same kind of idea. There's a site-wide setting, and then you can override those with course and activity specific settings. And so you can go in and set for any quiz site-wide, you could set coin value. If they land between 80% and 100%, you give them 10 coins. If they land between 60 and 80%, they get 5 coins. So you can set as many of those ranges as you want for any grade item. And then what we built was, what we didn't want was, well, we want people to achieve the best they possibly can, obviously. And so if someone lands in a lower range, our our, I would say, advice to the client is always, we'll allow people to rewrite those quizzes, and so that if they score in the next highest range from when they first scored, they'll they'll be rewarded the difference in the coins. So they can always top up the amount of coins to the maximum amount, no matter how many times it takes them to get there. We just want them to improve their score. So yes, it is possible on a global site-wide, but you can also set it for each course and for each particular activity.
Okay, sir, another question from Mr. Lowell Lucero. If we will use virtual currency as an award system for our students, who will add items to the store? Can it be done by the teacher or the site admin?
Yeah,
how can the students... Okay, so you can answer the first question.
Sorry. So yeah, that's a great question. You can assign the permissions on our side to who could do that. Obviously, you can do it yourself. The site admin can do it. We actually have partners that we work with that manage the store on behalf of their clients, and then we also have a fulfillment providers we work with that do the whole shipping. So it just depends on what you're putting in the store. I mean, as a teacher, I would never be shipping stuff out. So I would be putting in things like you have an extension on an assignment, or you get to omit your lowest lab mark for this term. I would be doing more like in-house type of things that would be in a classroom setting. But again, if you have a marketing team and a bunch of people, we have clients that have teams of people that are involved in this, and so it just depends on, you assign those roles. Like your job is to go and stock the store, your job is to send them out, or get people involved. So it just depends on what you're putting in there and what support you have available, but you can assign those roles. Yeah.
Is there a follow-up question? How can the students redeem their purchase in the store? And how can we integrate this in our online course in Moodle?
Yeah, great. So again, there's to install it, there's a plugin and a block. So the plugin connects to the Moodle site to obviously make the connection to our side, and then to set things up with the cohorts. And then there's the block that you can see already in the Moot, which just displays the coin icon as well as the store and the leaderboard buttons that you can get to. So those two things need to be installed on a Moodle site. And sorry, what was the other question? Was want to make sure I answered it correctly.
For a while, sir.
It was how to install it, and then
yes, how can we integrate this in our online course in Moodle?
Yeah, that's how we integrate it. But there was one other part, so I missed the.
How can the students redeem their purchase?
Oh, that was yeah. I knew there was something really important there that I wanted to answer. We have a number of different ways to redeem items. So we have when you load an item into the store, you can set the redemption by a self-redemption, which is just an automated message on how the student will go about getting that item. So if it's like get a slice of pie from the cafeteria, use this code word, or whatever the message is to communicate that's an automated message. There's also an approval system. So the student needs to say, hey, I would like to have this particular item. And that request goes to the dashboard administrator in charge of that. And then there's a little message that they can reply to, and that notification goes through Moodle as well. So it's sent back to the student as well as emailed if that's connected. We also have a digital download option. So you can put digital assets into the store, like a PDF file or MP3, ebook, whatever you want there, then they can access that. And then of course we have that shipping integration. And then we're building out this contribution, which is like a donation, which there is no redemption because you're putting your coins towards a cause.
Okay, sir, another question from Mr. Jobert Pagdato. Can we apply these points or coins in third-party plugins we are using in our Moodle site?
That's a really good question. I don't have a good answer for you on that. I think it would have to be the other way around. I think those other sites would have to feed coins into ours, and I would say that could be done through our API connection. So basically with our API connection, you just have to think of what is the what is the reason for awarding coins, and how many coins do you want to award? So those are really the two things that you would need to do. And you can feed those all to the same user on our side. But I don't know of any way to do it the other way around, sending hours out to, we don't have webhooks to do that yet. So I don't think that's possible.
Okay, do we have other questions? Okay, another question from Mr. Mark Joseph Remetio. What are the advantages using these plugins compared to the other rewards platforms?
I'm not sure about other reward platforms. Maybe they mean the different gamification plugins. And so my biggest reasoning for designing this whole system was when I was using the other gamification plugins and strategies, I could see the intent behind it, but as I mentioned, I wasn't getting the behavior change. And so speaking to my students and working with and looking at the mechanics behind how those points and systems were working. First of all, I thought there was a lot of, I would say, non-educationally relevant ways to advance in those systems. So you would earn points for clicking on things, which as a teacher, I always felt, you're not really learning it. You're not showing me that you're learning anything. So having that completion criteria or the grade item criteria, I think is a really important one. But the two main reasons why I think most gamification platforms are not very good is that they basically are passive systems. The student just passively receives digital stickers or badges, and they don't have any choice on how they want to actually be involved in it. So the virtual currency changes that. It gives the student the flexibility to then decide how do they want to spend those tokens on things that might be appealing to them. And the two things we are always conscious of is reward fatigue and reward indifference. People get tired of earning the same thing, and some people just don't care. Like, I just earned another silver badge. Like, what does that mean to me? And so having the store, having a redemption mechanism, having a way that people can influence auctions and raffle draws, those are all behaviors that we see leading to higher engagement.
Okay, sir. Another question from Mr. Hasharanjit Singh. Hi, we are working to increase learner motivation and more engagements with courses and their activities. Funding branded items by institute is something institute needs to look out at. Can you please share ideas how institutes fund such items against points earned, especially in fund crunching time for a lot of institutes? Thanks.
Yeah, one of the neat things we're starting to work, so there's the corporate side, obviously, that has, like, some of our clients have big budgets and big marketing dollars that come in, like the Watts program, and they brand their own products. So I think that's why I want to show you, like, that's kind of an extreme version, the maximum. All the way down to, I would say, the educational side of things. We work with some clients that have some really interesting connections to the business world. And so I think even local high schools, universities, they're all connected. Most of them anyways are connected or can be connected to businesses or organizations as affiliates or sponsors. And so I'll give you an example of one way that the store is funded by a group that we work with. The client offers training to 18 to 21-year-olds, so just after high school. And these students they're not proficient in a lot of job skills. They finished or maybe didn't finish high school, and so they're trying to do some upgrading. And so companies, our affiliates, will sponsor the store saying, hey, we really would want to hire you if you can do these things. And so there's some outside organizations that are also contributing to the store. So it's not just the school or the organization. So it's another way to build connections with the learner community, with some of the affiliate sponsors, organizations that are in the community, or that's what we're finding. We have some interesting projects in Vietnam, actually, where We have some schools that have the local community that's contributing some things to the store. So I think those are some examples that I can think of off the top of my head. But I really want to encourage like low cost or no cost items. We have a whole like page on that because I think that's where the creativity lies. There's always an interesting benefit or a perk or an advancement in the education, I think, that can be found if you bounce some ideas off of people. So I think that's our biggest problem is people think, oh, this is going to be too much money to run. I think there's a ton of things you can offer that cost virtually nothing.
Okay, so thank you very much, Sir Jeff. That is all the time that we have for the Q&A. But for those who still have questions, you may continue posting them, and our dedicated members of the NFILA Technology team will try to address them and answer them as clearly as they can. So once again, thank you very much, Mr. Jeff Campbell. It is truly an honor for us to have you at this Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 virtual conference.
My pleasure, and I really enjoyed my time here, getting to share what we've been up to. I want to thank NFILA Web for hosting me, and I really hope that people enjoy our platform and get more out of this conference, and have some fun. That's really what it's all about: learning about Moodle and enjoying your time here. So thanks very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Everyone. Thanks for some great questions too.
Truly. Okay, so at this point, allow me to once again recognize and extend our gratitude to our sponsors who helped make this event possible. So thank you to our gold sponsors, EasySoft, IntelliBoard, and Examus. Thank you also to our pro sponsors, Motrain, Wirus, and Linode. Lastly, thank you to our star sponsor, Poodle. So on my watch, it is already 12:21 p.m. Philippine time. Please be back. We'll be giving you time for lunch, but please be back at 1:30 p.m. We have 4 more speakers in the afternoon, and at the end of the day, lucky winners will be taking home raffle prizes, so do make sure to be back. All right, so have a great lunch and see you at 1:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thanks again.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator if the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them. if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the examiner's database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examos more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examiners can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions. Strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examos is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examos Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySolve Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySolve Smart Routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk, along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easy.com to learn more.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them. if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the examiner's database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examos more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examiners can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examos is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examos Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft Smart Routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk, along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them. If someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the examiner's database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on a student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examos more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examiners can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examos is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examos Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
Gazing far into the night, I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator if the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk, along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon po.
Ayun. Hello po. Okay, so welcome to Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 Congress Proper, Day 4 afternoon session. This is Lency Agustin, your MC for this afternoon. Just a little housekeeping before we get started. If you have any questions during the presentation, please type them into the chat box in your Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube, or in the forum. Link of the forum can be found in the chat box. We will also entertain your question after each presenter. And we would also like to remind everyone to mute yourself while the presentation is going on so as not to interrupt our speakers. I would like to announce also that at the end of the 4 presentations, we are going to have a raffle draw. So please stay tuned because only those who will stay till the end will be qualified for the raffle. At this juncture, let me give you an overview of the topics that we're going to have. So we have 4 topics. One is blended learning advantage of using Moodle LMS amidst pandemic in the maritime industry. Second is instructional design in Moodle. Third, how to build good machine learning models in Moodle. And fourth, innovate and transfer students assessment. So without further ado, let me introduce to you our first presenter. He is the current president and CEO of Cversity, a trailblazer in offering technological innovations in maritime education and training. Graduated magna cum laude at the University of Cebu with a degree in marine engineering. He eventually worked for the Norwegian Ship Owners Association Alpha program as a marine engineer for 10 years and rightfully earned his status as chief engineer at the age of 25. His expertise landed him a teaching post in his alma mater. Recognizing the gaps in the education sector, he decided to build his own startup from scratch with a mission to help the Philippine maritime industry elevate the quality of education in the country. He currently assists Marina in the creation of Marina Assessment Blueprint, Digital Marina, and the digitization of design and development of question bank platform for review, verification, validation, and finalization. He also served as a Converge instructor, conducting basic and advanced Converge Neptune instructor training and development of automated and simulator exercises for the Thailand Ministry of Maritime, Maritime Institute of Malaysia, and the Philippines. As he continues his work in his startup and in assisting the government, he continues to uphold the value of innovation in radically shaping the future of the Philippine maritime industry. To talk about blended learning, advantage of using Moodle LMS amidst pandemic in the maritime industry, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Ephraim de la Serna. A virtual round of applause, please.
Thank you, Ma'am Leonila. Can I share my screen now?
Yes, sir.
Can you see my screen po?
Yes po. We can see your screen na po.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. So once again, I'm Chief Engineer Ephraim de la Serna, CEO and President of Seversity. So we're going to present about the advantages of using Moodle amidst the pandemic in the maritime industry. So just a short, brief overview of the maritime industry. Approximately 90% of what we wear, use, eat, and consume is transported by the maritime industry. That's why Filipino seafarers or even seafarers all over the world are considered as the unsung heroes of the economic boom of the world. So the maritime industry and the importance of the Filipinos in the economy is that we rank first in the global deployment. We rank second in the producing officers, and every year since 2018, 5.6 billion of seafarers remittance goes. This is US dollar based on the 2018 presentation. Then the most important word in the shipping industry is competence. As we all know that you have seen the Ever Given vessel in Swiss Canal, that's 9.6 billion per day of losses as per an approximate cost of due to incompetencies leading to malfunctions and failures of the shipping industry, creating blockage of the economic trade. So once again, it's 9.6 billion per day because of incompetence and shortage of manpowers and everything and all thresholds. So why we choose Moodle 3 years ago to support our immersive technologies? First, Moodle is a COVID response in the maritime industry. Another thing is its compatibility to the competencies STCW alignment. It's offline because it's shipboard capable. 3, it's monitoring and tracking system. And lastly, it's open source integration. First is the COVID response. When COVID started, CHED has already released the guidelines for prevention and control for mitigation of the spread of coronavirus. So COVID, the Moodle eventually created a COVID response, which accelerated the transcendence of the digitalization. We all know that the Philippines is 10 to 7 years behind in terms of technology, and now we are currently accelerated to this digitalization because of COVID. The guidelines for CHED also created the deployment of available flexible learning and other alternative modes of delivery in lieu to in-campus learning. Another way is to undertake alternative assessments and remediations to consider students' assessments. So the thing that we did with Moodle is creating a learning management system. So this was developed through a feasibility study. This is a pre-COVID era. So before COVID, PMMA University has already been working to create an LMS program for the academy. So we designed and developed the program based on STCW Code B, or the guidelines as amended, Section B160. And we followed the regulations which was approved 2016, where Marina was already way ahead of this one, guidelines on training and assessments, the 2016-12 circular. There is a guidelines for that one also. Then we looked into what is the most probable thing that the most competent schools or academies. The World Maritime University is one of the top of the line graduate school programs in the world, and also the Lloyd's Maritime Academy, which is currently using the Moodle platform. This was proven and given in the book by Peter Merhitt. So we followed that system and created the Civersity Moodle platform, combining everything. Another thing is competency alignment. When I studied about Moodle and we found out that there is a competency framework, STCW, or the first thing, STCW stands for Standards for Training, Certification, and Watchkeeping. We will always remember that it's STCW stands, the first word that creates a standard. Moodle has a capability to create competency framework. So we have created the Academy's generated competency framework based on the STCW codes, so that all learning plans shall be incorporated and cross-referenced to prevent redundancies, ensure that it complies with every requirement. So as you can see, this is a typical example of what the KUP stands for: Knowledge, Understanding, and Proficiencies. So this is a very good tool that we've currently been using to track and monitor all the learning outcomes and the learning plans. We also created a simple gap analysis. This is very important so that we can target what is the possible thing that which targeted competencies that we wanted to look into. We always believe that Moodle is the answer to the shipping industry because of its shipboard capability. It can be used for personal computers, laptops, mobiles, and tablets. Based on the Informa Connect, we were part of this one. 72% brings seafarers bring 72% of them bring smartphones, 58% have laptops, 47% have ordinary phones. But if you look at it, offline onboard has no connectivity and shipboard capability. Approximately 28 days of sea time. Seafarers don't have internet connection and has a very limited bandwidth. The first thing that seafarers now look when they go on ports is internet connection to connect with their loved ones. So we created this gap and create the sync on, sync off system of Moodle to get those information. The system goes like, when seafarers enrolled in the system, it downloads the app, they download the task, they complete the task. On the 28th day, they connect to the net, sync the task, receive feedback, and repeat to complete the cycle process. Another thing that we did is my son he was really good with face-to-face, but currently I have seen that there are some children who really don't adapt with the new technologies or even with the modalities if there are no good content. So especially with the assessments, we don't use it's not that we don't use ABCDs, but we use a different approach, creating it in a package. Moodle has also this one, but the good thing about the new types of seafarers or generation XYCs is that they wanted to have a visual lookup on what they will really learn. So the primary goal of Civersity is to create a visual array of assessments, formatives and summatives. So we created from manuals and everything, creating the first what the schools really wanted. As you can see, this is a very diversified formative and assessment system. So uh, we can also track how the parameters or the procedures are to be carried out on the maritime industry. So we have already banked around 3,000 questions using these types of questions lifted from the actual manuals of the makers, because that's what we intend to look into. Even they can look into what are the correct answers during the formative assessments and remove this one during the conduct of assessments. So the first thing that we did with and injecting this one in Moodle is, first we started with the basic version. Then we found out that during the course of validation, we evolved our platform, then created a newer version for the packages. Also, PMMA's LMS system. This is the course view for all the packages. The maritime content and also the maritime assessments are being diversified. They are really visual. So we believe that the future seafarers are very visual. Then we created a series of instructions manuals. This can be found in YouTube as well. So currently we have 12 schools that are running on the same platform together with the Philippine Merchant Marines Academy for a key goal of creating standardizations for delivery. We also created a video instruction so that they can navigate the system so that they have full support on how it can be done. Monitoring. Regarding monitoring and tracking, we always believe that Moodle has the full capability for completion tracking on what can be done, automatic attendance. Since even though this is it's a traditional way of creating, but it's still needed for regulatory purposes. And another key thing that Moodle has done is also the geographic tracking system, which is very good to prevent cheating on who is really doing if the student is on board the ship. And for the conducts of audits and trailing the process is we have, so they can present it to the administrations for audit logs. Open source. This is what we really love about open source integration for Moodle. So we accepted the challenge of the laboratory modalities based on the CHED, where there were really problems on how to bring the laboratories at home. So what we really did is to create the first ever augmented reality program for engineering and also for DEC. So they're only using a tablet or a smartphone or even the cheapest part of the phone, and they can bring the laboratories at the advance of their home. So the good thing about these types of softwares is that it seeks to give a full perspective, even though the laboratory equipment is not available. And we're currently working on an integration of the augmented reality software. Another thing that we did was this is the system that what you will do is just scan, select, and interact and learn with the software. So we're currently integrating an open source program for this one. Probably 2 to 3 months we are going to hook it up in Moodle, just creating the plugin. So there is one thing also that we have a hurdle. So if you can bring the students to this is not only for maritime, but we're doing also this one for the Navy and on all engineering schools. So if we can't bring the students to the ship, we bring the ship to them. So that's how we currently do it. So this is a Fastcat ferry. They are the prime movers of the industry on modernization of the fleet. So we also are working with one of the top of the line simulators in the Philippines. We're the current reseller. It's called the KSIM engine. So any scores that we are on the online simulators for navigation, engine rooms, and cargo are being passed to the Moodle platform manually as of the moment. But we're looking into Kongsberg to try to hook up the ports to open up this port so that automatic transfer. So it reduces the bias for objectivity, and so it reduces the bias for subjectivity. The thing that we really focused on for 2 years now is also the integration of virtual reality to the Moodle platform. So we bring the students into the world of immersive technology so they can really navigate the ships and even the different types of ships that we're currently working on. So we have around 2 more ships coming up. Even the Navy and Coast Guard are currently we're trying to work with them to create overhauls. This is what we currently use. This is an Oculus Rift. This is only 38,000 and you can train it anywhere. So currently PMMA is using this type of software. They are one of the largest virtual reality adapters in the Philippines, and moving forward, there is also other schools that are currently working on this one. But this is being tested by the Philippine Merchant Marines Academy, and currently working also with the Philippine Military Academy for visualizations for bullet simulations. If we look into the system, innovation was mentioned 75 times by Marina in the Department of Transportation. So that's why Cybersity is really focused on innovation. So what we really did was look into these words and try to factor in what is really a maritime innovation and create a knowledge center of the Philippines. And we're really hoping that we get involved in the in the public sector to really spark up and support that the Filipinos can really do these types of innovations. And we will always remember that the Filipinos is the largest producer, but we are not producing our own types of simulations based on our characteristics and ships. So that's the key goal of the Cybersity, is to create our own thing. So how does Moodle really work based on Cybersity and Moodle? First is we're going to integrate interactive courses and assessments based on maritime. We're going to augment laboratory equipment, bring those equipment with the cascades to their homes. Virtual simulations for practical assessments. 360 walkthrough simulations for plants and engineering. And currently we're working with other schools like the Biliran State University for nursing, engineering, and everything. And also the electronic training record systems, integrated online simulators. Currently, we're also working with blockchain credentials so that when they graduate from the Philippine Merchant Marines Academy or any school, they are now protected with blockchain credentials. And also, we are working with school integration systems with e-payments currently because of our partners in e-payments to create a flexible school and an online platform. Cybersity, for the period of 4 years, has already been working with Kongsberg as sales and training. We're also the technology partner of PMMA. We are the e-learning and immersive system of the Philippine Navy. Sister company is on general education, which is currently working with the Mine Museum, Analog Devices, Lufthansa Technique, and we are also a member of CHIDA. So currently, as of the moment, we have landed around 16 schools of the maritime industry, and we're currently growing. Cybersity has 16 institutions. We have 89 courses with no redundancies. We have 367 teachers using the platform and 64,000 active users, 6,000 users enrolled across different institutions. This does not include the newly acquired universities we're currently working on. This is only for the maritime sectors, but also we're currently working on the airline now with the Philippine School for Aeronautics. So we would like to thank everybody for listening and thank you for giving us an opportunity to show to the world that Filipinos are one of the innovators. Also, we are not only number one in producing Filipino seafarers, and we have also a dream to create a very competent and Filipino setup way of for the betterment of the Philippine industry. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Engineer De La Serna, for sharing to us your great experience in using Moodle as LMS in your field. At this juncture, we will now proceed to the question and answer portion. Do we have some questions here, there? Ayan. Let us take a look at our forum. Let us see if we have questions here. Okay, sir, I can see one question here. What are its disadvantages?
I would like to ask what part of the disadvantages? As disadvantages of Moodle itself or using the platform itself?
Maybe
Actually,
using
the platform.
Yeah, using the platform.
Yeah, in terms of Moodle, definitely there for us, there really no disadvantages as of the moment because we have just solved an the internet connection. So we are trying also to the disadvantage is the internet connection during the processing of the assessments from back and forth. But currently, with the Smart Campus program of the schools, they created an infrastructure called an air fiber system where it's a no internet system, but it's a localized fiber for 16 kilometers through and creating more multiplicity. So um, we don't really, we are really not looking into the advantages as of the moment, but we're using those disadvantages like the of creating offline systems and create more more things to make it advantageous also for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Another question here from Magdalene Onahan. Is the LMS in the maritime industry fully utilized?
That's a very good question, Ma'am Madeline. One thing that we have seen is if schools are only implementing by themselves without technical support, like what Nifila Web is doing and what university is really doing, you will not be utilizing the whole potential of the LMS. That's one thing that I can really see it because they are not they are not there if they're not utilizing it, they cannot see how the competency framework really works, how to track the learning outcomes and the lesson plans. So you will have disadvantages. You will have not you're not looking into. You have to be trained how to work with this one. That's why we created a query system and created a full support to the schools that we are currently catering. So same question here. How did you address those challenges? The cha- those challenges that we're currently working in is one, the maritime industry is very laboratory intensive. That's why we're using Moodle to integrate it that way. Um, Another thing that how we work with those challenges is, as I said, that almost 50% of our system is laboratory intensive. So we use Moodle to work with to track and monitor every possible learning outcome that we can gather. So we that's how we utilize the Moodle. It's because Marina is very strict with the monitoring and tracking of the learning outcomes of each student. So Moodle's capability really gave us a uh, very good shot on creating much more developments.
Okay, thank you, sir. There is another question here from Oswardo Pabatang. What is the best thing to be done in blended learning when internet is so slow?
One, sir, is you have to create an offline assessment. So what we really did with other schools is we created a package. That's why we created SCORM packages and even Moodle's system. So what we did is to package the whole thing, and students will just download. Even I told my students before that 25 pesos of downloading the whole thing, and you just work with it for almost 2 weeks. Go back and download with because the assessments are really needed. So the assessments has a low kilobytes. So what you need is the first thing is you need just to download the whole course, and what you will be submitting is only the offline assessments used in Moodle.
Another question here, sir. Please share your experience in using online simulators. First of all, I mean internet connection problems of trainees.
Okay, if this is a maritime system, Kongsberg uses an online system at the moment, but University's platform using simulators like the augmented reality, they are push system. So if we're talking about a push system, it's like you just need to log in. You're given, so it's an offline system, but once you need to submit your scores, you just need to look for an internet connection and submit your recorded assessments. So that's what we do with our current students.
Okay, I received one question here, sir. Hi, sir. What software did you use for the virtual reality, augmented reality, and virtual walkthroughs?
Yeah, what we're currently doing is our we have 46 people who are really working with us. When I started also training myself with these softwares, we're currently working with Blender, Maya, this CG Arts, Revit. We are combining as much as possible AutoCAD, all possible softwares because it should be cross-platform. And also, there's really a lot of it's not only one software, but it's a mixture around 5 to 7 softwares until you can create those breakthroughs in development. That's the
Okay.
answer.
Okay, thank you, sir. Do we have some more questions from the audience or from the participants?
So I will just add with this one regarding virtual reality and augmented reality. If you will look at CMO 4 of CHED regarding flexible learning on the modalities of teaching, what we are currently working on is, like, for example, your electrical equipment or your pumps in mechanical engineering, is that we created those softwares and bring those to their homes at the comforts of their homes. So um, we are really hoping that Moodle is really looking into I know that Moodle is really working on the plugin for 360 and bringing factories online familiarizations for students, like hospitals, bringing hospitals in the converts in the comforts of their homes. So we are really thankful that about Moodle, that we have also assisted you in weaving learners to thrive in Moodle. So thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you very much, Engineer De La Serna. Do we have some more questions? Okay, we will see. Okay, there being no other questions asked. So, will not. Do you still have some more, ma'am?
People.
Okay, what's this? Oh, this one. Oh, I can see. Okay, your offline version, according question from Victor Carlos, your offline version, is it accepted by CHED in lieu of the ISF training record book? And how about your AR or VR? Is it also counted or acceptable for the minimum hours of simulation for students?
Okay, this is a very good question. During the EMSA audit, one of the key things that the Safety Commission, the European Safety Agency, looked into is how the training record books are currently being recognized. So the offline version, online and offline version of the ISF is only there is Global Met, there is ISF. There are 2 types of training record book. The training record book is not yet recognized by CHED. It is only used as a supplemental for monitoring because the ISF record books and the training record book should be monitored. And PMMA, together with University, is currently working on developing its own Philippine training record book, where PMMA is really working on that one. And regarding AR and VR, during the acceptance of we will always remember that this is really supplementary because the criteria of us, we will just have to fast track how they learn, because even if you look at the requirements also with Marina, they have one pump, but there are 1,000 types of pumps on board. But the good thing about 3D rendering is that you can switch from type A pump to type B pump, type C pump, and individual. The vision that we have here is the goal is individual. So that's what we are really working on that one also as well.
Okay, sir. There's a question here from Jobert. Aside from augmented reality, what other simulators can you suggest to cater the technical as well as the soft skills of the users?
One thing that we saw when we were in Biliran, when I talked to the president, Victor Caneso, he was really interested on how to bring the hospitals in for the nursing, also with the engineering. How, because we all know that bringing people for a plant tour, students love plant tours, no? But the problem is they go on a plant tour. The plant tour is only once. What if we can bring the plant tour even if daily? So that's what we are really working on, to create a visualization project, because we always believe that the fastest way to move around in a student, especially with the current generations, is visualization.
Uh-huh. And another question from Harcharan. The train and support educators is an important point to create blended and self-paced courses. Please share your experience regarding the training of your educators and learners during the transition.
Okay, we created a survey on this one. There are three things that really popped out. One is the lack of facilities during the transition period of the schools. This is one thing, the ICT. That number two is content developers. We had a really hard time transitioning instructors to become content developers. Third is the adaptability of the instructors. In terms of ICT, especially with the government sectors, it took the government almost 6 months or a year before they can really see how the infrastructure should really be working. But the government was fast enough to really deploy these Moodle platforms all over the Philippines. Um, but the problem is, even though you have a platform, but you are not giving full support on how the content. This is the key thing that I really had a hard time with my son on personal experience. That's why I'm really helping the school. Is if you don't have very good content, you will have a failure of the LMS. The content, even though you have the best content in the world, you have the best platform in the world, but you can't load your content there, it's gonna be a problem. Third is you have to support the instructor all the way. And we will always remember what we did with some schools is to create bridging a gap from generation XYZ with the baby boomers. So we look for students who are really very good and very keen with their Moodle, and we try to let them support their instructor or teacher's aide on the process of the transition until they can they can they can work on their own Moodle platforms.
Okay, sir, we have here one more question. What platform can you suggest for laboratory activities for students?
What platform? I would suggest augmented reality should be the best platform. It was considered by UNESCO as the game changer in education, because imagine like what we did with my son is we bring Mayon volcano to I was in Bicol for almost 2 weeks ago, and we were now currently creating a 360 tour on Mayon volcano. You can create plants, the animation of the plants, and if you look further on augmented reality, there's really a ton of prospects, though, especially with integrating it with Moodle. We're still working on that plugin, but probably 2 to 3 months now. We are now in the test phase. Um, the best thing is probably augmented reality combined with a learning platform. But before we end this, please work on your content, because even though we put ourselves on the level of very good facilitators, we will always see that this new generation of kids and learners, they are very visually enticed, and good content creates good Moodle. So that's I think that's everything what I can say regarding Mood, how we have changed the how we adapted with the COVID-19 is to create immersive learnings together with Moodle.
Okay, so thank you very much, sir, for sharing to us your expertise and for patiently answering the questions from our participants. To express our gratitude to our speaker, let us now award our certificate of appreciation, which reads, oh, I can't see for okay. The PhiloWeb Technology Incorporated presents this certificate of appreciation to Engineer Ephraim de la Serna for sharing his invaluable knowledge and experience to the participants of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This conference aims to bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely used open source learning management system, Moodle. Given this 29th of April 2021, held virtually via Zoom video conferencing, signed Cheryl R. Villaroman, MSIT, President and Chief Executive Officer of Nefila Web Technology Incorporated, the only Moodle partner in the Philippines. Please accept our certificate of appreciation, sir. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you.
Okay, so this afternoon we are going to have an intermission number. So to serenade us, let us welcome Mr. Harold Liadok. Okay, thank you very much for serenading us this afternoon. We'll be right back after 10 minutes. See you.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam center. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them. If someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their ed tech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk, along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more. Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students, preventing them from getting the most value out of their EdTech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool Adoption Insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk, along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.
Okay, welcome back to Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 afternoon session. Hello, are you still there? Still awake? Hello, participants. How are you po?
Hi.
Hello. Still alive?
Alive.
Okay, alive. Okay, thank you very much. So let us proceed. Let me now introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker served the UP Open University as Dean of the Faculty of Management and Development Studies from 2003 to 2007 before she retired from UP system, which she served for over 40 years. She finished her doctorate in communication from the College of Mass Communication of the University of the Philippines in 2000, with an award of distinction for her dissertation, Sex and Discourse, Narrative Structures and Everyday Stories, an analysis of the stories of 7 women entrepreneurs in the informal sector. Okay. Her Masters of Art in Communication Research was conferred also by the College of Mass Communication of the University of the Philippines in 1993, where she received the Best Thesis Awards for her thesis, Mythologizing Women in Romanza Comics. She finished her Bachelor of Literature in Journalism at the University of Santo Tomas in 1962. She served the UP Institute for Small Scale Industries as training specialist from 1969 to 1998. The UP College of Mass Communication as associate professor from 1998 to 2003, and the UP Open University from 2003 to 2007. She traveled as consultant for over 40 years, designing training programs and conducting sessions on communication, entrepreneurship, and community development in local communities, as well as in developing countries in Asia and Africa. She was trained as training specialist in the Irish Management Institute in Dublin in 1978. Other countries she has worked in are Bangladesh, Botswana, Fiji, the Gambia, Hong Kong, Indonesia, Kenya, Lesotho, Malaysia, Myanmar, Nepal, Papua New Guinea, Singapore, South Korea, Sri Lanka, Thailand, Tonga, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. He has attended seminars and other educational conferences in Japan, Italy, Ireland, Mexico, the UK, the Netherlands, Belgium, France, Switzerland, Germany, Australia, and the USA. Presently, she is the Vice President for Academics and the Acting Dean of the Asian Institute of Journalism and Communication in the graduate school. She is a trustee and the board secretary of the Small Enterprises Research and Development Foundation, or SERDEF, and is a lifetime member of the Girl Scout of the Philippines. She is also a founding trustee of the Philippine Educational Measurement and Evaluation Association Incorporated, or PIMEA, when it was founded in 2010. Ladies and gentlemen, to present instructional design in Moodle, it is my honor to introduce to you the Vice President for Academic Affairs of Asian Institute of Journalism, Dr. Paz H. Diaz. A round of applause for Dr. Paz. Thank you. Hello, Dr. Paz. Good afternoon,
Hello.
ma'am. Good
Hello,
afternoon, ma'am.
everyone. Shall
Hello,
we begin?
ma'am.
Shall
Yes,
we begin?
ma'am. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Will you be able to show the PowerPoint?
Ayan. There is
Ayan.
your PowerPoint presentation,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Instructional design. It's very interesting. It's very nice to do instructional design because it's a very creative and very challenging activity. Okay. So shall we begin with the first slide? Okay, next. Okay. As we all know, distance education requires structured planning because we are not face to face. If you're face to face, it's very easy to um, to get someone to do something, in a flash with some creativity. But if it's distance, there are so many technologies involved that we find it very difficult to switch, no? To switch all of a sudden. So our plans should be well designed and well structured because what happened here? The Karon tayo. Yeah. Because the distance between you and the learners is quite something else. So you also have to be able to use special instructional techniques and methods of communication, okay, by electronic and other technologies. So your your talents or your abilities are a bit more challenged when you do distance education. So you have to plan for it very, very well. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, the model, there are so many models I will share with you this afternoon. The model describes the activities that will guide the development of the e-learning projects. Okay, so the design will give purpose and reason behind the strategy and will give a bird's eye view of all the major components to be included in the course. So you really need an honest to goodness guide in order not to be lost, especially because technology can be very challenging and very difficult to control. Okay, next, please. So the first model that I will show you is the ADI model. It's a very useful model, and many instructional designers like to use the ADI model. The ADI model includes first, step one, the analysis, or for you to analyze the current situation, analyze the needs of the prospective participants, and analyze how they're going to how they're going to be affected by the module or the instructional design that you are making. And then you actually design it na. And there are many ways of designing. Later on, we will discuss this. And then you develop the instructional material. You implement, meaning you handle the course itself, and then you evaluate. Now, for evaluation, some evaluation happens during and some evaluation happens after. Once the evaluation is done, you have to check on the actionable improvements. Then you start the process again so that you improve every time you start making a new design. Okay, next, please. So this is how the ADI model looks like. It's a circular model, okay, uh, including the analysis, the design, the development, the implementation, and the evaluation of the program. Now, sometimes it's not presented in a circular manner, but in a vertical manner. It's still the same. You know, you have your matrix and you have your analysis on top, and then the design later, and then the development under, and the implementation and the evaluation. But the model is shown to us as a circular model for us to imagine that the training that we do is really circular because it's a never ending process. Okay, next, please. Now, there's another model called Merrill's Principles of Instructions, MPI. There are 5 principles here. First, the task-centered principle, which is about the same as the analysis, because you have to find out what is the task that the participants have to be able to do at the end of your training or at the end of your module. Then there is the activation principle, in which you allow the participants to to enjoy or to undertake some activities which will lead them to the understanding of the task that is expected of them. Then the demonstration principle, where your demonstration is also important so that participants who have no idea what to do will get a demo and will have practice and will be able to do it by themselves later after your training program. Finally, the integration, the application first, where they apply what they learned in their own circumstances, and then the integration, meaning the whole organization of the participants gets to learn the entire process and everything gets integrated as you have planned. I think in the next slide there is a drawing also or a graph of how Merrill's principles can be illustrated. Yes, there it is. Okay. So whatever problem or task is at the center, first you have to have the activation, then the demonstration, then the application, then the integration into the life of the learners. It could be children, it could be adults, it could be any trainees that are part of your program. But in the center is the problem or the task that they have to be able to integrate into their entire life. Okay, so it's ADAI: activation, demonstration, application, and integration. Again, in your plan, this could be done in a matrix form. Okay, this is just a mental picture, a conceptual framework, but you can use the principles, okay, in a matrix, so that you have the activation activities, the demonstration, the application, and the integration. Okay, next please. So here the principles, learning starts with the real world problems. So the learner should be able to relate the problems and tasks they handle. The course must activate existing knowledge of the learners, hence aiding them to connect previous knowledge with the new ones. A course must demonstrate the knowledge both visually and possibly through storytelling also, so that it leverages different regions of the brain, hence retaining it longer. Because we all know we have the left brain and the right brain, the left brain being the more straightforward, the more strict, the more what you call this, more um, straightforward, strict, one after the other, while the right brain is more creative and it's a little bit more more innovative and allows play, allows creativity in our training programs. Okay, next please. The last one is application. So you allow the learners to apply the new information on their own and let them practice and learn from their mistakes. So here you have the activities, or you have the take home projects, or you have the actual uh, the actual work. No, if you are training trainers, for example, you have the demonstration here. The demonstration will show you if the participants really have learned from your previous sessions, especially from the contents of what you have told them. So the course must offer possibilities for integrating the knowledge into the learner's world. through discussion, reflection, and or presentation of new knowledge. So we build knowledge one on top of the other. Okay, next please. Gagne's 9 events is another formula or another um, context that you can use. His is quite simple also. First, you have to gain the attention of the students or the learners, inform them of the objectives, stimulate recall of prior learning, and then present the new content, provide guidance to the learners, elicit performance. It's always some kind of performance is needed. Provide feedback on how they have performed, enhance the performance, and then assess the performance, and then enhance retention and transfer to the job or transfer to the real world. So these 9 events could also be your framework for designing your instructional material. Okay, I think the next slides explains Gagne. Gain attention with stimuli that catch and engage their brain. Inform learners of the objectives. And we all know that the objectives have to be smart, okay, measurable, uh, etc. We will talk about that later. And then stimulate recall of prior learning so that you leverage existing knowledge before introducing new knowledge and you build on it. Then you present the content, you deliver it in easily consumable chunks. Siyempre, it's not in one blow, you present it in small details, like the way I'm doing now, small matrices, so that your participants don't get overwhelmed. Next, please. Okay, you provide learner guidance with examples, case studies, and instructional support. One thing nice today is there's so much in the internet of case studies, examples, and instructional support. I was just checking out my EduTech um, page, and again, there's a huge number of material that I can use, for conducting my training. So you can simply do that also. And then performance, you engage them with different activities, that recall, utilize, and evaluate knowledge. So you don't just make them memorize, you don't just make them, ang tawag dyan, enumerate, but you make them discuss, you make them able to recall and use and evaluate the knowledge that they have already been gaining. Then provide feedback, reinforce knowledge, agad-agad, with immediate feedback so that they, the habit does not get ingrained. Because when we let a bad habit get ingrained in the students, the bad habit will stay, and therefore it will be difficult to renew and check, and revise the old habits, the bad habits, to introduce the new habits. So provide feedback, assess performance. Very important. Don't be afraid to assess performance. Don't be afraid to tell the student, you medium, you only performed in a medium way. You still have about 45% to go up higher, because the kids need that. They need to be told up front. Even adults need that, because otherwise they will be continuously doing the wrong things, without us guiding them to do the correct things. Then you enhance retention and transfer to the job. If it's students, it's not really a job, but transferring to new levels of learning, or new grade, for example, from grade 4 to grade 5, or from high school to college. Okay, that means that the student can transfer learning also from the classroom to the house or to the day-to-day life that they are having. Okay, next please. Bloom Bloom's taxonomy, we all know that. I will not explain it one by one anymore. It used to be you start with knowledge and then comprehension, application, analysis, synthesis, and evaluation. But Bloom and his associates have leveled up, and they have transferred to where the arrows are pointing now, from knowledge to remembering, from comprehension to understanding. Application is still applying, analysis is still analyzing, but synthesis has gone up to evaluating. So that's one step higher. And from evaluating, you create. So when a student will create a new poem or create a new drama or a painting or what, then the student has traveled from the basic of remembering data, of remembering basic facts, to creating new knowledge out of the basic facts um, that they have retained, okay, from past experience. Okay, so next one. We have the Dick and Carey model. This model focuses on the interrelationship between context, content, instruction, and learning. Okay, next slide, please. This is the Dick and Carey model, where you identify the instructional goals and then you conduct instructional analysis, no, for for you to know how you will uh, write the performance objectives, because if you don't know what the students need to know, you cannot start to write the performance objectives that you need to write. Then you identify the entry behaviors so that you will know what the exit behaviors should be like. Okay, so you have your instruction. Okay, you develop criterion reference tests. You develop your instruction strategy. This is like using your Moodle LMS already, no? I think the Moodle LMS is patterned after this, because you develop first your criterion reference texts, and tests. You develop instructional strategy, develop and select instructional materials, and then you develop and conduct the formative evaluation, and then you develop and conduct the summative evaluation, all to improve and modify the entry behaviors of your students. So all of these are contributing to the entry behaviors. Education is nothing more than changing behaviors. Of course, also changing attitudes, meaning the affective side, and the skills, meaning the um, the skills that the students must be able to also do after our training, after our class, okay, after they graduate from our school. Okay, next please. The camp design model also is non-linear. It is a circular structure, and it conveys that the design process is a continuous cycle. Therefore, it needs constant planning, design, and evaluation to ensure quality instruction. Okay, I think the picture is in the next slide. There you have the camp model. It's a little bit related to the ADI model, nadagdagan lang. Okay, because you still have analysis, evaluation, development, design, implementation. Okay. The evaluation is first made on what the students already know, and then the next evaluation after the presentation of the content is to evaluate what they have learned. So the confirmative evaluation, the summative evaluation, the formative evaluation contribute to the revision of the design. Meaning to say, if they didn't do very well in the original design, something must be done or something maybe went wrong. You have to redesign and check, no, and see with the new evaluation if the students performed the way you really want them to perform, so that your what you call this, your what you want to impart is really ingrained into their performance. So this is the camp model. Okay, next please. The model includes the 9 elements. You analyze the tasks to see whether they align with the defined goals. So you analyze what you are planning to do so that you are sure that they are connected with the goals and that they're not so far away from the goals that, wala siyang there, no relationship whatsoever. Okay? Then you clarify the instructional objectives or the goals to the learners and how they will benefit from the instructional programs or from the design that you are making. And then you structure the content for each instructional unit sequentially and logically to facilitate learning. So there you have the goals, then the objectives, uh, and you and you structure the content vis-a-vis the objectives that you have selected. Okay. Next, please, for the next 3 elements. Yes, the next 3 elements will include identify learning goals, instructional problems, and obstacles. Perhaps there are some obstacles that that are impeding the learning process. You have to be sensitive to that. Identify the learner's characteristics, needs, and goals, and then identify the relevant subject content. What is really the most important content that the learner will need at this point. Design instructional strategies to help learners to master the content and learning outcomes. This is where your instructional strategies and techniques will come in. And there are so many of those that you can find in the internet. My gosh, I am so glad, no? Because the internet is so up to date. So many games, so many activities, so many things to do that your students will not really feel bored at all. You just have to follow the directions and innovate yourself. And there's so many ways of innovating also. Okay. Next, please. The last 3 there. You plan the instructional message and the mode of delivery. You develop evaluation instruments to evaluate the progress of the learners as they achieve the objectives. And you select the resources that will provide support for both teaching and learning activities. And as I said, there is no lack of resources. There's so plenty. There's foreign resources, there's local resources. I am glad that, in this day and age, before when the pandemic arrived, there are already so many, and we already have people like Cheryl who have already started the Moodle. Can you imagine if nobody even knows how to do an LMS at this point? One thing nice is even before this pandemic arrived, so many people were already going into open and distance learning. Moodle is one of them. Netila Web. I have very personal uh, knowledge of that because I was there when this was being concocted in the head of Cheryl. And at UP Open U also, at PUP Open U also, and so many other open universities that have been doing this even before the pandemic arrived. So we can learn from each other and trust each other that we can see this through. Okay. So next, please. So my takeaways. First rule of training success is solve the right training problem. Okay, whatever it is that you discover is lacking in the participants, solve that. Smart training objectives are specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-based. And I think there is ER pa eh. Today it's also smarter. So I think you have to find out what the two letters signify. Maybe you already all know. So today it's not just smart but smarter training objectives. If you need a list, I have a long list of verbs I can send to you if you like. So verbs that are good training objectives. Because parang hindi lang palaging understand, 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 or discuss, discuss, discuss. There are so many objectives and so many verbs that will precisely be very specific and measurable and attainable that are available and can help us depending on the topic, no? What objective are we going to use for this specific learning module? Okay, next please. So the secret to building great training is to match the right kind of module to the learning task. Okay, avoid the tendency to make all of your online training modules look, sound, or feel the same. Yeah, there are so many ways of making it different, including music, including writing of poems, including, you can already visit the Louvre and other museums, no, for free by, tawag dyan, by virtual trips. So there are so many virtual trips that you can do with your students, and it's up to you to make it so interesting for them. Next, please. I think I'm about to end. Create a learning experience that includes a variety of robust, interesting, and engaging e-learning content types. Okay. Wag lang always question and answer lang. There are so many, including Mentimeter, so many new ones, so many new techniques, no, that you can use. If the class is big, if the class is small, things like those. And then feedback and revision is very important in the process of creating training. So if your colleagues will tell you, oy, nakaka-bore naman yan, ganyan, ganyan, then don't be angry. Welcome negative criticism and improve on it. Okay? Because that's the only way by which we can be better and better and better at our passion, at our vocation. So I think it is having a vocation, this idea of teaching others. It's a vocation. You see, like, how old am I now? And I'm stuck to this vocation. No? You heard my bio data. I'm so old already. Okay, next please. Or is this the last one? Okay, set up a pilot program to test drive new training to a select audience. You can do it among yourselves before making it available organization-wide. And then be sure to review all training on an annual basis. Every year, update your modules that contain old or outdated information, lalo na if it's students, because sometimes they know they find the information faster than we do. Baka ang information natin is 2000, ang kanila is 2019. So mapapahiya naman tayo ng konti. So permanently retire any obsolete training. Okay? Is this the last one, sweetheart? Meron pa? Ah, ito na yata ang talagang last na last. Training is never a one and done experience. Organizations are in a constant state of improvement. So the shelf life of even the best e-learning can be anywhere from a few months to just over a year. Oo, talaga, you have to continuously upgrade and update your data. Especially today, uh, even communication, bago na ang mga definitions, everything is changing, no? So don't stick to your 2001 definition because it's already 2021 and that's 20 years ago. Review all of your training modules at least twice a year for accuracy. Expect that you will need to either update or completely revise your training modules on an annual basis because you might even find um, new concepts, new theories, and new models, okay, than the ones that I shared with you today. So with all of this, you start getting new ways of doing things. Okay? Totoo na, no? This is the last one, ha? Because there is time now for 5 or 6 questions.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Paz, for that very informative talk. You know, we really learned a lot from your talk this afternoon when you mentioned the different instructional designs, the ADIS model, the Merrill's principle of instruction, the Gagne's 9 events, the Bloom's taxonomy, the Take and Carry model, the Kemp design model, and I also learned that in all of these things we have to what welcome negative criticisms if the strategy that we are using is not that updated, right, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, so we
Thank
have
you.
questions here, ma'am. Let me read some of the questions that I can see here in the forum. What instructional design is appropriate when using Moodle? From
Ah,
Oswardo.
okay, Eduardo. Oswardo.
Oswardo, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, Moodle is an open LMS. I hope Cheryl can back me up. But you can use any design, any any design and apply it using the model. Am I right, Cheryl?
Yes, Dr. Diaz, they can actually even create their own instructional design.
Okay.
So it depends, as you mentioned, in the implementation, they will still try it in their classroom, something like that, and then they need to evaluate.
Yes. So that um for example, you can mix and match Merrill's principles with Adi and then see how you can ano tawag dyan, how you can present the knowledge to the students, okay, using Moodle kasi is a platform. Tama ba ako? Moodle is a platform. You can use it for anything. Parang it's like a table. You have a table, you can use it for eating, you can use it for studying, you can use it for laboratory, etc. The way you use it is how you will design the lessons that you will uh, present using the Moodle LMS. And what's nice about the Moodle LMS is that it already helps you with the activities, it helps you with the questions. You can already make the exams, the quizzes. It will help you with attendance, with the questions of the students, so that it's a really big help. That's why it's called learning management system. So it's different. The learning management system is not the design. The design uses the system to be able to impart or to use that system, that LMS, in teaching or in imparting knowledge to the students. Same question here, sabi ni Lowell.
Okay, ma'am. So thank you po for answering that question. I have one question here from one of the YouTube viewers. How do you help students when they are slow in learning this in this platform?
Aha. Then you have to have ano, more detailed, kasi they are slow, ano? Siguro
Yes,
their
ma'am.
pickup is kind of not fast. Slow na nga eh. So you'll have to use more techniques to be able to, ano tawag dyan, to be able to pin down, okay? Kumbaga, if it's a fast student, isang sabi mo lang, it's okay na. Pero for a slow student, maybe you'll have to say it in different ways. Maybe you have to have a drawing. Maybe you'll have to have a conceptual design with circles and squares and arrows to tell him na eto ang kalalabasan niyan. Maybe with the slow students, the activity will not be as complicated. Maybe with the slow students, the target will not be so difficult, okay, kaagad-agad, because they are still parang struggling along. Pero once they get it, then tuloy-tuloy na yun eh. And when it's tuloy-tuloy na, then pwede na silang makisabayan with the others who are fast.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have to be sensitive. No, if a student is lagging behind, we must be sensitive and not blame the student or pagalitan. Kasi pag pinagalitan, lalong babagal at lalong magtitiklop. Lalong hindi na mag-open up.
Yes.
Okay? So kailangan kung sa isang mabilis na student, isang example lang, sa isang slow student baka 4 or 5 examples na may drawing pa, na may kanta pa, na may poem pa, na may design pa, na may coloring pa.
Yes, ma'am.
More tiyaga.
Apo. Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Last question po. How does the framework vis-a-vis the various educational technologies available?
Very well. Because the framework, especially when it says application, okay, so when it's application, you have to use the educational technologies now available. There are so many educational technologies and activities available. When it says find out what the students already know before starting your session or before starting the lesson, there are so many ways of finding out what the students know. No, you can use Mentimeter to find out if it's going slow. That means they don't know so much, or you can make them draw, okay, or design what they already know about the matter, and you can see kulang pa. They don't have windows. They don't have kumbaga sa tree. They don't have birds' nests. They don't have enough roots. Ganon. Then you can already check out what the students need. You have to play around with the framework. I like to use the framework because it's like a scaffolding. It's like when you're building the house, it keeps the house together. It's not really the house itself, but it keeps the house together as it is being built. That's what um, frameworks are for. It helps us make the house.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Paz Diaz, for patiently answering all the questions coming from our participants this afternoon. Okay, now, so we will now proceed to um, the awarding of a certificate of appreciation. To express gratitude to our speaker, let us now award the certificate of appreciation, which reads, the PhiloWeb Technology Incorporated presents the certificate of appreciation
Wow.
to Dr. Paz H. Diaz for sharing her invaluable knowledge and experience to the participants of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This conference aims to bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely used open source learning management system, the Moodle. Given this 29th day of April 2021, held virtually via Zoom video conferencing. Signed, Cheryl R. Villaroman, MSIT, President and Chief Executive Officer of Nefila Web Technology Incorporated, the only Moodle partner in the Philippines. Please
Yeah.
accept our virtual certificate, ma'am. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much once again. Thank you po.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank
Bye
you.
po.
Bye.
Okay, so we are going to have a 10-minute break, so we'll be back after this. So we'll be right back after 10 minutes.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam center. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on a student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Okay, welcome back once again, our dear participants and guests. So we'll continue with our next topic. So let me introduce to you our next speaker. Our next speaker has been involved in the world of online education for over 10 years. As a professor of applied statistics, he has developed several online courses at the University of Dunaújváros in Hungary. He also set up a private studio and runs his own Moodle-based website, which is the leading online site in Hungary in this field. He became a teacher at www.udemy.com, one of the world's largest online course providers, and authored two best selling courses in statistical process control at Udemy. Today, he focuses primarily on the theory and practice of analyzing educational learning. Together with his colleague, Dr. Faust, they developed unique indicators for machine learning models that are able to track student activity within the Moodle learning management system within a given course. These algorithms are used to alert students who are at risk of dropping out. These newly developed models are being introduced at the University of the Navivaros, so they have experience in building and managing Moodle machine learning models. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the college professor of applied statistics in the University of the Navivaros, Dr. Bugnar Lashlo. A round of applause.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. First, I have to apologize because this presentation probably will be a little different from those we have seen so far, because we are dealing with applying machine learning models, which is mathematical in nature. So sorry for that, but this presentation probably will be really good and understandable for those who are a little familiar with statistics and mathematics. But unfortunately, it is unavoidable to use maths if you want to use artificial intelligence. So please give the first slide. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Laszlo, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, that's the very first. And the second, please. Please, the next slide. Oh, here I just wanted to indicate that Hungary is rather from you. Why we are here is really that we came across very few sources published in public places on this topic. Moodle forums are not really active in this area either. It is mainly the reason why we are here at this conference, which is far away from you. We would be very grateful for any feedback. As the presentation will hopefully show, we have found quite a few circumstances, uncertainties that if modified by developers in future developments could help us lead to even more successful, better applications and be used by the wider Moodle community. The next, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Embedding a machine learning model in an LMS system is a great idea, as the condition for the successful application of an artificial intelligence is to collect as much data as possible about each student, their learning activities that are directly related with their performance. We can track students' activities mostly on the basis of the activity logs recorded by the system and stored in different databases of Moodles. From this information, we can define so-called indicators shown left on this side. In other words, predictors for different types of learning activities, and we can calculate their values in different phases of learning for each student separately. These indicators play a key role in setting up machine learning models. We use these models to identify students who are somehow lagging behind in their performance and will most likely not be able to complete that course successfully. The ultimate goal of the process is to alert the students and the teacher leading the course so that they can intervene in the teaching learning process in a timely manner to help the students overcome these difficulties to successfully complete that course. The next, please. In standard Moodle, you can choose from more than 50 different indicators. Here are some of these shown in the figure on the left. These indicators are related to the use of different learning resources or to learning activities. Here, for example, which is highlighted, we can see an indicator that determines the value of the so-called quiz cognitive indicator from the students' activities related to the quizzes, but we can also see an indicator related to reading a file in the indicator called file cognitive. Different methods and algorithms can be used to convert the data shown in the logs into indicator values. Here, the middle figure, as an example, shows a rather complex algorithm, the flowchart of the Moodle core. The calculation method basically depends on the user. The user can accept the possibilities offered by Moodle core, or he can define the calculation method himself. Here on the right side of the slide, you can see how to gather all the indicators into a single matrix. This figure here shows the simplest case where each row of this X matrix belongs to a certain student, while each column of the matrix shows the values of a certain indicator for each student. The Y vector indicates whether the student completed the course successfully or not. A certain row of the X matrix together with its corresponding Y value is called a sample. The next slide, please. Thank you. The creation of a so-called predictive model begins with determining the form and the type of algorithm and function we want to use to calculate and predict the values of the success vector Y from the values of the X indicators. If we just want to predict whether a particular student will complete the course successfully or fail, the values of the vector Y will be 0 or 1. There are many algorithms, many families of functions, fx denoted here, that can do this mapping, that is to compute a vector Y containing 0 or 1 from the X indicator matrix. Moodle core offers us two options, two mathematical methods, logistic regression and neural network. Both are numerical optimization algorithms. Optimization means that the algorithm finds the one in the selected family of functions that, when used, will have the minimum so-called square difference between the predicted y values calculated by this function and the actual y values. The next, please. The ability of the established mathematical model to map the real relationship between learning activities and learning success is usually measured with the so-called confusion matrix here on the left. This confusion matrix is a small table in which each cell shows how many times the y values predicted by the model and the y values observed are the same or different. The next, please. Accuracy. Accuracy of a model is the ratio of the number of correctly predicted samples to the total number of samples. The error of the model is simply obtained by subtracting this accuracy value from 1. Although these two metrics are very important characteristics of the goodness of the model, they can be very misleading in some cases. This occurs mainly when the data in the X matrix or the Y vector is so-called unbalanced. This typically occurs when the proportion of students who successfully complete the course is very different from those who fail. In these cases, the so-called recall and fallout metrics better characterize the goodness of the model. The value of so-called recall is the fraction of correctly classified failed students of all students that actually fail. A perfect model yields to a recall value of 1. The fallout value is the fraction of students classified incorrectly as failed of all students that actually passed the course. A perfect model yields to fallout value of 0. Here, on the bottom of this slide, the F1 score and the NMCC, normalized Matthew correlation coefficient value, are two complex measures that can also vary in value from 0 to 1, and that are better able to reflect the goodness of the model, even in case of unbalanced data. For a perfectly fitting model, their value is 1, and when the prediction of the model are completely random, their value is 0. The next slide, please. Thank you. The case presented so far was the simplest model when we treated the semester as a uniform time interval. If we want to use our model later to make predictions within a course time at a certain point in time, we need to divide the entire course duration into parts. To do this, Moodle uses a special method called the time splitting method. This figure shows the scheme of this time division and the structure of the X matrix and the Y vector generated by this method. If the duration of the semester is divided into, let's say, C equal parts, then for, let's say, N students, the number of samples, that is the number of rows of the X matrix, will be C times N. In each time division, time split, the value of the indicator is recorded for each student. The elements of the Y vector are repeated for each student in each time division. There are few details of the time splitting method in the mathematical literature. The basic idea of the method, namely to divide the duration of a course into several parts and to record the students' activities separately within these time intervals, is okay, it's good. However, this also raises several mathematical uncertainties, unfortunately. I wouldn't go into this here now. We have analyzed this in detail in our previous works. The method of Moodle using columns of means of the indicators denoted here as columns with the heading mean is also unusual in building machine learning models, raising additional mathematical questions not detailed here. Thank you. The next one, please. After all this introduction, let me turn to the studies we have done in this area over the past year. On this slide, I wanted to illustrate where we started in May 2020. When we built our first model with the indicators provided by the Moodle core, we obtained the confusion matrix shown on the left side of the figure. Apparently, the results are bad, very modest. The goodness of the model is highly questionable. As you see, in the bottom row of the matrix, the model misdiagnosed all students who failed to complete the course. These results apply to an applied statistics course. I teach this course. In this course, the total duration of the course was divided into 10 parts, and the indicators were calculated in each time division based on the cumulative amounts of students' activities performed up to that time. It must be said that the figures used to present our results were not drawn based on the output provided by the Moodle system, but the results of a separate study performed on MATLAB software. Unfortunately, the output of Moodle is very simple, very modest, not really applicable to analyze it in such a detail. We also examined how the predictions provided by the model are changing over the course duration. The horizontal axis of the figure on the right shows the 10th of the course duration, and the vertical axis shows the time evolution of the different metrics, measuring the goodness of the model. Unfortunately, for most of the time, these results here are virtually incomprehensible. Please, the next one. And we are now here for the same course. The right side of the figure clearly shows how the metrics that characterize the goodness of the model change over time. Each of the upper curves belongs to a metric for which a value of 1 represents the perfectly fitting model. During the course, these values increase in almost monotonic way. For the recall metric, for example, this means that of the students who successfully complete the course, Moodle predicts this performance correctly already at the half of the course in more than 80% of the cases. The fallout metric, the so-called fallout metric, indicated by the lower purple curve, is also getting better and better in time and decreases to its steady state value close to 10%. Although these analyses were performed with MATLAB, they show the results of logistic regression almost in the same way as is available in Moodle. Unfortunately, not in such detail in Moodle. The next, please. No. This one. Yes, this regression tree. Okay. In this figure, in the figure shown here, we can see how much we can further improve the goodness of the model if we go beyond the possibilities of the mathematical methods offered by Moodle. Here, using the method of the classification tree, not really a regression, here is rather called a classification tree, we were able to build a model that, as we can see already in the first third of the course, shows quite excellent results. The next, please. In the next two slides, so please, the next one, you can, yes, thank you. In the next two slides, I summarize the aspects that, according to our studies, most influence the goodness of our model building. I've listed a total of 10 such aspects. Unfortunately, there is no time to go through all aspects right now. I'd rather highlight a couple just for illustration. Please, the next one. First, I would like to present the main features of the course in which we conducted most of our research. Several courses were analyzed, but most of the details were examined in the applied statistics course taught by me. This course is part of the undergraduate program and is available to both full-time and correspondence students. It is designed in such detail that it is even suitable for completely independent online learning. Therefore, students do not have a separate live lecture, but they have the opportunity for an online consultation where they can ask questions about the curriculum. The next, please. In the course, students can access the following learning resources: lecture notes in PDF format, collection of solved exercises in Moodle book format, lecture videos, quizzes, which are of two types. On the one hand, so-called learning the concept quizzes, consisting of only a few questions just after the relevant lecture notes. And on the other hand, chapter review quizzes with several questions. In separate chapters, videos showing the detailed use of the so-called Minitab statistical software are also available to students. Next, please. To compare model building techniques, we build different models with different types and the numbers of indicators. Because an applied statistics course basically requires cognitive skills and students perform cognitive activities, we use these types of indicators. First, we created models that use only the standard indicators offered by Moodle Core. There are 4 such indicators in the system: file cognitive, book cognitive, page cognitive, and quiz cognitive. Thank you. The next, please. We have also created so-called self-defined indicators. These indicators were the number of views of lecture notes, number of views of exercise book, number of views of lecture videos, number of views of minute-up videos, number of attempts to quizzes, and the maximum scores on each quiz. These indicators measure student activities separately in each chapter. Accordingly, for example, 7 indicators were used to view presentation notes, 1 per chapter. The other indicators were also created chapter by chapter. It should be noted that the activities for the learning the concept quiz and chapter review quiz were grouped by chapter for some models. Accordingly, in our models using our own indicators, the total number of indicators was either 43 or 57. The next, please. Here, I just wanted to illustrate the different aspects we are talking about. Here, the first and perhaps the most important aspect we examined is how many indicators we use in the model, how we use these indicators, what learning resources we use, and how we calculate the indicators themselves. The next, please. Thank you. We built a total of 5 different models with the Moodle system's own indicators. These models were built on top of each other. More precisely, they were nested. First, we examined each indicator in separate models. Then we created models where we put more and more of these indicators into a new model. Model 5 already used all 4 Moodle core indicators. The study presented here refers to a full-time course where the dropout rate was set at 48%. That is, the study was performed on a score that 48% of students did not achieve. Please, the next one. In this case, at this dropout rate, we see a rather balanced situation. The best performance indicator is for a model that has only the Moodle quiz cognitive indicator with F1 score of 0.61. Here, the height of the bars show the and proportional to the value of F1. However, models containing the other 3 indicators individually also show relatively acceptable results. Model 4, which includes 3 indicators, represents an F1 score of 0.58. Interestingly, a model that includes all 4 cognitive indicators does not reach the F1 score of a model that includes only the quiz cognitive indicator. Please, the next one. Next slide, please. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, AJ, next slide, please.
Unfortunately, I can't see the slides. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Models with self-defined indicators. Thank you. We also examine the same course using that's okay. Using indicators defined by ourselves. This figure shows the hierarchy of these nested models. I wouldn't list them here, but I rather show the results of our study in the following figure, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. We can see that these models produce the better F1 score overall. The model that included all 57 indicators produced an F1 score of 0.78. Overall, it can also be said here that the performance metrics of each indicator are quite balanced. The inclusion of each learning resource source in the previous model improves its goodness. Please, the next slide. Thank you. Here we compare the goodness of the models constructed with the two indicator types. Apparently, we were able to build a more accurate model with the indicators we defined ourselves. However, for this course, for this dropout rate, this difference cannot be said to be dramatic. We were also able to build relatively good models with Moodle Core's own indicators. In both cases, the goodness of the models is mostly determined by quiz type indicators. The next slide, please. While in the previous figures, each model was constructed by grouping indicators corresponding to different learning resources, this figure shows the extent to which each indicator contributes to improving the predictability of the model. Here we see a figure showing the relative importance of each indicator listed on the vertical axis. Notations beginning with Q refer to quizzes, with P to PDF lecture notes, with B to exercise books, and those beginning with M for Minitab videos. The indicators for the quizzes dominate the whole model. Next slide, please. The next aspect to be examined was how the model's predictive power is affected by building the model on a full-time or correspondence course. The next slide, please. Although we are talking about the same curriculum, the characteristics of full-time and correspondence students and their learning habits differ significantly. There are many components to this. One is the age of the students. The other is the fact that correspondence students usually work full-time in addition to studying. In the course itself, they have fewer opportunities for online counseling and write only a single end of semester test to earn their grade. In this figure, as an example, we compared their activities for quizzes in the two different courses. The curves show the average number of quiz attempts per student. Although at the end of the semester, correspondence students become significantly more active before the end of their own test, they still do not reach the activity level of full-time students. Please, the next slide. In this figure, we compare the performance indicators of the full-time and the correspondence course models. Apparently, for full-time course, the goodness of the forecast the time evolution of various goodness indicators show strong fluctuation over the semester. At a rate of 5.3%, which represents a very rare dropout rate, the variability in the reliability of the forecast is very striking. This large fluctuation is seen primarily at the recall value, indicated by a green line in the figure. This is explained by the fact that misdiagnosis of some of the small number of failed students causes a significant change in the recall value. However, the value of fallout, as shown by the lower purple curve, improves as the dropout rate decreases. The reason is that with a low dropout rate, the number of students who successfully complete the course is high, of which the misdiagnosis of some students as a percentage is a smaller and smaller error. In general, it can be said that it is a particular challenge for machine learning models to detect cases where the proportion of students at risk of failure is very small. The mathematical background of this is that at a low dropout rate, almost all elements in our y vector are zero. This imbalance in the data in the y vector causes this difficulty in forecasting. Next, please. Thank you. The same course with the same dropout rates was also examined with Moodle's 4 own cognitive indicators. We see a very, very modest performance indicators. What is shocking is the case in the middle figure, where the dropout rate is 14%. Here we see inexplicable results for each metric for virtually the entire duration of the course. To find out the reason for this, we examined each student performance in detail and found that quite a few students with a final score near the minimum of 70 points were misclassified. For machine learning models, such situations are particularly challenging, in which case the models usually work better with as many indicators as possible. The more sensitive and precise we can describe student activities, the more accurately we can predict student success. Next, please. In this figure, we examined in detail the models with an increasing number of indicators. On the left side of the figure, we can see the models built with the cognitive indicators of the Moodle core. Even the model in which all 4 indicators are included didn't give any valuable result. The results for models built with 43 certified indicators are in the middle. The best performance was obtained with the 57 indicator model. In this case, the F1 score achieved the value of 0.71. In summary, the number of indicators is a critical factor. Therefore, we might think that increasing the number of indicators will make the model better and better. Unfortunately, the situation is not always that simple. The next slide, please. We examined this question in the following. When we looked at how much the goodness of the model is affected by how many students are in the course, how many indicators, and how many time divisions are used to analyze the course. These factors determine the number and the ratio of rows and columns in the X matrix, which ratio, as we will see, significantly affects the performance of the model. Next, please. The dimensions of the X matrix, the number and the ratio of rows and columns are determined by these three factors. The first is the number of students in the course. The second is how many parts the total duration of the course is divided into. And the third is whether to use the columns showing the average of each indicator and compiling the X matrix. I mentioned that this average column is a specialty of Moodle. Honestly, I don't know why the developers built this average column into this analysis. So without going into detail, let me give you a rather rough approximate number here. In our experience, if the number of rows in the X matrix is at least 10 times the number of columns in the X matrix, then we can speak of a good ratio. If this ratio is less than 10, our model will usually be so-called overfitted, practically bad. The next slide, please. This phenomenon is also shown in this following figure when the full-time course was examined with 43 learning plus 43 so-called average indicator models. The two figures shows that the result obtained when dividing the duration of the course into 10 and 4 parts respectively, the 4-time split case yields to much better results because in this case the number of rows in the X matrix is less, and the ratio of the columns to the rows to the columns is worse. Okay, the next one, please. Okay. Perhaps the most uncertain part of the machine learning model of the Moodle system for the user is how the model is taught, namely what time intervals the algorithm uses to teach the model and then to predict. We want to talk about this in a little more detail in what follows. Please, the next slide. Thank you. In the left part of the figure, the scheme of training and forecasting is outlined. It's worth looking at the right-hand side of this scheme. So the right-hand side of the left part of this figure, where we can see that in this current semester where we are now, we want to get a forecast of student success after, let's say, the 7th time division. It seems logical to use the data from the first 7 time division of these previous courses closed, finished in the previous semester to teach the model. However, this type of approach is otherwise unusual in machine learning models, as all previously available data are usually used to teach the model. Why don't we use all of these? Why only up to the 7th time split? Although it appears that almost all performance indicators improve as the course progresses. At the same time, we see quite large fluctuation in these curves. Next slide, please.
Excuse me, sir. Last 3 minutes.
How many?
3 minutes, sir.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
We also examined the case where the training forecasting scheme was like that used in machine learning generally, that is all data from all activities of all students in previous courses from the beginning of the course to end of the course were used to teach the model. This teaching method is not logically completely correct, as we also used learning activities to teach that took place the future compared to the time of the forecast. Nevertheless, the curves of the performance indicators drawn on the right side of the figure indicate that this way we can get a much better model, much more reliable forecast. Okay, I won't go into details, and I'm just please go to the slide when the title is Comparison of the Mathematical Methods, please. No, go on, please. No. Yes, one more, please. Yeah, one back, please. Yes, okay. I think that will be almost the last one. Our results presented so far were those obtained by the logistic regression method. This is because this is what the Moodle system offers the user as a default setting. Although the neural network method is also available, setting it up is a big challenge either for many portal administrators. Of the many methods we tested, the classification tree method, here the regression tree is written on the slide, the classification tree method gave the best results for each of the courses and models we examined. Here it is in the middle. Okay, I think I am going to finish. Just I would read our conclusions, if I can. Please go to the slide conclusions recommendations. The next one, yeah, that's all. We think that much more mathematical details should be communicated to professional Moodle users, mathematicians, statisticians. Much more user-friendly tools would be needed for average Moodle users to build and evaluate models and analyze the reliability of forecast. Section and resource level indicators should be built into the Moodle core to increase their number within the course. The time details of the forecast would be very, very important. And finally, not only portal administrators, but also teachers should be given the right to use these tools. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bugner Laszlo, for a very interesting talk about how to build good machine learning models in Moodle. Sir, I get here couple of questions from the audience, from the participants. Okay, the first question is, what indicator is being used when using forum, chat, and other Moodle resources? And what indicator is being used for quiz and choice activities?
Yeah, honestly, we didn't use any indicators for this type. Only cognitive types have been investigated. in our courses at our university, I should say that students not not effectively, not dynamically use these kind of forum activities. When they learn mathematics, statistics, they mainly use the learning materials, and that is the main source of their learnings. That's why we didn't use other types, let's say forum type indicators.
Okay, thank you, sir. Another question is, how is quiz attempt being calculated?
Quiz attempts is simply the number how many times a student attempted to solve a certain quiz. So it is simply that this it is simply the number. Let's say there are students who try to solve a problem more than 100 times. So the number of this indicator is in the natural sense, it is, let's say, 100. For the machine learning models, these indicators are usually normalized, which means that their values are reduced somewhere between, let's say, -1 to +1. The way we calculate it is simply the way we calculate the ratio for one student compared to the maximal number of quiz attempts of any students within a course.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can I ask one more question?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the question. Is it possible to make it in virtual reality? That's a question from Joe Marie Yokte. Is it possible to make it in virtual reality?
Honestly, I don't know. We haven't used so far, so probably it can be embedded, but we didn't do that.
Okay. Okay. So thank you, sir. We don't have any more questions, sir. So thank you very much once again for giving us a very interesting talk about good machine learning models in Moodle. Okay, at this juncture, we will now proceed to the awarding of Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Bugnar Laszlo. So let me read the content of the certificate. The PhiloWeb Technology Incorporated presents the Certificate of Appreciation to Dr. Bugnar Laszlo for sharing his invaluable knowledge and experience to the participants of the Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This conference aims to bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely used open learning management system, Moodle. Given this 29th day of April 2021, held virtually via Zoom video conferencing. Signed, Cheryl R. Villaroman, MSIT, President and Chief Executive Officer of the PhiloWeb Technology Incorporated, the only Moodle partner in the Philippines. Please accept this virtual certificate, sir, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. Bye po. Bye. Okay, at this juncture, so we will continue with our last speaker. So let me introduce to you our last speaker for this afternoon session, our last but not the least. So our fourth speaker has decades of experience as an entrepreneur and leader in business. She has been the VP for operations of Excelandia IT Services since its inception. She is instrumental in making strategic decisions for the company and responsible for its overall growth. She is a key person in the day-to-day operations of the company. She is also serving as the managing partner of newly established company Inspiration Publishing. She gives strategic guidance and direction to ensure that the company achieves its organizational goals and business activities. Before joining Excelandia IT Services and Inspiration Publishing, she worked in various companies where she gained the experience, expertise, and mindset in business development and management. She has a proven track record in line with the business of production and distribution of educational learning materials and student assessments. She graduated with a bachelor's degree in math, major in computer science at the Far Eastern University. Owing to her keen interest in numbers and data, she manages and leads her companies in a data driven and results oriented way. She is also an open minded, flexible, and enterprising individual. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to introduce to you our next speaker, Ms. Jennifer Golly. Okay, a virtual clap for Ms. Jennifer Golly.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thank you very
Hello,
much.
ma'am. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. How are you? Are you all good? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. We're doing fine.
Yes. Can I ask everyone to please turn on your Zoom cameras? I would like to see your beautiful faces. So thank you very much. So we can have a little stretching now for the long hours of sitting. So my topic this afternoon is about innovate and transform student assessment through excellence with Moodle Learning Management System. So by the way, I'm Jennifer Golly. I'm the one heading the marketing group and the customer service department of Excelandia. So my job as customer service head is a little bit challenging because I need to strike balance between the customer's concerns and the company's welfare. So as we joke around at the office, I told them that I will change my position to shock absorber specialist because I need to shield the company most of the time from customers' issues, concerns, and requests. So my job is very, very demanding and very stressful. So anyways, before I tell you how Moodle Learning Management System changed the way we do our business, allow me to share first an overview about our company and the things that we do. So yeah, our company po is called Excelandia IT Services. It was founded in the year 2008 with a group of educators. So most of the members of our company are teachers. So we use the power of ICT or Information and Communications Technology to create different services that will make the lives of the teachers a little bit easier. So initially, we have created a grading system using spreadsheet. So do not laugh, that was 12 years ago. That's how we have started the business. So we assist the teachers to automate the computation of grades and to automate the issuance of report card. And then later on, we have expanded our services by assisting the teachers or the school in their statistical requirements like classroom test item analysis. I do not know if you're familiar with the classroom test item analysis, but this analysis helps the teacher understand about students' learning. So in the report that we provide, the school or the teachers can identify the easy items, the most difficult items that the students have encountered in the test. And of course, the other facets needed in assessing the students. And then we continue to develop different services. And in the last 5 years, we have created the standardized exam and we called it as the hybrid assessment. So this hybrid assessment assess if what is taught inside the classroom is equal to what is learned by the students. So we would like to measure the learnings and the gap. And then how do we implement the standardized exam to our partner schools? How do we do that before pandemic? So for your information, Excelandia has more than 50 partner schools nationwide from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, catering to kinder up to grade 12 students. So during the face-to-face, we visit each of the partner school to let the students take the test using pencil and bubble sheet. Can you imagine that? So, and we make the bubble sheet color-coded, just like the one that you see on your screen. So we will not get confused in serving each of the department. Kasi usually a school do have grade school, junior high school, and senior high school department. So can you imagine how tedious it is? So we usually bring around 20 employees per school to monitor 4,000 students while taking the test. So we hop from one area to another. So can you imagine? It's very taxing, it's very labor extensive. We do the same method all over the Philippines, serving schools in facilitating the exam face-to-face. And then here comes March 2020, the start of lockdown and all of this pandemic stuff. So we are not allowed to go to schools and conduct face-to-face examinations. So it was very frustrating and very challenging. And then we ask ourselves, how can we conduct the test now? So that's our dilemma. So for the past 5 years, we are conducting the examination face-to-face. But now the government are not allowing face-to-face classes. All should be online. So what shall we do? Shall we close the company and wait until everything is okay? So we'll just wait until this pandemic is over. So way back then, our company Excelandia really faced a hard time deciding whether we will shift to online or not. So we were confronted with different questions. We were in the crossroads deciding whether to continue or to rest. So what will happen to our employees? So it's really very hard for us to decide then. So the questions like, shall we place the standardized exam using the LMS platform? Is that safe? Is that effective? Is that secured? So questions like that. But we remember a quote from Charles Darwin saying that it is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but rather the one who is most adaptable to change can survive. So do you agree with this? So he said that it's not the strongest down or the most intelligent, but who? The one who knows how to adapt in the most challenging times in our lives. The one who knows how to transform and innovate new things. So when we encounter this quotation, we have concluded that we need to adapt to change. We need to transform on how we do our business. By transforming the way we usually conduct the tests from traditional way of face-to-face to very innovative one. So way back then, we still have our apprehensions. So what will happen if the students will take the test at their convenience of their home? So the reliability and validity of the test can be compromised. So that is why we have tried the Moodle learning management system to conduct the standardized exam. Of course, through the help of the PhilaWeb technology. These are some of the issues that we encounter and how Moodle gives solution to this. So in your screen, you will see a different scenarios on how we address the concerns with the help of Moodle learning management system. So the first scenario is, where can we put our test questions? So where can we house our standardized exam in the absence of examination booklets? Because we're used of delivering the standardized exam using the booklets and the answer sheets. So that is why the Moodle learning management system serve as our online container to house the standardized exam. So we shift from booklets to LMS, to Moodle LMS. So these are the scenarios that Moodle helps us a lot. So number one, if the students will take the test at the convenience of their home, student may cheat, right? By opening other applications like Google, Messenger, other sites. So what shall we do? So Moodle, the solution that Moodle made or incorporated in the Moodle learning management system, it has a safe exam browser that locks down the testing environment. So the students cannot switch windows while taking the exam. So that scenario was resolved. And then the number two, student can ask any member of the family about certain answers. So that is why we have integrated a monitoring tool as well. So number three, the students can copy the questions through print screen or copy and paste. So what shall we do then? So, but Moodle has a safe exam browser that blocks such activities. So citing these scenarios, we were able to secure the testing environment. So now with Moodle LMS or the Moodle Learning Management System, we are currently facilitating the test to 50 schools nationwide. Now we can conduct the test simultaneously. So here are some of the benefits with Moodle LMS. So I cannot, of course, say it one by one, pero here are some. So the interface of the Moodle Learning Management is very user-friendly. And it is very easy to integrate as well. So the students can easily access the LMS portal. And then we can also put audio and videos in LMS with ease. So in terms of content management is very easy. And then Moodle has also reporting and tracking. So we can easily identify students who took the test and their scores. So there's an immediate feedbacking as well. And then what else? Moodle has security features like Safe Exam Browser. So we can extract the data immediately and we finish our task early. So that's very great. So to conclude this afternoon talk, this is just a sharing from us, the company who tried Moodle and who helped us a lot in shifting from traditional face-to-face to online platform using Moodle. So to conclude, the Moodle Learning Management System helped us to innovate and transform in these challenging times. So it helps a lot to make our business on track again. Kasi way back then, we would like to stop and just let's wait that everything is over. So to our participants this afternoon, all of us should know how to challenge ourselves by innovating new ways. So do not afraid to try new things. So by transforming the traditional ways of doing things, Moodle really helped us a lot. So in Excelandia, we innovate, we transform, and we excel. So thank you very much and congratulations to the Moodle team. Maraming pong salamat. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing us your best experiences with Moodle as LMS. Okay, at this juncture, we'll now proceed to questions. Our audience have questions here. First question. Okay, what challenges did you encounter in doing student assessment with Moodle? How did you address them?
Yes. At first, we're very apprehensive in putting our exam online because maybe the students can copy and print the entire exam. So we need to change another one because the standardized exam, in order for you to develop that, it took 3 years to create a standardized exam. So that's our apprehension. But with the help of Moodle, with the Safe Exam Browser, we were able to overcome that apprehension. So we were able to facilitate the exam, not compromising the validity and reliability.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. I have another question here from Joe Mariote. What are the innovations as of now in this LMS?
So in 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 Moodle Learning Management System, what we did, so I can only speak the things that we have done in LMS. What we did in our standardized exam, because the kinder, grade 1 and grade 2 do not know how to read, how to read yet. Some levels do not know how to read. So what we did is that we have incorporated audio recording, so the students in kinder grade 1 can listen to the questions. And then we also have a short video explaining the test. So audio and video is incorporated in the Moodle learning in the Moodle, so we can explain better the intricacies of the standardized exam. So it helps us a lot.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Okay, last question from Sir Wilben Pagtakonan. How to validate the reliability of students' assessment in online examinations?
Yes, in online exam, usually the validity and reliability is being compromised, especially if you do not have a secured LMS environment. That's why with the help of Moodle, because Moodle has a Save Exam browser integrated in the site, in the portal. So with the help of Safe Exam browser, the digital cheating can be minimized using that. So you are not compromising the validity and reliability of the test, because you know that the platform is very secured so the students can take the test.
Okay, so thank you very much, ma'am, for answering the questions from our participants this afternoon. Okay, at this juncture, we will now award the certificate of appreciation to our speaker. Okay, let me read. The PhilaWeb Technology Incorporated presents the certificate of appreciation to Jennifer Goley for sharing his or her invaluable knowledge and experience to the participants of Moodlemoot Philippines 2021. This conference aims to bring together the Moodle community of practitioners and users to share experiences, research achievements, and innovative development using the most widely used open source learning management system, Moodle. Given this 29th of April 2021, held virtually via Zoom video conferencing. Signed, Cheryl R. Villaroman, MSIT, President and Chief Executive Officer of PhilaWeb Technology Incorporated, the only Moodle partner in the Philippines. Please accept this virtual certificate, Ma'am Jennifer.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so at this juncture, we will be entertained by okay, we will have an intermission number to be rendered to us by Mr. Oliver Bautista. A round of applause, please.
Oliver.
Hello, Sir Oliver Bautista. Are you there?
Hello po.
Hi, hello, sir. Okay. Once again, Mr. Oliver Bautista.
Oliver. Never I was frightened. I turned to the night sky and stared in my home. Somewhere I want to be, just lost in a dream. I feel like I could take. It's just like we can celebrate tonight. When you see, we can have the stars to praise God. True, like a dream that we'll see. We're lucky day happiness all in your hands. My dreams in your dreams. We're inside Neverland. We can sail away tonight. When the sea of blue moonlight, we can navigate the stars to bring us back home. In a place so far beyond the timeless day. Every wish is a command. Is close enough to find it. Never back. Thank you po. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Oliver Bautista, for that very nice song that you have just rendered to us.
Okay, hi, Miss Len. I'm back.
Hello. Hi,
So we
hello,
are almost
Ayoni. Hello,
yes, we're almost at the
Ayoni.
end of the program, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, let me just wrap this up before we proceed to our next activity. So this afternoon, our participants learned from our experts. So you learned from our experts their inspiring experiences and stories in using Moodle as LMS. So from the blended learning, the advantage of using Moodle LMS amidst pandemic in the maritime industry, which was delivered by Engineer De La Serna. Instructional design in Moodle, and then how to build good machine learning Moodles in Moodle, and innovate and transfer students' assessment through excellence with Moodle LMS. So I guess everyone has an ocean of learnings today.
Yes, ma'am. And just a little bit of takeaway from the morning session.
Oh, sige, ma'am.
Mr.
Okay,
Magrita
go ahead.
Bailon delivered a talk on creating deeper and independent learning before, during, and after teaching in a virtual setup. And she
Okay.
also highlighted the 10 things to avoid to achieve creative, meaningful, and deeper learning. After which, Mr. Adam Pjeski had a presentation on creating world-class online learning with EasySoft. Then it was followed by Mr. Jeff Campbell, the founder of MoTrain himself, who delivered a presentation on improving customer and employee engagement with motivational design. Okay, so at this point, allow me, ma'am, to recognize and extend our gratitude to our sponsors
Okay,
who
go ahead,
helped
ma'am.
make this event possible. So thank you to our gold sponsors, EasySoft, IntelliBoard, and Examus. Thanks as well to our pro sponsors, MoTrain, Wirus, and Linode. Lastly, thank you to our starter sponsor, Poodle.
Okay, now let us show ma'am our leaderboard. Let us announce who topped in the leaderboard today.
Actually, ma'am, the past 4 days, the participants have been very active in asking questions
Yes.
and answering the fun activities, and of course, which made them earn Moodle pesos. Okay, so let's now take a look at it.
Okay, let us see who topped the leaderboard today. Okay, let's wait for it to be flashed. Oh, see. So we have here our top 10, ma'am. For top
do the
10,
honors,
we have
ma'am.
Maricar Lubigan with 9,540. Who's next, ma'am?
Followed by Mr. Timothy Joseph Decano with 9,770 Moodle pesos.
And then we have Ryan Christopher Caldosa with 9,820 coins.
Followed by Miss Jennifer Estrada Padil with 10,150 coins.
We have Rica Angela Sakdalan, so she's not included here. Let's proceed to Mark Joseph Remigio, 10,350 points.
Okay, that followed by Mark Joseph Joshiko Velasco with 11,420 Moodle pesos.
And then Romeo Regino with 11,700 coins.
And the number 2 with 13,350 Moodle pesos, Christian Edward Baranda.
Okay, and then we have here the top one again. It's Mr. Mark Anthony F. Papa with 13,870 coins. Ay, ma'am, we have to add one more because Rica Angela Sakdalan is not included here. So we will have Mr. Joe, is this Mr.? We have Joe Marie Yokte with 9,320 coins.
Okay, so for everyone mentioned, don't forget you can use those Moodle pesos to purchase different items on the Moodle store, such as 100 user Moodle LMS plan, premium dark chocolate cake, free workshop, Moodlemoot Philippines 2021 umbrella, and Moodlemoot Philippines 2020 mug. So congratulations, everyone.
Congratulations. Now, let us call ma'am, Miss Margaret, to explain to us. So we will proceed out to the raffle draw, no? Okay, let's have the raffle draw. May I call Miss Margaret to explain to us the mechanics of the raffle? Miss Margaret?
Hello po.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Ayan. So, hi po. So, for our day 4 raffle draw, here are the mechanics. The raffle draw is open to Moot PH 21, both free and premium participants. The participants must be present on the time of raffle draw. Winners will be randomly generated through an electronic draw. Winners will be determined and will be called after. The participants must comment his or her complete name and the word present in the Zoom, FB stream, or YouTube stream within 10 seconds. Otherwise, the slot will be forfeited. So, Miss MCs, can you please
Okay, so here are the exciting prizes that await you this afternoon. 1, we have portable wireless Bluetooth speaker.
Actually, not just 1, but 2. We have 2 speakers in store for you.
Yes, ma'am. And then we have lunchbox with compartments, rechargeable table fan with nightlight, and
a 1.5-liter multifunctional non-stick electric steamer, rice cooker, frying pan, and cooking pot.
Okay, so let's start the raffle draw.
All right. So just a reminder, you'll be given 10 seconds to comment your name and the word present. Okay, for our first winner, who will receive a portable wireless Bluetooth speaker, let's call on LV Ray Tapaya.
Okay, please comment down your name.
I think let's start the countdown. 10,
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
and 1. So, Miss Margaret, did LV Ray signify his presence?
I think not yet po, Miss.
Okay, not yet. So that means we will be drawing another winner. Am I right?
Yes po, Miss.
Okay. Sige po.
Fire away, Miss Margaret.
Okay, please write down your names. So, yes, we have here now the second name. We have Alberto Laurito. Okay, Sir Alberto, are you there? If you're there, please comment down your name.
And the word present. So now let's start the countdown.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4,
3,
2,
2, and 1.
1. Okay, is Mr. Alberto Laurito there?
No po, Miss. Maybe Miss LV Tapaya is now maybe we can consider her po.
Okay, so the first name that was called before, ma'am?
Yes po, yes po.
Okay, so Miss, what's the name again?
Miss LV Tapaya.
Okay, LV Ray Tapaya. Okay, so that will be our first winner. Congratulations, Miss LV.
Thank you.
Ay, Mister.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, let's have our next winner.
Okay, for our third winner, we have Mr. Aldrin Magno.
Okay, Mr. Aldrin Magno, will you please comment down your name and
You are
the word present?
Yes, you are the lucky winner, sir, of a portable wireless Bluetooth speaker. So we hope that you're still here with us. So now, the countdown. 10.
Okay, 9.
9. 8.
8. 7.
7. 6.
5.
4.
3.
3.
2.
And 1. Okay, Miss
Okay.
Margaret.
Wala po, Miss. Well,
Mr.
Okay, so let's
Aldrin?
move on and draw another one.
Oh, yes.
So the portable wireless Bluetooth speaker is still available.
Oh, we have the name here. How do we pronounce this? Mr. Oleksiy Voichenko. Are you there, sir?
Okay, if you are there, please signify your presence by commenting your name and the word present. So now let's start the countdown.
10.
9.
8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Miss Margaret?
None po from Facebook, YouTube, and Zoom.
Okay, so another one.
Let's pick another name.
Okay, next. Our next name is Mr. Jonathan Padua. Are you here, sir?
If you're listening on your word present for you to take home a portable wireless Bluetooth speaker.
Because if not, sir, I will be taking home the portable wireless Bluetooth speaker.
Okay, let's have the countdown, ma'am. 10.
Okay, 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. And 1. Miss Margaret?
None po from YouTube, Facebook, and Zoom.
Okay, I told you I'll just take home that prize. Next. Okay, another one.
Ayan. Wow, we have here Anna Marie Chua. Miss Anna Marie, please comment down your name and the word present for you to bring home this portable wireless Bluetooth speaker. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and
1. Okay, Miss Margaret?
Still none po from Facebook,
Still
YouTube,
none.
and
Okay.
Wow.
Let's draw another name.
I want to bring home this portable wireless Bluetooth speaker.
Yes. And our lucky winner, hopefully the person who will take home finally this portable wireless Bluetooth speaker, we
Yes,
have
go
Miss
ahead.
Jamaica May Figueras.
Hey, Miss Jamaica, are you there? Please write down your name and the word present. In
Okay,
10,
so let's now do the countdown. 9,
8,
7,
6,
5,
4,
3,
2,
and 1.
1.
Okay. So Miss Margaret?
Still none po from YouTube, Facebook,
Still
and
none.
Oh,
Zoom.
still none.
Okay,
next.
so let's draw another name.
Oh.
Oh, what happened? And the winner is Herschel. Sorry. Pick another name. Parang ayaw talagang magpauwi itong portable speaker na to.
Okay, let's draw po ulit.
Okay, another one.
Okay, Miss Vivilu Angelica Batulan, are you there? Now, if you're there, please write down your name and the
Your
word
name
present.
and
Oh, let's have the countdown, Mama Yoni. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Miss Margaret.
okay, so we will be drawing another name.
Yes po.
Okay, still for the portable wireless Bluetooth speaker. Our winner, finally, and hopefully, Miss Gabriela Duque. So, Miss Duque, if you are here, please signify your presence by commenting your name and the word present. So here's the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, last one for Miss Gabriela Duque. 1. Miss Margaret?
Gabriela, what
Still none
happened?
po from
Still
YouTube,
none. Okay.
Facebook, and Zoom.
Okay. Let's pick
Sige,
another
let's have
name.
another name. Yan. Maybe she's here now. Miss Karen Diana Pinular. Pinuliar. Are you there? If so, please comment down your name in 10, 9,
8,
7,
7, 6,
6, 5,
5,
4, 3, 2, 1. Miss Margaret, is she there?
Still none po from Facebook, YouTube, and Zoom.
Okay, let's draw another name. Okay, hopefully this is our winner, Mr. Elvin John Samarista.
Hey, Mr. Elvin, please comment down your name. Okay, in 10,
10, 9, 8, 7,
7,
6. Oh, there.
Oh.
I think.
Are you there?
Are you there, sir?
Sir Elvin Jan Samarista.
Okay, if you're there,
4,
sir, please comment your name. 3,
2,
2,
1.
last call for Mr. Elvin John Samarista. Miss Margaret?
None po.
Okay, wala din daw. Okay, next na. Next name, please. Ayan, we have here Kate Picayo. Are you there? Please comment down your name in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Is he there, Ma'am Margaret?
Still none po from Facebook, YouTube, and Zoom.
Okay, what happened to our participants? Where are they? Okay, next name. Ay, may music pala. Joke lang. Okay, so we have here, okay, our next name, we have Dashel Raagas. Dashel, are you there? If so, please comment down your name. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
None
Wala
po.
pa rin? Okay,
None po
wala
from
pa rin
Facebook,
si Dashel
YouTube, and
Raagas.
Zoom.
Okay, next name, please.
Okay. Our next winner is Kaja Abdelgader. Are you here? Okay, we will start the countdown. 10.
Okay, 5 na lang daw tayo.
9.
5. Okay, go.
8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Last call. Kaja
Okay.
Abdelgader.
Wala.
Yes.
Okay,
Actually,
next
there are
name,
comments.
please.
Okay. There's a chat here. Sabi ni Sir Nino L. Akin na
Siya na
lang.
lang. Pamigay na
Okay.
yan. Okay, si Christian Edward Baranda daw present.
Okay. Mr. Baranda is here. So I guess
Ayan, we have another name here. We have Seni Velila Malabanan. Are you there? So we'll have the countdown in 5, 4, 3. Okay, present daw po si Ma'am Seni. Congratulations, Ma'am Seni Velila Malabanan. You won portable wireless Bluetooth speaker. Congratulations.
Now let's move on to the third prize. It's a lunchbox with compartment, 1,100 ml. Okay, now let's pick a name. And the winner is Mr. Paulo Maranon. Okay, are you here, Mr. Maranon? Please signify your presence by typing your name and the word present. Okay, so let's start the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and last call for Mr. Paulo Maranon, 1. Miss Margaret?
None po.
Okay, none.
None po from
So let's pick
Facebook,
another
YouTube,
name for this 1,100 ml lunchbox with compartment.
Okay, Ma'am Ayoni, 5 seconds na lang daw po ang ating
Okay,
countdown.
5 seconds.
Okay. So let's pick another name. Oh, Ma'am Herschel Lagi.
Wow, Miss Herschel
Congratulations.
I'm sorry.
Herschel.
Ma'am Renato. Hindi po kami kasama.
Okay, sorry. Sige, let's
Okay,
pick another
proceed.
name.
It's waved. Okay, next winner.
Okay, we have here Nikki Rabe. Are you there, Nikki?
Okay, are you here, Mama Nikki Rabe? At the
Nikki
count of
Rabe
5.
and okay.
5,
4, 3, 2, 1.
And 1. Okay. So it's Miss Nikki here, Miss Margaret.
None po.
Okay, let's pick another name.
Yes, another name, please.
Ayan, is Bianca Himaya Luna there? In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Are you there? Hi, Margaret. Is Bianca there? Okay, let's pick another name.
Please. For the lunchbox with compartment.
Okay, we have Ahmed Hamed. Are you there, sir? In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Miss Margaret?
None po.
Okay, none. Let's pick another name.
Another name. Still for the lunchbox with compartment.
Oh, we have another name here.
Diego Tabaquero.
Okay, Diego Tabaquero, are you there, sir? In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Last call,
Okay,
Mr.
wala
Diego
din daw po
Tabaquero.
si Diego Tabaquero. Next, let's pick another name. Ayan, Miss Hannah Joy Valencia. Are you still there? In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And 1. Okay.
Still none po.
Still none. Okay, let's pick another name. Still for the lunchbox with compartments, our winner is Mr. Warden Moises. So you'll be given 5 seconds, Sir Warden Moises. At the count of 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, Miss Margaret?
Hannah Valencia sa YouTube daw po. Maybe we can consider her.
Okay. So
Sa
our
YouTube.
winner for the lunchbox with compartments is Miss Hannah Valencia.
Okay, congratulations.
ma'am. Okay, moving on to the next item. It's a rechargeable table fan with night light.
So we have a winner already?
Yes, ma'am, for the
Okay.
lunchbox.
Ayan, Rick De Guzman. Mr. Rick De Guzman, you won a rechargeable table fan with nightlight. If you can, write down your name in 5 seconds. 5,
Okay.
4,
4,
3,
3,
2,
1. 1. Okay, to Rick De Guzman Jr. Miss Margaret? None.
From
Still
Facebook,
none.
YouTube,
Okay, let's
and
pick
Zoom.
another name for the rechargeable table fan with night light. Okay. Miss Len?
Hello. Our next name we have here, Natalia Baku. Okay, Miss Natalia Baku, are you there?
At the
In
count of
5,
5, Miss Natalia. 4,
3,
3, 2,
1.
Okay.
Still
So,
none
Miss
po
Mar-
from Facebook.
Still none.
YouTube,
Okay, let's pick
and Zoom.
another name for our 4th item. And the lucky person is Mr. Ryan Cardoza. Are you here, Mr. Ryan Cardoza? Please
Present,
call me your
ma'am,
name.
Okay, present.
Okay,
Congratulations.
Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations.
You have just won a rechargeable table fan with night light.
Thank you.
Okay, congratulations. Okay, let's pick Okay, another name for this 1.5 multifunctional non-stick electric steamer, rice cooker, frying pan, and cooking pot. Okay, here we have Jade Montemayor. Are you there?
Okay, Jade Montemayor. You have 5 seconds to comment your name and the word present. So let's start with 5, 4, 3, 2, and last call for Jade Montemayor, 1.
None po.
Okay,
From
none. So
Facebook,
let's pick
YouTube, and
another
Zoom.
name. Still for the 1.5 multifunctional non-stick electric steamer, rice cooker, frying pan, cooking pot. Oh, our speaker, Mr. Wilben Pagtaconan.
Wow,
Are you here, sir?
congratulations. Congratulations, Sir Wilben Pagtaconan. You just won this electric steamer, rice cooker, frying pan, cooking pot.
Are you with us, sir? We'll give you 5 seconds to comment your name and the word present. Starting with 5, 4, 3, 2, and Wilben Pagtaconan, 1.
Oy, wala na daw si Sir.
Okay. So let's
Okay,
pick another name.
another name. Okay, we have here Alma K. Reyes. Are you there, ma'am? Please comment down your name with the word present.
You have
In
just won a
5,
1.5 multifunctional non-stick electric steamer, rice cooker, frying pan, and cooking pot. 4, 3, 2. Last call for Ms. Alma K. Reyes, 1.
Okay, Ma'am Fatima. Ay, Ma'am Margaret, sorry.
I'm still none po from Facebook,
Still
YouTube, and
none.
Zoom.
Okay, let's pick another name.
Our next winner is Miss Sheila Lining. Are you here, Miss Sheila Lining? You have just won a multifunction cooker. So at the count of 5, please comment your name with the word present. 5, Sheila Lining. 4,
3, 2,
and last
1.
call, 1. Okay.
Still none po from Facebook,
Still
YouTube, and
none.
Zoom.
Okay. Let's pick another winner for our last prize for the day.
Oh, we cannot recognize
Okay.
that name. Can we pick another one?
Another one?
Let's pick another name.
Sorry.
Miss Margaret. Okay, Mark Roscoe, are you there, sir? Mark Roscoe. Hello. Please comment down your name and the word present if you're still there. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, still no winner?
Still none po from Facebook, YouTube, and
Okay,
Zoom.
next. Hopefully, this is our winner. Okay, we're calling on Miss Jenly Acedilias.
Is Jenny Azadilias? Please comment down your name and the word present. In 5, 4, 3, 2,
And 1. Last call, Jenly Acedilias.
Still none po from Facebook, YouTube, and Zoom.
Okay, next. I'm thinking that this is our winner. Okay.
What's the name? Is Shang Su. Okay, Shang Su, please comment down your name if you're still there. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And 1.
Still
Okay,
none
Ms.
po.
Margaret, still none. Okay. Let's keep the names coming for the
Ayan.
1.5 multifunction cooker. Our winner is Miss Michelle Abunda.
Hi, Ma Michelle. Are you still there? So let us have a countdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Still
Miss
none
Michelle.
po.
Okay, next.
Still none. Okay. Next winner for our last item is Mr. Bernardo Hervasio.
Hello, Mr. Bernardo Hervasio. Are you there? In 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1.
Still none po.
Okay, next name, please. For our winner for the 1.5 multifunction cooker is Mr. Dementilo II M. Villapane.
Okay, present daw si Sir. Present. Okay, congratulations, Sir Demetilo Villapane II. You just have won
congratulations.
1.5 multifunctional non-stick electric steamer.
Ay, ma'am, sorry.
Ay, sorry,
It's
sorry.
Sir Hervasio po.
Sir Vasho.
Ay, Sir Hervasio.
Yes po,
Okay.
the previous winner po.
Okay,
Hervasio.
sorry. So, Mr. Hervasio is the winner of the 1.5 multifunctional non-stick electric steamer, rice cooker, frying pan, cooking pot. Congratulations.
Okay. Congratulations. So that completes our winners for the raffle draw. Now, Ms. Len, before we officially close, thank you very much, Ms. Margaret.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a photo op this afternoon? Okay. Are we going to have the photo op? On real? I just
Okay,
got my
none.
shirt.
Oh, wow.
I just got my shirt. Thank
Okay.
you. So thank you, dear participants and viewers, for joining us today in our event. See you again tomorrow.
Okay,
So
see you. Please remember to log in at 8:50 a.m. the 10 minutes before the time, and kindly use your full name. Okay, so this has been your host, Ione the Best, and
Len Agustin.
Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
Okay, thank you.
These young people live in different cities and study different subjects at different universities. In just a few minutes, they are all going to take their exams. Some of them will do it from the comfort of their armchair, and others will go to a special exam centre. To ensure that they are all tested in the same way and that the grades are fair, the examination process must be carefully regulated. Enter Examus, an online invigilator service, or, in other words, a tool to help supervise students during an examination. Examus uses automated algorithms to identify students and analyze their behavior to detect violations of exam regulations. This information is then passed on to a human invigilator who monitors and adjusts the system. The user identification process is based on face recognition technology. The system compares an image from the student's webcam with one or more of their sample images. The invigilator then compares the images manually. This comprehensive method gives a 98% accurate user identification. What's more, there are plans to include additional identifying algorithms, such as electronic signatures, ECGs, and other biometric measurements. Examus automatically records any violations and informs the invigilator. If the student looks away from the screen for longer than is warranted, if the active window on the computer suddenly changes, if the student leaves their desk, or if someone else is there with them, if someone else's voice is heard through the student's microphone, or if somebody else tries to sit the exam for them. The behavioral analysis algorithms mean the system can be easily adapted to work with different people. The user's standard behavior is assessed by the system over time and taken into account. The more records of a student's behavior that are recorded in the Examus database, the more accurately their behavior can be predicted and understood. Did the student look because they were distracted, or to secretly glance at a crib sheet? The involvement of invigilators ensures violations can be detected accurately, even if little information on the student has been stored, and the fact of being observed also heightens the disciplinary effect. The invigilators deal with rule breakers appropriately. This gives Examus more flexibility in its reaction to student behavior, in line with the standards of each university. It also allows invigilators to clarify information in the event of disputes. Examus can be easily configured to suit different exam conditions, strict tests, where the use of any additional materials is forbidden, and more open examinations, where, for example, calculations can be made on paper outside the testing system. All data collected by Examus is transferred to educational institutions for in-depth analysis. Teachers can monitor the exam results of individual students, and all the data collected undergoes comprehensive processing to see if the testing methods need to be adjusted or examination tasks improved. The Examus Invigilator service allows you to set up a flexible ecosystem of online examinations, securely connecting student laptops to the university's LMS, Learning Management System.
Educational technology is now more important than ever. However, students and faculty often don't have enough guidance and can easily get overwhelmed with questions or issues they think they cannot resolve themselves. Many institutions struggle to provide this guidance to their faculty and students. preventing them from getting the most value out of their EdTech investments. EasySoft helps institutions guide users through in-app messaging, personalized support, and tool usage insights. Supporting over 2.5 million faculty and students globally, EasySoft can integrate with all the most popular learning applications. Tool adoption insights help you visualize and compare how your EdTech tools are being used by any student, faculty member, or course. Take action on adoption insights by targeting users with personalized messages anywhere within your learning management system. Messages can be anything from important announcements to explanations on how to complete tasks with specific EdTech tools. They are fully customizable and help you collect valuable user feedback. When your faculty and students need a little extra help, the EasySoft Support Center provides 24/7 self-support directly in your learning management system to ensure no user is left behind. Relevant help content is recommended automatically based on a user's role and context, and institution-specific help articles can be added to personalize the support experience. If a user still has unanswered questions, EasySoft's smart routing settings ensure their support request is sent to the right help desk, along with all relevant user information, cutting resolution time in half. Working on a big change like moving to a new LMS or introducing a new tool? Create a campaign to keep track of all your messages, help articles, and tool adoption monitors in one place and measure the impact of your efforts. Check out the EasySoft universe to get inspired by campaign examples from institutions around the world. Do you want to optimize the teaching and learning experience at your institution and get more value from your EdTech investments? Head over to www.easysoft.com to learn more.